Hey there everyone, welcome to the channel. Today I'm going to go through my entire physical media collection. So this is all my Blu Rays, 4K Blu Rays, Steelbooks, special editions, box sets, all of that. Now the goal of this video is to not be like a generic this is Rambo 7, Rise of the Rambo, not bad. This is we're actually going to talk about the movies. So this is also for movie fans. You're going to find out my thoughts on a lot of movies. Now I love the idea that a physical media collection is a curated library, right? Like people are going to come over and that's a statement of what I think is worth owning, what I think defines cinema, right? But I have some straight cheeks on this shelf, all right? I have some really bad movies, especially in the Steelbook section. The Steelbook section is like my strange addiction, and we'll talk about that when I get to the Steelbook section and give an explanation. But for the most part, this is a statement on what I think is worth owning, what I really like. There are some new ones I haven't seen, stuff like that, but think it's interesting, all right? On top of that, I just want to shout out Umbrella. I think they do these incredible releases. I'll flash to them here in a section devoted to them in a bit. But Umbrella, just every time I go to JB Hi-Fi, it's mostly like dad movies and kind of what you would expect to be at a kind of movie DVD store. But every once in a while you see something where you're like, oh my God, they have that? And it's always an Umbrella release. So go to umbrella.com. This isn't sponsored or anything. If you're a fan of independent cinema and good stuff, they always have some good stuff. Anyways, without further ado, let's get into it. This video will go for a while because again, I'm pretty much talking about every title. Thank you so much for watching. Watch a bit of it, come back later. Hopefully people enjoy it. Thank you so much. Let's get into it. All right, so I've shot all these sections separately, but I'm assuming I've done an intro. We are going to go through all my 4K Blu-rays. Some of them also include normal Blu-rays inside the packaging, but this is all the peak physical media. Now, I do have a bunch of 4K Steelbooks, and we will get into that at a certain point, but I would have mentioned in the intro that my 4K Steelbooks are filled with trash movies as well, whereas I hope that this 4K collection is a bit more indicative of my taste to an extent. Now, I will say that I only buy a lot of these 4K Blu-rays when they're on sale online or on sale in-store at JB, and sometimes JB Hi-Fi do have buy one, get one free, or buy two, get one free. So as a result, I do have some, if they were freebies, that I've taken a gamble on. If they suck enough, I will probably get rid of them. I am still tossing up the idea of, do I want to have a massive collection where I talk about how shit some of these movies are, or do I want to make sure I only have, this is a curated collection and any movie you pick, I can vouch for. So this one is going to be a little more curated, way less junk, but there still might be some head scratches. We're just going to get straight into it. First off, we have 2001: A Space Odyssey, steel sealed. We are going to have a couple steel sealed. Now, if they're steel sealed, it means I bought them recently and I haven't got them out of the packaging because I'm wanting to rewatch them, or I've never seen them. Of course, I've seen 2001: A Space Odyssey. I absolutely love 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's one of my favorites. It's probably not even in my top 30, but it's a 5 out of 5. I absolutely adore 2001: A Space Odyssey. The funny thing about this one is, unless I am showing it to my children, and for some reason IMAX doesn't show 2001: A Space Odyssey anymore, I don't know if I'll ever open this, because I feel like this is a movie that you need to see on the big screen. You need to be locked in, no distractions. And I think the big screen helps. And I'm sure this looks incredible. I am absolutely sure this looks incredible and sounds incredible at home as well. But it's just that sort of movie. You need to see it at the movies, because otherwise, I don't know. You get what I mean? I just think it's the way to see it. I watched this on a laptop before, and then I watched it at IMAX. And this is one of the few where I actually think a cinema experience matters. So it's good to have. It's good to own. I like the artwork well enough, minus this HDR sticker, but when am I going to watch this at home? But good, it's there. Next, we have Ad Astra, starring Brad Pitt. Now, this is kind of a hot take because I recommended this to my friend. I was like, oh yeah, it's a Brad Pitt space movie. It's pretty good. Now, I didn't say it was the best thing ever. I didn't say it was the best science fiction movie of all time. And he didn't like it very much. But I actually quite like Ad Astra. I think it looks stunning. And I think there's a lot of sequences in here that are actually really interesting. I don't think it's perfect. I think the narration can be a little weird, but I like what this movie got to. There's a story around kind of daddy issues between father and son on a kind of extra dimension, not extra dimension, but this massive science fiction level. And I kind of appreciate the swing. It's a movie where it's a 3.5 to a 4 out of 5. A lot of people really like this movie. I would probably land around a 3.5 from what I remember. Maybe a 4 if I rewatch it. But it's one of those movies that
you kind of think about a lot because it was almost fantastic, and you're like, I'm wondering if I revisit it, is there something there? So this should be sealed. I've only opened this because when I bought it, it was rattling around in the case and I wanted to put it back in its thing properly. But this should be sealed, and I'm due for a rewatch of this very soon. I'm actually keen to rewatch it because I think it's one of those movies that's aged well in my brain. You know, like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I should probably rewatch Ad Astra because I think about it more than a lot of movies I think about. Anyways, next, this is one of my favorites. This is hilarious. Now, this is from a company called VVE, which I think is just Via Vision. It's Via Vision. And they also make the imprint label that will come up later in this video. They've done a couple of box sets. So they're the ones in charge of those weird imprint box sets. But VVE have done this American Psycho collection, right? It comes in this little slipcover. And I just absolutely find this American Psycho collection hilarious. Look at the front. Do you see another movie? No, you just see the usual American Psycho. Look at the back. You just see all original American Psycho. But if you look closer, there we go. American Psycho 2. No one thinks of American Psycho and American Psycho 2 as the same canon, as the same franchise. Like, no one does. No one watches American Psycho 1 and goes, oh, we better watch American Psycho 2, because it was very clear. Everyone knows that it was just this random serial killer movie starring Mila Kunis that they then went, oh shit, no one's going to watch this. It sucks. What do we do? Oh, we'll make it an American Psycho sequel. So they quickly wrote in a scene where, she talks about how she's one of the escape victims. I haven't seen it, but I just find this hilarious. Like, it's like American Psycho, fine print collection. And again, but if we open it up, what I find really funny is you get a 4K of American Psycho, you get a Blu Ray edition of American Psycho, and then boom, American Psycho 2. And I am genuinely wondering, did they just have a bunch of spare copies of American Psycho 2 starring Mila Kunis just lying around? And they were like, fuck it, we need to get rid of it. We'll just put it in this box set. But for American Psycho, this is like a nice version to have in a nice little slipcover. Yes, I would have liked the Steelbook or the blood packaging, but like, a hot take, I'm not enough of a fan of American Psycho yet. It's a movie that I really want to get behind. Every time I rewatch it, I like it a little more. I know this is a lot of people's relationship with Blade Runner. For me, American Psycho has one of the best performances of all time. And some absolutely 10 out of 10 sequences, but it's like the best 8 out of 10 ever for me. You know, like, I don't absolutely adore it, but I really, really like it. I think it's great. Next, we have Anora. This is not the only copy of Anora you're going to see. I'll get into it later when we pull up the other version of Anora I have, but fantastic movie. It's still sealed. I have seen it, but it's sealed because I'm due for a rewatch. Love this movie, and a really exciting pick for Best Picture. Like, a genuinely really exciting pick for Best Picture. Like, it's a really kind of funny, sexy, sad, occasionally mean-spirited, uncut gems meets Poor Things sort of. It's a really fascinating movie. And go Mikey Madison winning Best Actress. It was a shame. Not a shame that Demi Moore. Like, I'm glad. I think Mikey Madison did put in the better performance overall, but I would have loved Demi Moore to win it in another timeline. You know, I wish they were separate years, but fantastic movie, really exciting Best Picture win in a string of Green Books and, Crash. We get like a really great Best Picture win, and I'll bring it up later. But I think the standard Blu-ray packaging in Australia for some reason is way better for Anora, but obviously the 4K visually looks better. So I do actually have the Blu-ray copy because I found it at a bargain bin for like $8. So I'm like, well, I'll just grab it, and I'm gonna swap the disc into the Blu-ray cover. You'll see why, because it's red and it matches. But anyways, my point is I will probably give away the other Anora, and that's going to be another thing. We're going to run into a bunch of doubles because there's a bunch of movies I have on normal Blu-ray that as we go through the 4K, we're going to upgrade. Anyways, next we have Baby Driver. This is one I kind of just got because it was a buy two, get one free, and they didn't have anything else at JB. Not to say I don't like this movie. This movie's a solid, like a really good, like one of the best 7 out of 10s ever. I don't think it comes entirely all together that well at the end. I think its first 2 acts are flawless and fun and fantastic and really, really great. And then the last 20, 30 minutes, I just think are fine. And I've watched that movie. I saw it a couple of times in theaters. I saw it with people that are really big movie snobs, and they felt that way. And then I watched it with people that are I don't want to call them normies, but you know, some of their favorite movies are a bit questionable, and they also were like, oh, that kind of lost me in the end. So I know I'm not alone in that. Next, we have Bad Times at the El Royale. Now, this is a matter of expectations, right? But I thought this movie was fantastic. I believe I've seen it twice. I remember this movie being absolutely wonderful. Maybe I'll rewatch it and be like, oh, this isn't as good as I remember. But I remember Chris Hemsworth being fantastic. The whole cast here, John Hamm, Jeff Bridges, Dakota Johnson, I remember being really good in this. We have an early performance from Kaylee Spaney. I remember really liking Bad Times at El Royale. I don't think this is a funny movie. I don't think it's anyone's favorite movie. But it's really, really solid. And there's a couple performances here that are some of my favorites from the people in this. I love this movie. I remember it really blowing me away. From memory, an 8 to a 9 out of 10, but maybe I'll rewatch it and go, oh, it's not that good. But no, from memory, I really like it. Next, we have Barbie. There is a steelbook on eBay of Barbie that is staring me in the face. For quite a cheap price, which I probably should have got, but I actually really like. We've gone through a few that are just filled with stickers and bullshit, but this one is a really nice cover, all right? Because normally if they're not steelbooks, they just get obliterated with stickers and graphics and dumb reviews, but I like this cover. Anyways, on to Barbie. Barbie is like, again, a really great 7 out of 10. For the first 30 to 40 minutes, I think this is as good as it fucking gets. I think this is so good. The whole part that's set in Barbie Land, or whatever you want to call it, Barbie World, and I thought the satire was popping off. And even when you have that whole arc of Ken going to the real world, it's awesome. Anytime it's set in Barbie Land, 10 out of 10. When Ken goes to the real world, 10 out of 10. It's when you start having our main character Barbie have this really undercooked plot with becoming human and interacting with what was her name? America Ferrera? Is it America Ferrera? Yeah, America Ferrera. And it just feels a little undercooked. And it's like, I agree with the messaging they were going for. I agree with all, like, I completely align with what the movie was going for. But it went from this really striking, fantastic, well-conceived, like really smart world building, really, really hysterically funny, to just like a pretty good movie. To me, it just felt like you could feel some corporate overlord structuring, like it you know, and like, I shouldn't be watching a movie from an auteur, like a fantastic director like Greta Gerwig, and I have sections that feel like car commercials. And there was just, as the movie went on, more stuff like the car commercials lent in, and like clunky, strange writing, and yeah, it's a shame. But like, I can't wait to show that to my hypothetical potential daughters, and I do think it's like a solid 7. But I think if it stuck to how good it was at the start, it could have been like a fucking 9 out of 10. Next, what do we have? Oh, we have the Batman. Now, I do have this on Steelbook, so I might be giving this away. Or the only issue is I purchased the Steelbook from a secondhand place, and it's the first time I've taken a risk and got like a rare thing that I couldn't return from one of these secondhand places, and the discs were scratched to pieces. So thankfully, I already had this, so I've swapped the discs out. I'm going to check if any of the discs are good, and then I might give this one away. But to talk about the Batman, I had this at a 10 out of 10, a 5 out of 5 for both times I saw it at the cinema. I watched it at home again, and I don't think it was because I was watching it at home. It still sounded incredible. It still looked phenomenal. This is probably, at times, the best looking Blu-ray I own. But it wasn't as good as I remember. It is still really good, but God, what were they doing with Commissioner Gordon in this? His lines are cooked, man. Oh my God. It's a combination of performance, like, look, if it was trying to be campy and goofy, sure, but the movie is so serious and gritty. And then you've just got Commissioner Gordon being like, what's the bat got to do with this? What's the bat gonna do? You're saying he's the Penguin? Like, dude, just one of the most bizarre. And I feel like I'm the only one that did anyone else notice this? And then I really love Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman in this. But she's spouting these lines like, come on, Vengeance, you ready to take over the town? And I don't know, man. I love Robert Pattinson in this, but I will say I feel like the movie at the end kicks into high gear with the whole big spectacle that starts, and then it ends. I'm like, oh, I would have actually loved to spend some time with that. Weirdly, for a 3-hour movie, I'm never bored. I think the music's incredible. It looks fantastic. Again, I love Robert. I even really like Alfred. All of it's really, really working, really, really well. But I do think we actually could have got a little more done in the 3 hours with certain characters. So not as good as I remember. Next, we had The Big Lebowski. I love when the Coen brothers are crushing it. I absolutely adore the Coen brothers. I know for a lot of people I respect, this is their favorite movie and definitely their favorite Coen brothers movie. And I really look, first off, it looks great. The 4K transfer is fantastic. But honestly, I think I need to rewatch this, all right? Because I watched it and I'd already watched 3 movies that day and I think I was a little burnt out. So at a certain point, I turned it off and went, I don't think I've given this a fair shot. I'm going to do it when I'm fresh. So I did like what I saw for the first 30 minutes. Then I got a little like, meh. So I'm not going to comment on this one. That I wish I could reseal this because I need to give it a proper chance. I literally saved the movie. Like I was like, I'm not in the right mood for this. I'm going to pause it and do it another day because this is unfair. Next, this was a freebie. All right, a buy two get one free freebie because it's all they had. We've got Black Hawk Down. I know this was one of my dad's favorite movies. I know Ridley Scott for me is really hit or miss. But I figured like, oh, because it's got a 4K Blu-ray transfer, and I hear about it all the time, especially when Warfare came out. Surely it's really good. But then I've been reading up on reviews, and people don't seem to like this movie now. But, who knows? I'm going to watch it. It's sealed. I will watch it eventually. I just need to be in the mood for a war movie and not a subversive one from what it sounds like. Next, we have The Bourne Identity. This is probably where you're noticing we're getting into a bit of dad movies here, and that's kind of something to talk about. I find, especially in Australia, unless you're going to like boutique labels, so rare collector's editions like the ones I have at the top, or like the A24 shop or Umbrella, a lot of the like just typical standard 4K Blu-rays, especially that are sold in Australia, are essentially dad movies. And I'm not saying that the industry is sexist or anything. What I am saying is typically it's like kind of dads, older dudes that are into like physical media, right? And so they are clearly catering to that. On top of that, I do kind of understand that it's like we want to obviously put big action sci-fi spectacle stuff, but as a result you have a bunch of Rambos, like every war movie ever, and I would like a little more diversity in what is getting like mainstream 4K releases. And that's not me like trying to like get a pat on the back or anything. I say that because I'm a massive fan of a lot of like indie movies and movies from different directors, and like I just feel like I'd love a bunch of films from Lynn Ramsey on 4K, for example, but the only one I could get on 4K was You Were Never Really Here with Joaquin Phoenix, and that was from like a rare collector's one. My point being is like, we got the substance from Coralie Farage, but these are kind of few and far in between. We got Anora, which was exciting, but I would like if the back catalog, like older movies, we got a little more from different kinds of directors, not just big sci-fi and action. Do you get what I mean? I'd like some dramas, some good dramas that deserve a 4K treatment. But at the same time, I will kind of concede that maybe there are some movies where they just don't need a 4K transfer. Like I really love Jason Reitman's movies, the movies he did after like Juno. So he did Juno, Young Adult, and Tully. And I love those movies, but they don't really need to be on like a super mega 4K Blu-ray or anything because they're just like low-key dramas. Anyways, The Bourne Identity, I remember really liking The Bourne Identity, but I haven't seen it since I was like 6. So it's one of those movies where I can say I've seen it and say I remember it, but at the same time, watching it this year or whenever I get around to it will be like watching it for the first time. So Bourne Identity, I will need to get the other Bournes. Next, we have The Boy and the Heron in this beautiful slipcase, I will say. Really nice slipcase. Comes out, different artwork. Love when you get a different artwork from the slipcase. But yeah, this is really nice slipcase. But Boy and the Heron, this is the only Ghibli film I own on either Blu-ray or 4K. I have a copy of Ponyo on DVD somewhere from my old house, but depends if I'm going to start holding on to DVD or not. But Boy and the Heron's an interesting one. You're probably like, out of all Ghibli, why do you own this? One, because it's on 4K. And it was, again, one of the buy two, get one free. But also, it's one of those movies where it's like a 7 out of 10 on the way out of the theater. And then just every week you'll think about something from it. And you're like, oh, that was a really good idea. Oh, shame that movie didn't come together. Oh, that was a really good idea. Shame that movie didn't really come together. And after a while, you say that so often that you're like, okay, maybe there's something to that movie. And I stand by that. You know, I have friends who didn't love Eddington as much as I did, but they keep going like, "Oh, I was thinking of Eddington the other day." And I'm like, "You see, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's how they get you. These movies stick around." And The Boy and the Heron is a movie I found challenging, and I wouldn't even say I particularly enjoyed it, but I think about it all the time, all the time. And so I must have done something right, and I think I need to rewatch it. Did it win the Oscar? It did. Yeah, it won the Best Animated Feature Oscar. I miss when we used to put animated features in the main film category. Like we've had films where they will be both animated feature nominated and mainstream feature nominated, and I want to bring that back. I want to bring that back. Next, we have Blade Runner: The Final Cut. I find this funny, purely because the only cut to ever watch is the final cut. You don't watch any other cut of Blade Runner. You don't watch the original cut because it's got that awful voiceover that Harrison Ford basically did at gunpoint that he didn't want to do. So anything that's vague or interpretive, he's just sitting there being like, what really makes us human? But yeah, the first Blade Runner is like the world's best 6 out of 10. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. Look, I'm going to say this is a must own 4K Blu-ray if you are only engaging in this format or mostly engaging in this format because you want to demo reel and be like, look at this. But this looks and sounds like absolutely incredible. Not even for like an old movie or anything. Like this looks and sounds amazing. And I really like the artwork here too, despite this little HDR sticker. Like, you know, a lot of these covers suck, but this one's good. But the movie itself, I don't like Harrison Ford's performance in this. I think the Ryan's a bit clunky. I think this movie needed to open with him being an assassin for a while, taking out a bunch of these things. So the arc he goes on is one that's surprising and interesting. I don't know. I felt like the writing of the main characters was really clunky. It's a common complaint that the romance that kind of shifts everything is a bit undercooked and underwritten, and you don't really buy it. But the issue is the ideas here. All right, this is a movie where if you think about it and you do some heavy lifting for it, it's absolutely fantastic. But how much of that is the audience doing the heavy lifting for the movie? You know, and that's my thing with this movie. But it's fantastic, and the reason I like it so much is it led to us getting Blade Runner 2049, which is a fucking banger, man. Now, I used to have this at a 10 out of 10. I probably have it at a 9 out of 10 now. It's not quite as good as I remember. Just compared to Denis Villeneuve's other movies where he really does a good job of visual storytelling. I think occasionally this movie just decides to bombard you with flashbacks to exposition dialogue in case any of the dum-dums in the audience missed it, which is a shame because it's so atmospheric and so mature and so restrained as well. I love there's some action, like there's occasional moments where Ryan Gosling shows off his strength and power, and it's just these brief little moments, you know, flash in the pan, blink and you'll miss some moments. The movie never divulges or kind of like falls apart into just goofy action. So when you do get it, you're like, your ears prick up and then that's it. But, you know, Harrison Ford's a lot better in this movie. I don't think that's a spoiler. It's framed as a reveal, but he's in all the posters and everything. But it's a good movie. Good performance from Jared Leto. Amazing performance from Ana de Armas. And I love Ryan Gosling in this. It's just a really good movie. And I don't really want another one. I know they're doing another one. I don't need it. I don't want it. Like, I'm fine without it. I don't need it. And then finally, finishing off this part, we have Candyman. This was a buy one, get one free. I haven't seen this movie. I've heard mixed things. The only reason I have it is, again, because it was essentially free. And also on top of that, it's from Nia DaCosta, who's directing 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple. Speaking of, I have 28 Days Later and 28 Years Later on the way in steelbook form, but they're not here yet. All right. All right, next we have Daniel Craig, Casino Royale. I have seen this, do not worry. I know it's still sealed. That's because I would love to rewatch this. I hate this edition I have of this. This is a fantastic movie. I just hate this artwork. What are we doing? Like, I know it doesn't matter, especially these ones, because they're just going to sit like that. But come on, man. This looks shit. I love a great steelbook. This is the type of movie I love a great steelbook for, but instead we get steelbooks for Madam Web and shit. But this I would love. But this is a fantastic movie. This is my friend's favorite movie. This is just the best. This is as good as it gets. This is everything I would want Bond to be. This and Skyfall are fantastic. I've never been the biggest fan of the Bond franchise,
But watching this now, the idea that people didn't like Daniel Craig as Bond or were worried going into it is insane. Mads Mikkelsen. What's the woman's name in this? Why am I blanking on her name? Oh my god, Eva. I know her first name's Eva, right? Eva Green is awesome. It's a shame she hasn't had a bigger career. Like, I know that sounds like a weird thing to say, but she like came out the gate hot, and then no one ever talks about it. But this is a fantastic movie, and this leads to one of the strangest modern franchises ever. If you watch all five of these films in order, you're cooked, man. Like, it's such a strange, like, 1, 3, and 5. Every second one is really good. So Casino Royale, Skyfall, and I would say No Time Today is pretty solid. But like, they're all so, like, especially if you watch the two in between, Spectre and Quantum, they're all just so different. But this is a great movie. Love how gritty it is. Love how it feels like a long epic. Love the kind of opening, the prologue and the epilogue. It's just all good. It's just, and the parkour action scene and the airport fight. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. And you know, that's a good example of just visceral, well done blockbuster action filmmaking. You know, I don't know if it has that much deep to say, but it's just a technical wonder. Next, we have The City of Lost Children. Now, I have technically seen this when I was like 5. This might be my dad's favorite movie. From what I remember, it's kind of got the vibe of Poor Things. I think a lot less sexual. But in terms of those like big practical sets and like soundstage and painting background, I forget what they're called, but this is from Jean Perry-Jeunet. Oh, and Caro? Okay, it's co-directed. But this is the director of Amelie and Delicatessen, both movies I've seen and really like. And I have seen this. It's a foreign film. It's about... What's it about? It's about this guy that steals children so he can like kind of see their dreams or something from what I remember. But again, I saw it when I was 5, so watching this for the first time will be like a new watch experience. But this was one of my dad's favorites, and what a shame he's not around for the 4K release of City of Lost Children. Anyways, next, we have one of my favorites from the past couple of years. We have Civil War from Alex Garland. Alex Garland is quickly becoming, or has become, one of my favorite writers and directors. He's one of the few people I take note of what he's written, right? Because I love all his directorial efforts. And he's had a bunch of collaborations with Danny Boyle. He wrote Sunshine as well as 28 Days Later. So when I hear Alex Garland wrote something, my ears prick up. He also wrote something else, but he wrote Dread, which I haven't seen yet. And he also wrote The Beach, which I think was Danny Boyle, which I also haven't seen. But Civil War, I think people are way too mean to. I would actually be able to give this a 10 out of 10 in my books. I love the slow art house style it kind of took compared to the marketing. And then that last chunk, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe we're doing this. I can't believe we're doing this. Gory, hard to watch at times, like actually pretty full on and gory. My only thing is, and I heard a lot of people say, oh, the character's really unlikable. This movie sucks. I'm like, no, I think the characters were meant to be unlikable. Like, that's okay. I think they were meant to be. I don't think the photojournalists were framed as heroes. I like the impartial look at war and this hypothetical fictional war. And it feels especially relevant given what's been going on recently. My only issue is there's just some performance stuff from Wagner Morana, I think his name is. Wagner, the guy from Narcos. Just some of his lines are shithouse. And Kaylee Spaney's really good in this movie, but she has like one scene where her exposition is just shithouse, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it because Alex Garland is normally such a good writer, and just it's like 2 scenes with really strange, clunky writing that stopped me from giving that like a perfect score, which is a shame because I'd love to. Next, we have Stanley Kubrick's Clockwork Orange. You can see this is still sealed. This is sealed because I have not seen it. Before you stab me in the face, the reason I haven't seen it is because I'm waiting for it to come out at the movies, like get a re-release. I missed the most recent one because I was on holiday or something. I was somewhere and I wasn't able to see it, and that was a bummer. Next, we have Color Purple. This is Steven Spielberg. This is a wonderful movie. I think this is my mum's favorite movie.
But this is great. This is like a really good movie, and this might be one of my favorite Steven Spielberg movies. He's done a few movies that lean into civil rights issues and the African American experience, and some of them are kind of questionable. They're kind of some of Steven Spielberg's most questionable ones. I remember I wasn't particularly impressed with Amistad, but The Color Purple I love. I watched it quite young too, before I really understood the history behind it. Like I obviously knew about slavery, but I think I was learning it on the job. Like as I was watching The Color Purple, mom was like, so here's what's going on here and here's why they're here and they don't actually have rights and segregation's still going on and yet, you know, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, not slavery. That was really bad of me. Amistad was about slavery. This was about segregation. My bad. Please don't kill me in the comments. But this is dealing with post-slavery, like the repercussions of slavery. Yeah, sorry, my bad. But yes, I really remember liking this movie. I haven't seen it in 16 years, so I'm due for a rewatch, hence my shaky delivery there, but I remember really liking it. I remember I started crying. I remember crying. It was one of the first movies to really make me cry. Next we have Contagion from Steven Soderbergh. Haven't seen it. Heard it's pretty good. Keen to watch it. Haven't seen it. I know everyone watched it when COVID started, or COVID was happening. Next, we have the first Creed. This was like $4 for a 4K and Blu-ray from this place called CEX in Australia. They like sell secondhand stuff. I haven't seen the first Creed. I've seen the second Creed. I've seen the third Creed. Haven't seen the first one. So excited to watch this. I keep the stickers on so I know that I haven't seen them. I'll take the stickers off when I'm done. Next, Creed 3. This one's an interesting one. So I think it's kind of better than Creed 2. Like, I think about this more than Creed 2. This has Jonathan Majors in it, who is the guy that got... is it cancelled? Yeah, I guess he got cancelled because he had not even allegations. Like, it was kind of confirmed that he assaulted his girlfriend, I think, or fiance. But this is all really a shame because he's fantastic in this, and apparently he's really good in Magazine Dreams. It's a shame because you shouldn't do that anyway. Sorry, it's not a shame because he's also talented. But yeah, look. Anyways, my point being is Michael B. Jordan directed this movie. And I remember the setup here is really, really interesting. The whole story about he has a friend who goes to jail and then he's been watching Creed rise up the ranks. Like if it was set up in the previous two films, would have been even better. But I remember this being pretty good. Michael B. Jordan's direction at time is really good. I just remember finding the story a bit questionable because you can't help but root for Jonathan Majors' character. He's now the underdog. Creed is now the hero. Creed is now the top dog. You know, in any other film, Creed would be the villain. Creed's the rich, arrogant boxer, and Jonathan Majors is the one with this really sad backstory. So you're kind of rooting for him. And the movie, instead of taking the daring choice of leaning into that, instead goes, oh, actually, we're going to need to like kind of take the wheel here and get Jonathan Majors to have a moral downslide. So then this isn't as questionable. Because I would have loved if the movie just stuck with it. And then at the end, you were like, oh my God, I don't know who I want to win. Like, because I love Creed. I've watched him for 2 movies, but now I feel bad for Jonathan Majors. Like, they made an empathetic, not antagonist, but opposition. And then they just went, nah, fuck that. We can't do that. It's too confusing. And I thought that was a shame. But I remember it looking great and enjoying it. Like, I think I got Creed 3 because, again, it was one of the buy 2, get 1 free. But also because I was just like, I could put that on when I just need something easy to watch that is interesting enough and well made enough. Next, we had The Dark Crystal, steel sealed in a nice little steelbook. There's Jim Henson. Sorry, not steelbook, slipcover. It's one of those puppet ones, along with The Never Ending Story and what's the other one? Labyrinth. I haven't seen this. I don't know anything about it. I've heard the Netflix show is really good as well. This is sealed. This was a good find. Haven't seen it though. So I'm hoping it's good. If it's not good, I will be selling it. But kind of keen to watch it. So if you guys have seen it, let me know. Next, we had The Departed. The microprocessors. All right, here's what we're after. We're after microprocessors. I'm going to be real. This is one of the first really good movies I watched on my own accord. I watched this in parts on YouTube when I was younger, back when people uploaded movies in parts on YouTube. This movie goes for 2.5 hours, so I think I watched like 15 10-minute videos of The Departed. Look, The Departed's interesting because as I've got older, it's got a little worse. I've noticed really strange editing, like really weird editing for a Best Picture winner and also a Martin Scorsese movie. I've noticed he's had weird editing occasionally. I saw a video where they talk about how his weird editing is like intentional. I don't know about that because some of it just feels like shitty mistakes. There's some weird stuff in this movie. I also think it twists a little too much. Like I liked it more as a kid because maybe I didn't pick up on all the twists. But there's a point where it's like, nah, he's a rat and he's not a rat and he is a rat and he isn't a rat and he's working with this guy, but no one and also everyone. And I'm like, you're kind of twisting too hard. But the issue is, if you almost turn your brain off when it comes to Jack Nicholson's character, who I don't in this movie, like it's a great performance, but yeah, after a while, like the core of this movie for me is Matt Damon versus Leonardo DiCaprio, and when the movie's focused on that, it's as good as it gets. There's some stuff I'd chop out or fix or smooth over around it. But this is in the top end. Like this is in my top half of Martin Scorsese, at least of what I've seen. This is a really great movie to show someone the first time because if you've seen it, you know there's things that happen where you're like, what? But it has kind of got worse each time I've rewatched it. I hate to say it. So I'm probably sitting at like a 7 or an 8 out of 10. But the more I rewatch it, the more I notice those things. But the issue is I've rewatched it so many times because it's like a fun movie to show people because there's so many fun twists and turns. I just think it gets a little too twisty for its own good. Like I think it starts trying to be too ahead of the audience and not in a way that I find good. Next we have Do the Right Thing. Now this should still be sealed. I have seen it. But again, anything I want to rewatch, I like keeping sealed. But bought this recently. It's only open because the lady checked it wasn't scratched because it was rattling around. Do the Right Thing. It's not Spike Lee's first film, but it's one of his first really like big famous booyah movies. I read a review from Australia's most famous TV movie reviewers. They used to have this show on ABC, and they were talking about the fact that it's an absolute travesty that this is rated R. Just for coarse language, medium level coarse language. And I agree, all right? R in Australia is 18 plus, which means people can't see it. This is an important movie. This is a fantastic movie too. But I agree with them. This should be rated M at most, which is like PG-13 in America. I don't think this movie is that, like, yeah, it drops the N-word a bunch, but like big fucking whoop. You know what I mean? And most of the language... Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a shame. I think this movie has so much to say about clashing of cultures and police brutality and just, you know, tensions bubbling and like it's just a really great movie. And the fact it got slammed with this insane rating is really a shame because it should be seen by more people. And, you know, this... Like oh my god, you've probably noticed like this might be the first movie in my collection so far out of these ones that's rated R. You don't get too many of them. So for this to have an R rating, you're like, oh, is this Saw or something? No, it's just Do the Right Thing. All right, next we have Dr. Sleep. This is the sequel to The Shining. Now I get to vent. I get to vent. Now I have seen this movie. I actually really like this movie. I really like Mike Flanagan. But look at this. So we get the theatrical version on 4K disc, and then they hype up the fact that there's a director's cut, and you're like, sick. But the director's cut is only on a Blu Ray disc. What are we doing? Why, like... Now, to be fair, if the theatrical version is better than the director's cut, if the director's cut isn't the definitive version... Like, I'm glad it's not the other way around, but they should both be on a 4K disc. What are we doing? Why would you do that? Like, what if the director's cut is better and is my preferred version, but I want to, like, you know, the amount they charge, like, they shouldn't be doing shit like that. They should not be doing shit like this. Which brings us to now. Oh, sorry, I didn't talk about Dr. Sleep. So this one's interesting because it tried to be a sequel to Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. Like, this is meant to be a film sequel to the film The Shining, but it's also meant to be a sequel to the book The Shining. It's kind of meant to work as a half. Like if you've seen the movie, this works as a sequel, and if you've read the book, this works as a sequel. The issue is the book and the movie are entirely different. So this visually feels a lot like a sequel to the Shining movie, but in terms of the story ideas and the tone, it's got way more of the crackhead energy of Stephen King's books. In saying that, though, Ewan McGregor's great. A lot of the visuals are great, and I am a Mike Flanagan truther. I really like Haunting of Hill House, all of those shows, Fall of the House of Usher, and I really liked The Life of Chuck. Next, we have Donnie Darko. Now, speaking of what's on 4K, what's not, we get... Yeah, we do. We get a 4K disc of the original cut and the director's cut of Donnie Darko in this, and then a normal Blu-ray for special features. For some reason, it says DVD, but they're all listed as Blu-ray and 4K. Anyways, this is a fantastic movie. Look at that poster, by the way. There's a great poster if you've seen the movie. But I love Donnie Darko. I watched this just yesterday. One of my favorite things to do now that I have a little physical media collection is if Nicola wants to watch a movie, I'm like, see if anything up there piques her interest, anything sealed. And so she picked this one. So this was sealed until yesterday, but I haven't seen this since I was like 6 or 7. Dude, this is such a cool movie. I fucking love it. And I actually like the effects. I know they obviously look of the time, but I think they kind of work. What I love about this movie is it's essentially like an American Beauty style movie, like a small town where everyone's prying on each other's secrets and everyone's listening to one another. And it deals with a lot of small town, deep, dark, kooky secrets and the way everyone cares about each other's shit. But also while that's going on, you have this insane, horrific, existential... I'm not going to give too much away, but story about paranoia and other things that I won't spoil, but a dark horror sci-fi. It's a good movie. Jake Gyllenhaal, Maggie Gyllenhaal, Drew Barrymore. There's someone else here. Is it Henry Connick Jr.? No, Patrick Swayze. Sorry, my bad. Patrick Swayze's in this. But the ending, you can unpack it so many different ways. Like there's an agreed upon ending, but just in terms of what it means. And on top of that, this is one of the few movies where it's really funny. So this movie came out, it was kind of like Fight Club, misunderstood upon release. People didn't love it initially. And so the director thought like, oh, I released a bad cut. And then everyone started to love the movie. And then he got money down the line to do a director's cut. And everyone was like, oh, we actually like the original cut way more. The director's cut is way too obvious. So it's almost like he got in his own head and made a worse version. So if you're ever going to watch Donnie Darko, watch the original cut. Next, we have Dune Part 1. Now, I love Dune Part 1. I think Dune Part 2 is better, like a lot better, but this is sick. And Dune Part 2 made Dune Part 1 better, in my opinion. Now, I have Part 2 on Steelbook, but I just got this in case I want to watch the movies and I can watch in good quality. And now I am looking for a Steelbook of Dune Part 1. So when I find one, I will get it because I love these movies. And I was going to wait, but then I saw this secondhand for like $6. I'm like, well, at that point, like, what if I want to watch it before number 3 or anything? You know, I don't need to wait for the Steelbook. So yeah, love this movie. Fantastic cast, fantastic effects. This is mostly world building and setup, but I think it's sick world building and setup. And yeah, I always forget Jason Momoa's in this, and he's really good in this. Also, Duncan Idaho, he may as well be called Chattiest Thundercock. Like, what a strange name. Paul was already a strange name, but you've got all these crazy names of like the worms and the planets, and it all sounds really cool and otherworldly. And then you've got some fucking, you know, it's like if a villain was called Texas Steakhouse or something. Like, but yeah, Dune Part 1 is fantastic. And I actually, given how awesome of a payoff Dune Part 2 is, I actually appreciate how slow and measured Dune Part 1 is. And yeah, a lot of it is pretty dense with its world building, but a lot of it you just kind of feel. You know, you're like, that seems that it's upset those characters. Oh, that doesn't seem good. And the more you watch the movies, the more you kind of get on their level. By the way, circling back, I do actually think Do the Right Thing is the only R-rated 4K Blu-ray. Oh, there's one other one. But yeah, crazy. Next, we have Dunkirk. This is my favorite Nolan, at least upon recent rewatch. I actually like it because I think... compared to other Nolan movies where he maybe loses me with some of the schmaltzy, unearned emotion, like clunky emotional stuff. Like Interstellar, I really appreciate, but then there's some stuff where I'm like, what are we doing? Dunkirk is not deceptively simple, deceptively deep. It's a simple movie on surface, but the time stuff's really satisfying. But on top of that, I actually find some of this emotional. There's something, pay attention, but there's something around a blind character at the end of the movie that I found really effective on rewatch. And everything with Barry Keoghan's character and where that goes, and Cillian Murphy's character is emotionally effective. And on top of that, you don't have weird monologues that are over explanatory or annoying. So yeah, as like an hour 40 kind of hypnotic war sequence, I think it's great. Now, if I had it my way, I'd make it a little gorier and a little brutal, like just with its blood. But aside from that, I don't really have any notes. That's really my only note. If it was a little more grittier, it would be perfect. But yeah, really great movie. Next, we have Election. This is probably my top 20 or 30 movies. I don't like... Like, I can laugh. I love some comedies. One of my favorite comedies is Mean Girls. I really love the Jump Street movies, but a lot of those 90s comedies don't work for me. And this is barely working as a 90s comedy. This looks like it should be like a high school kind of Clueless vibe, but look at the rating there. MA for strong coarse language and sex scenes. This is from Alexander Payne, the director of The Holdovers. This is a wonderful, smart, mean-spirited, dark, angry, twisted, hilarious movie. This is as good as it gets. And before I was talking about how like a lot of bro movies are on 4K, but this is like, yo, we got Election on 4K in Australia. Oh my god. This is a fantastic movie. This was to celebrate The Holdovers being released. I absolutely adore this film. And I think I've done a video on it, but I need to do another one. I think it works as such a great allegory for actual election campaigns. It's about a student election and a teacher and a student that start beefing is all I'm going to say. But the way all these characters unfold, I actually think this is better than American Beauty. Like I think this is such a great movie. And equal parts funny and sad and demented. And I think it's really interesting too, because I watched the movie and I know who I side with and who I empathize with. And then I read reviews from the time and it almost feels like people are echoing sort of what the movie was critiquing. Like, I do wonder if the movie came out now, how people would land morally and who they would side with. Because reading old reviews, people are like, fuck this person. I'm like, really, that person? Okay. Next, we have Evil Dead Rise. This was the recent Evil Dead movie. And I really do love the Evil Dead remake from, I think it's Fede Alvarez. That's a fantastic movie. Brutal, mean, horrific, like actually just brutal. And this one's really brutal too. This is R-rated. Whoopsie doopsies. I did just mention Do the Right Thing. It's a fantastic movie, fantastic opening titles. A good bottle movie too, 96 minutes. Apparently they're doing a bunch of these and I would love more of them. This is just a nasty, mean, quick-paced, fucked up horror movie. It doesn't have a whole lot to say. It's not one that's going to like linger with you thematically or emotionally. It is just trying to be a visceral horror experience. And for what it's going for, I think it does it pretty well. I do like the remake better than I like this new... I don't even know what to call it. It's just like a new Evil Dead, but not a remake. Just like a new one. Next, we have Ex Machina. We talked about Alex Garland before. This is his directorial debut. 10 out of 10. This is as good as movies get. I'm sure you all know what it's about. It's the two guys in this macho battle of wits to understand this female robot that one of them has made. It's a test. The whole movie is about like, is AI, does it deserve, humanity? Is that humanity if it's just simulated? Yada, yada, yada. Like it plays with things we've all talked about before, but it just does it so well and it unfolds in such a way where you're like, holy shit. Yeah, it's really good. Next, we have Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket. Just a fantastic movie all the way through to. Do not listen to the people that say the first half is like perfect and the second half sucks. Both parts are perfect. Both parts are necessary. And I actually think if you rewatch it, the way they both work and unfold together is really, really exciting. I love this movie. I love when movies live up to the hype or the reputation. And so far, every Stanley Kubrick film I've seen, I'm like, holy shit. I really love Full Metal Jacket. And I love Full Metal Jacket because it's not just like a typical war movie. It's this really strange, dark, broody. It almost feels like a horror movie. You know, it's framed the same way you frame The Shining. Next, we have The First Gladiator. I'm going to lose my movie snob card here. I've seen Gladiator 2. Haven't seen Gladiator 1. Heard really good things about Gladiator 1. Heard this looks good too. So I will watch it eventually. But I don't know, like Ridley Scott, man. Ridley Scott, like he's made incredible movies. Like I love The Last Duel. I love apparently Thelma and Louise is fantastic. I haven't seen that, but there's a lot of, I love Alien. Has he done other movies? I hated Napoleon. Like it's actually funny how much I hated Napoleon. But Ridley Scott's like a cooked director. All right, next we have the Godfather trilogy. Now you've probably seen, and I would have mentioned before that I have a bunch of box sets up there. I keep box sets there. The reason I'm keeping this with the rest of them is because it's just a flimsy piece of cardboard, and if I can open it, if you open the box, all that comes out is the Godfather movies. So you get bonus discs. You get Godfather 1, Godfather 2, and Godfather 3. Important to note, it's the Coda one, the death of Michael Corleone. So for those of you who don't know, Godfather 3 is notorious for being a notable drop-off from the first two Godfather movies. And then Francis Ford, this comes with an introduction from him, but either Francis Ford or the editor. No, it's re-edited by Francis Ford. So Francis Ford did his own recut of part 3, and he said that's the way it always should have been. And now it's the only... You obviously can buy the Godfather part 3 in places, but this is like... If you buy box sets, this is the one he includes. Now, from what I understand, everyone agrees that the Godfather Part 3 Coda is the better version. So I don't think anyone's annoyed that he's trying to wipe the old version, because it seems like everyone agrees that this version's better. But yeah, I'm probably going to keep these separate because I don't think the little cardboard box adds much. I like things being separate like that. I'll keep this for now. Moving forward, we have the Green Mile. From what I remember, I hate this cover, by the way. Can I just say... If you all know, search up Green Mile poster or DVD, you'll see this beautiful painted, it's like the Shawshank Redemption, but this beautiful painted artwork. And then for the 4K, they're like, yo, what if we just got like the first image that pops up on Google Images? But I do really love the Google Mile. The Google Mile? I do really love the Green Mile, despite Tom Hanks. I actually love this movie. It's fantastic. And I remember liking it better than Shawshank Redemption. How crazy, right, that Stephen King wrote both of those. He's a very, very good writer. Stephen King's, dare I say, is the GOAT. He's real good. Next, we have the Harry Potter 8-film collection. Now, this is one I'm excited to get into. I got this for a steal, by the way, like super cheap. But look at that. Look at that. So this is obviously why I keep it with the rest, because yes, it's a box set, but also they're all individual. So on the shelf, it's just individual movies. Now, I will say, we establish on the box set that these are in HDR. I don't love... Oh my God. I don't love that every single movie has this HDR sticker. It's a shame too, because they did a cool thing with all the box art, right? It's like the hat for number 1, the chamber for number 2, this for number 3, you know, like not bad, right? Not bad. But I don't like that HDR sticker. Also, while I'm here venting about random bullshit, I will also say that I think Harry Potter, especially the first two, right, had those incredible like hand-drawn painted covers, and I would have preferred those. Now, I know these aren't Steelbooks, so we don't get amazing artwork, but yeah, you know, anyways, I do like this box set. I got it for super cheap, and like, it's pretty good. And it also, each one comes with like a Blu Ray copy as well, which is cool. On top of that, the first two, Also have extended director's cuts, which I didn't know existed, so that'll be cool. Next, this is like a film bro must own. We've got Interstellar, similar to 2001: A Space Odyssey though. Like, when am I going to watch this at home instead of IMAX? Because I think this movie doesn't hold together for me as well as it does for like a lot of other people. I probably have this at like a high 7 out of 10. There are parts in this movie, and a lot of this movie I absolutely love. And then I do just think as it goes on, just more and more clunky stuff comes in, and the ending doesn't fully work for me. But like when it's popping off, it's really good. But also, I think a lot of why it pops off and why it works is the visuals and the sound. And look, I'm sure. Look, I watched Dunkirk at home with great sound, and it looked awesome on the TV. So I'm sure this would work as well. But I watched this at IMAX like a week ago, and after doing that, I was like, when am I going to watch this at home? I will always see this at the movies because I think it helps. I think it helps. You know, it's hard to be mad at that movie when it's at IMAX. But you know, we'll see. You know, maybe IMAX will stop showing it. Next, secondhand find, we've got It Part 1. I find It Part 1 really interesting because I remember when it came out, it was like a huge deal, It Part 1. Everyone really, really liked it. The cast was really good. I liked the look of the film. I remember the sound design and the look being really good. This, for me, It and the Smile movies are kind of what I want from kind of mainstream big budget. I mean, Weapons is what I want from mainstream big budget horror, but if not, something like It or Smile 2. I like It as these sort of dark fantasy movies, you know, like if you've read the book, it gets into like real weird universe conquering stuff. Like it's obviously an alien, and they do explore that in the movies a bit, that it's an alien. But you know, I think the idea that it's like infecting the town with hatred is a really cool idea. I remember people really liked this movie, and then they've kind of turned on it over time, which I do think is a little a shame. I don't think this movie is particularly scary, but I think it works as this really demented kids coming of age movie. That's what I enjoy about it. I think, and there's some great sequences and some great performance stuff from Bill Skarsgård. But yeah, the scares don't work for me, but there's some cool shit in there. I love the bit where the blood gets all over the room. And it feels like this metaphor for the young girl going through puberty and the horror that comes with that. And I also like, dude, for a mainstream horror film, like this had some messed up stuff. I remember the dad was like clearly lusting after his own daughter, and there was the kid with Munchausen syndrome, and the mum was all over him. And there was some weird, perverted, strange stuff in here, and some real good violence and some messed up stuff. And I don't know, like I would take more movies like this. It's not perfect, but I remember not minding this. I think the big issue is it's just not particularly scary, but it's funny and it works as this like dark adventure movie for me. And then also secondhand, we have It Part 2, and this one gets real interesting, right? Because the book was bouncing between them in the first cycle when they were young, and then 27 years later when they were adults. And then when you watch It Part 1, it's only kids. So you get to It Part 2 and you expect it to be the adult part. And for the first chunk, and it's a 3-hour movie, a 3-hour horror epic. We've already had a 2-hour or 2-hour 15 horror epic. So we get this 3-hour movie. And the cast is Jessica Chastain, James McAvoy, Bill Hader. Like great cast, right? And then for some reason in this 3-hour epic where they can literally like chew off as much as they want to, get into the world building, get into the crazy universe stuff, all of that, they go, what if we did It Part 1 again? So for some reason, every single adult, when they're enjoying the adult cast, gets a flashback that for some reason wasn't in It Part 1, but it's another flashback to when they were kids and they had a random encounter with the clown that we didn't see in the first part, because I guess everyone liked the kids in the first one, so they were like, we need to bring them back. But it's like now the first movie, like you don't need to see the first movie, you can just watch the second movie, because now it's essentially a 3-hour mini-series where you cover the kid part. So why did you cover the kid part here if in this one you just do it again? But at the same time, there are sequences in here that are absolutely incredible. The giant spider towards the end and the way that's visualized and the spectacle. And there's a great scene where he comes down with the balloons and starts bullying Bill Hader, and it opens with this really awful hate crime, and it's full of really, 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 really interesting stuff. Um, but it's kind of a mess. But I think about both of these movies a lot because I think they're kind of low key, simultaneously great and kind of fucking perplexing. So I can't wait to rewatch them because they look beautiful, they sound beautiful, great performances, great cast for that second one and the first one, all for like a second part that is 50% great and 50% kind of cooked. Next, we have John Wick 4. This is a double. I'll mention the Steelbook section. I got a great Steelbook for John Wick 4, and then it broke in shipping. So they sent me this one with this gorgeous slipcover. This kind of sums up my issue with 4K Blu ray slipcovers. 4K Blu ray artwork, right? Look how beautiful that is. Great artwork, yeah? And my issue with modern day movie posters. Then underneath the slipcover, we get the normal poster for John Wick 4, which is the most boring thing you've ever seen compared to this, right? Because he goes to Japan in this movie. Why do posters need to be so boring? Why can't this be the main poster for John Wick 4? John Wick 4 is my favorite though. John Wick 4, look, John Wick 1 has the best like inciting incident story. It's easy to get behind, but John Wick 4 is just such good action spectacle. All right, next we have King Kong. Thankfully, this came with the extended edition on disc, so that was really exciting. I'd never seen the extended edition. Like there's some cool stuff in the extended edition. There's some cool character stuff that is better than the original, but also there's just weird shit, right? Like they have like a dinosaur action scene before the first dinosaur action scene, but the first dinosaur action scene in the original one is still framed as the first dinosaur action scene. So in the original film, they see the long necks and they're like, "Oh my god, there's dinosaurs here." And then the extended edition, they see dinosaurs before then and fight them, but then you have the scene later and they still act like it's yeah. So it's not perfect, but the extended edition also makes Jack Black's character a little more sinister and evil, which I really appreciated. People rag on this movie a lot. They say it takes too long to get to the island. I watched this 6 months ago. And I just thought, like, wow, this is like an epic. Sure, it's a little long. Sure, it's a little. Nah, fuck it. I thought this was epic. I will not be taking any more questions. I thought the bug scene was fantastic. I thought all the King Kong effects were pretty awesome. And it was just some of the dinosaur effects didn't hold up. But that's okay. Next, we have Jim Henson's Labyrinth with David Bowie. Still sealed with a little slipcover like the Dark Crystal. Haven't seen it yet. Can't comment. So when I watch it, I'll either sell it or if I like it, I'll keep it. But I think I will like them. There's probably a reason they're here. Next, we have The Last Duel starring Matt Damon, Ben Affleck. Who's the other guy? Fucking Adam Driver and Jodie Comer. Yo. I love this movie. I fucking love this movie. I think this is so good. This is Ridley Scott. This might be, I'll need to go through the list, but this might be my favorite Ridley Scott movie. I thought this was just fantastic. It's one of the few times I've actually seen unreliable narrator used in a movie well. Yeah, everyone's going to shout out Fight Club, but a lot of times when people talk about unreliable narrator, I'm like, did the movie just do a bad job? But no, this is like full on unreliable narrator at times. This is a great movie. What made me laugh so hard? So the central predicament, if you don't know, is that a woman is SA'd by someone, and then that someone needs to fight with her husband for a battle to the death. And if her husband loses this fight with her assaulter, she also dies. So it's like a battle of male egos that will result in the victim being punished by... It's a great movie. It all leads to this incredible The Last Duel. And that's fucking insane. But it's just a great, great movie. But what makes me laugh is I remember Chris Stuckman in his review was dead ass sitting there being like, this is a great movie. I can't believe this movie is not making money. And I'm like, okay, let's be objective here, buddy. This is a movie where you watch the same story play out 3 times from 3 different perspectives. Sort of like a Rashomon approach to an extent. But you watch a woman get assaulted like 2 or 3 times in long, long takes from 3 different perspectives. Like, no, that's not exactly a fucking good first date movie. That's not a crowd pleaser that kids are going to see. Like, no, I'm not surprised that movie didn't do gangbusters at the box office. But in saying that, I love the movie. Next, we have Longlegs. Everyone knows what Longlegs is. It was like the big horror movie of like last year or the year before. Straight 7 out of 10. Love this cover, by the way. Real good cover. Like, fantastic cover. And that's the thing with Longlegs. Like, great cover, great trailer. Now I need to vent about this movie. If you buy the Blu Ray of this movie, you get a bunch of special features. If you buy the 4K, which is more expensive, you get audio commentary, and that's it. No special features. And I accidentally played the audio commentary because the menu was really hard to navigate. And it was funny. Osgood Perkins is just like, yeah, like all I heard was, I was watching the movie. I'm like, oh, time for an atmospheric horror movie. And Osgood Perkins comes in and he's like, yeah, we didn't end up needing too many studios. So there's not too many studio logos here. That's pretty good. But yeah, Longlegs is interesting. Similar to Boy and the Heron. This is like a movie that I came out lukewarm on, 6 to a 7 out of 10. But once a month, I just have this intense urge to watch it again. I'm like, maybe there's something I missed here. Maybe, because I can't stop thinking about some of the visuals and like, I kind of wanted the ending to land for me. And on paper, it should have landed, but it didn't fully. But like, then I think about Nicolas Cage and I think how good he was and how good the visuals were and how good the sound was. And I'm like, maybe there's something there. So I feel like this is a movie I'm going to watch once a year until I can make up my mind as to whether it's actually a hidden gem or whether I'm like, no, I was right the first time. But I do think it says something good about the movie, the fact that I keep going, yeah, maybe it was kind of good. Maybe it was kind of good. Next, all right, now we shouted out Via Vision we shout out Via Vision. What are we shouting out for? We shout out Via Vision for the American Psycho one. We're about to sham out again. Look at these guys, right? I told off Dr. Sleep for not including a direct. Look at this. We got Stephen King's The Mist with this stunning artwork. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God. Every time I see this artwork, it does what good artworks and posters should do. What does it do, ladies and gentlemen? It makes me want to watch this fucking movie. Look at that. Look at that. Now, the thing with The Mist is it was notorious for, like, not notorious, sorry. It didn't have the world's biggest budget and therefore it didn't have the world's best effects for the type of story it was telling. But Frank Darabont, the director of Shawshank Redemption and Green Mile, did he do both of them? Let me check. Anyway, so Frank Darabont always said that this was meant to be in black and white and the effects look better in black and white. And what do you know? Look at this edition. I didn't even know this before buying it. We get 2 discs, all right? First disc is in color on 4K, and brace yourself. Second disc, black and white, 4K as well. Not one Blu-ray, both 4K, 2 versions of the movie. How good? How good? And on top of that, The Mist is great. It's another great little Stephen King setup where there's a random mist falls over the town. Oh my God, what's in the mist? Let's go check. Oh my God, it's horrifying Lovecraftian monsters. What do we do? And just where that movie goes is absolutely wonderful. Just a great little genre film. Next, we have Mother, Darren Aronofsky's Mother. Get rid of these HDR. They're not even stickers, man. They're just like part of the artwork. And it's a shame because the artwork's good. I love Mother with all my heart. Now, this is actually a double. I have a sealed copy of Blu-ray, so that's going to a good home. But I love Mother. The less you know, the better. I love that this movie was marketed as like this like generic crazy haunted house movie, and you watch it and it's way more than that. But like the less you know, the better. But this is a pretty fucking insane, fucked up, great little movie. And I think if A24 released it now, people would really like it. Frankly, I actually think it was a bit ahead of its time and people weren't ready for it. And I was sitting there like, yeah, that was amazing. Next we have Nightmare Alley. All right, so this is like the type of 4K Blu-ray I hate to own for a couple of reasons. One, this is Fox Searchlight. Now, Fox Searchlight essentially anything that Fox Searchlight does goes straight to Disney Plus, and Disney Plus has a pretty good 4K compression algorithm. Basically meaning like it's pretty much as good as streaming will look. This is a movie that I took a swing on in the buy two get one free, and look, I need to revisit it eventually. Maybe one day it'll click. It's Guillermo del Toro, but fuck me, man. Like I was watching this, and Bradley Cooper's character is like a fucking video game protagonist. Like, you know, in video games, you like talk up, you'll like walk up to someone and just stand there, and then they'll be like, "Hello, traveler, what can I do for you?" And then you just kind of stand there silent, and then they go, "I guess you want to go to the armory. Let me take you there." That is like a lot of the dialogue in this movie, just like Bradley Cooper standing there, and then characters for some reason just like NPCing and helping him, and. But yeah, the reason I don't love this is a like the Blu-ray itself has no special features. It looked and sounded fine, but I am just wondering, like, I may as well just watch this on Disney Plus. Frankly, this is one of the few times I've been like, given the presentation, given the lack of special features, given the fact that it's on 4K straight away on Disney, like, and the movie itself isn't one that I'm like, oh, I need to have that on. Yeah, fucking whatever. Like, to be fair, I fell asleep, and I never fall asleep in movies. I fell asleep in that one. Maybe it caught me on a bad day, but I need to revisit it. Next, we have No Time to Die. Yeah, like not as good as Casino Royale or Skyfall, but if this was like a Mission Impossible movie, it'd be one of the best. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a really good, solid action movie. It looks beautiful. Some really great sequences, some really good practical sets. Rami Malek's fine. Leia Seydoux is pretty solid. Sorry, I'm recording this late. Leia Seydoux is pretty solid. Daniel Craig turns in good performance. There's just one thing, and I can't get into it without spoilers, but there's something they do towards the end of the movie that could have been emotional and interesting, but they executed so, frankly, dude bro-ish and over the top and silly that it's just... All right, then we have Nope. For me, this is Jordan Peele's best. I saw this at IMAX recently. I thought this was absolutely fantastic. This is Jordan Peele taking on sci-fi concepts, but every single character, every single idea here is just so interesting. And I think, look, I was, you know what? I'll admit it. I was overwhelmed at first. I was overwhelmed when I first saw the movie, but I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. I think it's fantastic. Just a great movie. And the less you know about it, the better. Next, we have Parasite. What can I say about Parasite? Now, I got this in a special edition like box set that I shouldn't have thrown out the box, but it comes with Parasite in 4K, and then it comes with Parasite black and white. And you're like, I got really excited, but the black and white version is on normal Blu-ray, not 4K. Which maybe the argument you could make is there's no HDR color stuff, but like I would have liked that on 4K. The Mist could do that for me, and that cost like $30. The Parasite Special Edition cost way more than that, and they give me a Blu-ray disc. What are we doing? But sorry, circling back to Parasite, like one of the best movies ever, and most people aren't going to argue on that. In fact, no one's going to argue on that. It's a great movie. Like, go in knowing nothing, but yeah, it's like goated. It's like literally top 10, like literally one of the best movies of all time. Next, we have The Pianist. Now, this is a movie I was worried about. You know those movies that you hear a lot about? They have a big place in like film bro pop culture, and then you're like, it's probably going to be a boring period piece, dry, boring war movie. This is a really good movie. It's a really good movie. It's made by a piece of shit dude, Roman Polanski. But it's a great movie. So, it's a tough moment when that happens. Like, I watched this movie when I was young on my own accord. No one was making me watch this. I just turned it on a random Tuesday before my like prefrontal cortex was even properly developed. So, you run a risk when you watch movies during that time. And I thought it was just fantastic. And again, shame Roman Polanski is a piece of shit. Next, we have Possession. Oh my God. First off, shout out Umbrella. I think this is the first 4K I've got from Umbrella. Shout out Umbrella. They are the kings of home media releases. They are crush it. And they're an Australian company, I believe, but they've been popping out great stuff. And Possession. Look, it's not perfect. There's one thing I would change about this movie, and if that change was there, this would be a 10 out of 10. This is a wicked, exciting, insane. Oh my god, it feels so ahead of its time. Look at that artwork. I can't believe it. I absolutely love this movie. I think it's absolutely wicked, and the stuff in this movie is sick. It's a possession movie. All right, there's a couple that is trying to get a divorce or break up, and then while they're doing that, the woman gets possessed. It's a possession movie, and might be the possession movie, minus one little subplot that I would have cut or changed. Next, we have Quantum of Solace. This is one of the duddier Daniel Craig movies. I think I just got this because I want to have the collection. Again, like, if we want to be charitable, if this was just like a standard action movie, maybe we'd like it a bit more. We'd be like, oh yeah, it's not bad. But just should have been better after Casino Royale, you know? But I will say, this is one of the best trailers I've ever seen. Find the trailer where it's like dun 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 dun. Just keeps getting better and better. The trailer's amazing. Movie's fine. Shout out Umbrella again. Now they do these incredible box sets. They did the You Were Never Really Here box set up there. And in these box sets, you'll get a Blu-ray that also comes in a slipcover, and then it's in a giant box. So you get like so many different artworks. So this, if I open this, would have a different artwork under the slipcover. Amazing slipcover of The Raid. Love The Raid. Maybe one of the best action movies ever. Like, probably the best action movie ever for pure action, next to probably John Wick 4. This is, and Kill Bill, I reckon. But this is as good as it gets. If you like action, watch The Raid. The best action ever. And it just keeps going and going and going and going and going. It just, like, I can't say anything more. It's The Raid. It's got amazing action. Next, we have Ran. Now, this is still sealed because I haven't seen this, and I will watch this. I have been getting through Akira Kurosawa. Is it Akira Kurosawa? And I loved Rashomon. I quite liked Seven Psychopaths, not as much as, sorry, not Seven Psychopaths, Seven Samurai. But I didn't like it as much as other people. But I've heard Ran is really good, so we'll be keen to watch that. Next, we have Rambo First Blood. I haven't seen Rambo First Blood. I purely got this because it was free in one of the deals. And my friend told me I should watch Rambo, so it's there. And if I don't like it, I will be getting rid of it because I don't need that. Next, we have a funny one. So this was a freebie. This is a funny one because this is like, for most people, like a straight 6 out of 10. I saw this randomly. I know no one saw this. I saw this randomly because me and my friend just needed something to do. And I really enjoyed it. It's a fucked up, it borderline stupid, but also kind of really well made at times and viscerally violent at times and consistently entertaining. It's not perfect, but I remember I saw it and I kind of really liked it. And it was 2 hours and 20 minutes. It went by really fast. Next, we have The Ring. This is one of the movies I watched with my mum. My mum used to get me into horror movies and really messed up movies when we were younger. But I love The Ring. I also really like this packaging. I normally really hate the standard 4K Blu-ray packaging, but this is great packaging. Just make a great steelbook. But The Ring, dude, like, I reckon so many modern A24 horror films owe stuff to The Ring. Look, I haven't seen it in 10 years. Maybe it doesn't hold up, but from what I remember, this was a great horror movie. Like, one of the best, one of the OGs. Next, I know Mark Commode doesn't like that remake, though. Next, we have Rosemary's Baby. Now, I've heard Hereditary owes a lot to Rosemary's Baby. I haven't seen Rosemary's Baby, hence why it's still sealed. Love this artwork, though. Yeah, horror movies get really good artwork, even just for standard editions, but very excited to watch Rosemary's Baby. Very bad I haven't seen it. Next, we have The Shawshank Redemption. I shit-talked The Green Mile before. Look at that. Look at that. We all know there's like good posters, like hand-drawn posters for Green Mile and Shawshank Redemption. What is this? Brother, what is that? Also, no comments about how I look like the guy. I don't want to hear it. Next, we have The Shining. Great artwork. Great artwork. Look at that. Love me some good artwork. And you know what else I love? The Shining, from what I remember. But I am due for a rewatch. I remember really liking The Shining. It didn't blow me away as much as other Kubrick movies the first time I watched them, but also might have been a thing because I saw the Simpsons Treehouse of Horror parody beforehand. I knew all the beats, and maybe I was just watching it for like a normal horror movie instead of this cerebral thing. I watched it when I was quite young compared to these other movies. Right, so we're nearly done with the 4K Blu-rays. Next we got Skyfall. I think I prefer Casino Royale now, but for a while Skyfall was my favorite Bond movie and favorite Daniel Craig Bond movie. Next we have The First Smile. Look, this isn't perfect. I prefer subtle, sadder, meaner horror, but in terms of like fun teenage audience horror, this is pretty good. Like, it sounds great, it looks really great, it's a fun enough premise. The opening little bit is really good, and if it wasn't for Smile 1, we wouldn't get Smile 2, and Smile 2 is a fun horror banger. All right, like, again, it's not Bring Her Back, it's not Hereditary, but in terms of like mainstream horror movies, you've got a great lead performance in this from Naomi Scott. She plays a pop star. You get great sequences of just being a pop star that reminded me of the few good moments in The Idol. It's a really fun, good, well-made movie, and I remember this one in particular sounds amazing. And there's this cool little thing on the soundtrack where they cut up her screams and make it like this weird trippy thing. Next, we have Spider-Man 1. Love Spider-Man 1. Love Willem Dafoe. Love Tobey Maguire. Like I love everything about this movie. This is one of the few movies, though, I would be fine if they wanted to George Lucas it ever so slightly. If they want to give us a version where they go into this movie and just fix up an occasional shot from the distance where they have like rubber CGI for Spider-Man's face or something, sure. Give it a go. You know, AI can probably do that in 2 seconds. The reason I say that is Spider-Man 2, I think, is a perfect superhero film. But there's one shot where he's like holding onto the train. If you look closely, his face is all like rendered on and weird, PS2 graphics style. Feel free to fix it. You know, like don't do anything else. Don't make anything more CGI. Because everything else looks great. The reason I say that is the effects in this look absolutely fantastic for the most part. Oh my god! And the when Doc Ock wakes up scene and kills everyone, amazing. All the doctors, just fantastic. Next we have Spider-Man 3. So if I have the first two at like a 5 out of 5 or a 4.5 out of 5, depending which one that we're talking about, Spider-Man 3 is probably about a 4. Every time I rewatch Spider-Man 3 as I've got older, I think it gets better. I appreciate how dark it gets, how weird it gets. The only thing I can't stand is I think you could have actually wrote it in a way where it makes sense that the symbiote came back to him. Like maybe the astronaut guy from number 2 gets in a fight with Toby and he has the venom already, so then Toby gets it. But my issue with this movie is it's just way too convenient. It's just way too convenient that this guy that already got bit by a super spider also is just hanging around and a meteor crashes and he gets the venom suit. It's a writing thing I can't get past. And I know people are going to be like, oh, Marshall, you can buy that he has superpowers, but he can't get lucky. And I'm like, no, I can't. But aside from that, I actually pretty much like everything in this movie. I like Venom. I like Sandman. I like Harry. Yeah, I could spend more time with them maybe, but each time I rewatch this movie, I just like it a little more, and I actually think it's kind of cool how dark and twisted it gets. Next, we have Into the Spider-Verse. Fantastic movie. No notes. It's just fantastic. Like, incredible animation, incredible humor, incredible action, just everything about it. Next, we have the next one, Across the Spider-Verse. I think I might like this one better. I'll need to rewatch them both, but the parts in this I really love. Like I love the Spot villain and all the time we spend with him and his origin story. Next, we have something I did sign tricky here. We've got The Substance, which was my favorite movie of last year. Maybe one of my all-timers. So this is an incredible slipcover. But the slipcover came on the Blu Ray. I found the Blu Ray secondhand. So I got the Blu Ray secondhand. So I've got it back there, which I need to sell. But I've put the Blu Ray slipcover with this little serum and this back cover. Love this slipcover. I've put it on the 4K that I have. And the 4K also has really great artwork. The 4K has is it Sue? That's her name. It's got Sue. But you can reverse the sleeve here, and you can reverse it, and then it becomes Demi Moore. So you can pick which one it is. Like it flips inside out. But yeah, anyways, so if it wasn't for finding this slipcover, it would have just been Sue. But I found this slipcover from the Blu-ray, and I put on the 4K. The substance it's a perfect movie. It's a perfect movie. One of those great movies where you're like, oh, what if they did this? Or what if a character did this? And you're like, oh, surely they won't do that. And they just keep doing it. Like, I literally was seeing that being like, okay, so what if this character did, oh, they're doing that. Oh, what if they, like, and every time you're like, oh, they can't do more. It can't get worse. They can't do more. They just keep doing more. I love the title. I love the font. You know, this is a movie that gets people that don't even care about movies that much talking. You know, like, my sister just kind of casually watches movies, but she was like, I think that's like my favorite movie. And she's like, I think that's like, I love how it looks. Like, that's my favorite movie in terms of how it looks. And yeah, like, dude, and like, this had massive mainstream crossover appeal as well. Just great movie. Great movie. Fuck. Speaking of great movies, we have Sweeney Todd. Now, this is one I'm glad made it to 4K. Probably my favorite movie musical. Easily my favorite Tim Burton. The song numbers in this are, oh my God, the song numbers in this sound incredible. And dude, Johnny Depp got nominated for an Oscar for this, and like rightfully so. Helena Bonham Carter is incredible. Like, oh my God, I love this movie. Every performance is great. The soundtrack's cooking. Look, oh my God, I love Sweeney Todd. Next we have Talk to Me. Not too much to say about this. Fantastic Australian horror movie. I do like Bring Her Back Better, but this is great. And that whole, everyone's going to talk about it when they say it, but that whole equivalent of taking drugs scene where they're all doing the hand at a party, dude, as good as it gets. Now, I do think in the middle it just starts to feel like a bit of a generic horror movie, but it brings you right back at the end. Great ending, great opening, decent middle. But yeah, this is fantastic. Next we have Thesis. This is from Umbrella as well. Great little slipcover. Haven't seen it. Can't tell you much about it. Buy one, get one free. We'll check it out though. And I'm trusting Umbrella on that one. Next we have John Carpenter's The Thing. Look, so many people I respect and love give this 10 out of 10. I really, really loved it. I was at an 8 out of 10 though. I did like Alien a little better, but the effects here are fantastic. And I love the ending better than Alien's ending. I think the ending here is fantastic. I thought the journey there occasionally was a little like, all right, sure. But this is a really great movie. This is like an essential horror movie, science fiction movie to watch. Really great. Next, we have 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. This might be, I need to rewatch it, but for a while, this was in my like top 10 movies of all time. It's probably my top 20 to top 50 now. I know people have kind of turned on this movie, and I think they're being a little uncharitable. I think this movie does have its heart in the right place. I know you can have cynical takes on this movie in terms of its race related, like not even cynical. Like, I know you can question its takes on racial injustice, but I personally think it depends on how you take the story. I personally think this is a story that is dealing with flawed characters, and I don't think the movie is trying to come up with excuses for them, but I know a lot of people thought the movie was trying to come up with excuses for them, and that's where they took issue. But I never thought that certain characters in this were redeemed, and I thought it was just an examination of this type of person. But regardless, I love 3 Billboards. I think it's fantastic. I think it's a really interesting story, genuinely a surprising story in a really good way. And yeah, I love this movie. Fantastic performances from these 3. And yeah, I think it has a lot to say. But yeah, I guess if you think it's saying one thing, why you'd be rubbed the wrong way, but I don't think it's saying that thing. Next we have Training Day. This is an underrated movie. Denzel Washington won an Oscar for it. Ethan Hawke is fantastic. This is a great, dark cop crime. This is such a good movie. If you haven't seen this, people don't talk about this enough. I love Training Day. And Antoine Fuqua is a really underrated director in my opinion. Next we have M. Night Shyamalan's Trap. This is a hilarious movie to me because M. Night's been on this spree of funny bad movies that people think are masterpieces, and people love Trap, man, and I love Trap. It's goofy, it's silly, it's cheesy, it's kind of a a father-daughter movie, sorry. It's kind of cooked, but it's funny. It's wonderfully shot, by the way. It's shot by the same guy that did Challenges. This looks incredible. The story is cooked. The story's crispy. If you've seen the movie, you know what I mean. But the story's cooked. It's just kind of hilarious. I mean, look at that poster. Come on, man. It's such a funny movie. And it depends whether you think it's intentional or not. But either way, I just think it's really fun. Like, yeah, like it's kind of like schlock, but knowing schlock. Yeah. Next we have Viva Vendetta. I haven't seen this. Blind Buy. Again, a buy one, get one free. I know Nicola said she watched it and really liked it, so definitely curious about this one. Next we have Vanilla Sky. This was another freebie. Haven't watched this. Heard very mixed things, so we'll see about that one. Next we have Watchmen, the Ultimate Cut. I got this secondhand. All right, hot take. I think this is one of the best superhero movies of all time. This is in my top 5. Love the graphic novel too. I don't agree with people that think this assaulted the graphic novel. I read the graphic novel first. Watch this. Love this. I love the theatrical. I love the director's cut, and I love the ultimate cut that includes the animated movie. Look at the visuals, man. Even just look at it here. The visuals in this movie. The movie looks incredible. It sounds incredible. Great performances. And Zack Snyder was just cooking with all gas. Like the studio just must have given him an absolute truckload of money. I remember watching all the special features, and they actually built the spaceship. They did so much crazy stuff. All the performances are great. The costume designs are great. Everything looks and feels so good, and it's this epic gargantuan. Like, he really went for it too. Like, there's a lot to chew on in this movie. And if you haven't read the comic, like, I know you can chalk that up to the original source material, but like the fact that they just threw this into a 4-hour movie, and for general audiences, a 2.5-hour movie, just dropped it at them and went, yep, process that. Like, it's so dense. I love it. I love it. And the opening murder scene into the kind of going through the eras, the alternate history with the superheroes in the opening credits is kind of like extraordinary filmmaking. And so much of that movie has extraordinary filmmaking. It does have some schlock. Yes, they do add a bunch of action and revel in like action and sex, where the comic is more of a critique of that. But I think you still get the critique while also just occasionally you get a pretty sick action scene. And you know what? If that's the cost for getting a great movie, I can handle it, you know? Next we have War for the Planet of the Apes. It might be my least favorite of the 3, but I need to rewatch them all because I've heard this one, like, some people really, really love this one. But for my money, I remember Dawn of the Planet of the Apes being the best one. But I do really like all 3. Next we have Wicked. I think I have a steelbook on the way for this, so I might keep this sealed and give it away or sell it. I really like Wicked though. I do think the last 30 minutes drop off a little. I think its first 2 hours are absolutely flawless. And the last 30 minutes gets a little CGI goopy. The flying doesn't look great. I think it should have ended when she goes, end there, but instead they continue. And on top of that, like the Defying Gravity song on iTunes, like this version is fantastic, but when you watch in the movie, it just keeps stopping, and then she flies around and then starts again and it's like it completely ruins the momentum. But aside from that, these minor nitpicks, for 80 to 85% of this runtime, this is as good as it gets, man. It's just that last 30 minutes. And it's a shame because that's when you get Defying Gravity. And then finally, my last 4K Blu-ray is Widows from Steve McQueen. Glad this is on 4K Blu-ray. I love Steve McQueen. I need to rewatch this, so I'm glad I have this. I remember liking it a fair bit, like probably a 7 out of 10, but I keep hearing people talk about how great it is, and I'm like, I do need to revisit it, so I'm looking forward to revisiting that. All right, we will now move on to standard Blu-rays. Thank you.
I just woke up, but we're going to continue with the collection. You can see I put the 4Ks back. Now we've got the standard Blu-rays, right? The Blu-rays, right? OG Blu-rays. The thing with OG Blu-rays is you then run into this predicament, right? Obviously, ideally, if I'm going to buy anything new, I will get the 4K version, but not everything gets the 4K treatment. Some of them get normal Blu-rays. Even now, like even new ones get like normal Blu-rays, or there are like older movies or indie movies that probably just never going to get a 4K release. So the best physical version you can own is a normal Blu-ray. Now, where you run into issues is when iTunes has like a 4K master of something that isn't on 4K, like on physical media, right? Because then it's like, well, is the 4K version I can download on iTunes better than the Blu-ray? And the issue is it's kind of like a 50-50 split. Sometimes it is. Sometimes, there's some movies I've watched on 4K on iTunes that look incredible, and then some of them look a little whatever. But at the same time, if you Google it, some people will be like, oh yeah, like Blu-ray, even just 1080p Blu-ray will beat a 4K stream every single time. And I find that is about a 50-50 split. Sometimes they look better, sometimes they don't. But yeah, so a lot of these movies will probably be replaced if a 4K version comes out. A lot of these have been hand-me-downs. A lot of them have been gifts. But there are also some movies where I'm like, you know what? All that needs is Blu-ray and it looks good enough and I'm just glad to own it. So we'll go through it. First off, we've got this really nice edition of Alien, the first Alien. Love Alien. Love Alien. Like a great movie. Unquestionably holds up. And I really like this artwork too. I think it's the same under the slipcover. Yeah, it is. This is no. Is this an anniversary edition? No. Anyways, you get a director's cut and a normal cut. And another reason to have Blu-rays is you get all these special features, right? That's also like a main selling point, which we'll talk about as we go. But yeah, Alien's a great movie. Love the packaging. Fantastic movie. So Alien, yep. And Alien in Australia doesn't have a 4K release. I know there is a 4K release in general, but until it comes down to like a local JB Hi-Fi, I'm not that much of an Alien fan that I'm going to order the 4K online yet. I'll just wait till it pops up in stores somewhere. Same with Aliens. Love Aliens. One of the greatest sequels ever. Again, great special features. This is one I would love to have on 4K, but again, we'll wait. I'm sure they're going to release like a massive 4K box set for Alien, so maybe I'll just grab that when it comes out. Next we have Alien 3 from David Fincher. This is still sealed. No, this is still sealed. That's because I have not seen this movie and I will need to. I think it's the only David Fincher film I haven't seen, so I need to watch it. Next, this is where we get interesting, right? Because I don't like owning TV shows. I just don't think there's particularly much point, and the effort cost kind of comes a little annoying. You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to binge watch a show, it is a bit more tempting to just do it through a streaming service, especially with a show like this, right? This is on Disney Plus. It's The People versus O.J. Simpson. Fantastic miniseries, by the way. Get through the first episode. The first episode's a little clunky and it feels like a real like straight to TV schlocky thing. But once it gets into the court case, this is one of the best shows you'll ever watch. Like, just get to the court case, all right? Because once it gets into that, it's amazing. But yeah, this comes with a nice little slipcover. I kind of don't know why I bought this. Like, when am I ever going to go to the effort to watch this on Blu-ray and not just like on my iPad if I'm like on a plane or something? But maybe I did it because this folds out and you get a timeline of the case, which is something when you like see it advertised, you're like, that's so cool, collector's edition. But now I look at it and I'm like, dude, who gives a fuck? When am I ever going to read this? On top of that, if I'm going to read this, why wouldn't I just watch the show? Like, what are we doing? Anyways, great show though. And yeah, that is a good example of the predicament, right? Because it's in 1080p Blu-ray and it's on Disney Plus in 4K. Like, which one am I going to watch? The only way to know I've made the right decision is compare the pair. I will say, I do think the sound is usually better on a Blu-ray disc, like more immersive, more surround, whether it's just because I'm playing it through a proper player or whatever, but I do find the sound with my sound setup is better. Now, here we have Anora. I mentioned before that this cover is better. Look, it's a red Blu-ray box. How sick. And I actually think the front cover is better than the other one. I'm going to double check that the special features are the same. It looks like It will be. The special features aren't great. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to put the 4K disc in this case, put this in the 4K collection, and then probably give away my other version of Enora, is what I think I will do. So I have the 4K version in the good box. But that was a good find at a secondhand store for like $5. I'm like, you know what? I like that movie enough that I would like a better case for it. Next, we have Antichrist. This is actually a double. I do have Antichrist as part of the Lars von Trier box set up there. It's one of my favorite movies. Very like, you know how people are like, oh, it's a pretty messed up movie. No, this is like a proper messed up movie. Look at this fantastic artwork, by the way. This is where like Blu-ray collecting comes low-key a little cool. Like you have great artwork on the front here, especially if you've seen the movie. Also, pretty sick artwork on the back as well. I love the reviews on the back. Do you get any special features? No, you don't. You don't get any special features. But this is one where it's like, yes, it is part of a box set on an individual disc, but I like having like a physical copy of this in a case. And if I'm ever going to watch Antichrist, even though that box set's there, I'll probably grab this one. You know, there's something nice about popping it open. No disc art, but yeah, love Antichrist. I actually think it's a really, really effective horror psychological thriller. I don't even know how to describe it. But it's a great movie. And Lars von Trier has been cooking for like 2 to 3 decades straight, you know? Dogville's amazing. Breaking the Waves is amazing. I really like Nymphomaniac. Antichrist is great. Yeah, he's just good. Next, we have The Apprentice. This is one I wish was in 4K. This is the Donald Trump biopic, sort of, but like it's just a great movie starring Jeremy Strong and Sebastian Stan. I hesitate to say it's a biopic because it's not exactly like a celebration or like a Booyah origin story. It's this like dark, demented, like nasty version of Succession following Sebastian Stan in what should have won the Oscar. Like I'm happy with The Brutalist winning the Oscar for Best Actor, but Sebastian Stan was similarly good. But Jeremy Strong gave in probably my favorite performance of the year in this as Roy Cohn. This is a fantastic movie. This is probably one of the most underrated movies you're going to see, and I had to own it. Now, my thing is, I would love a 4K version of this. I have this on iTunes in 4K, HDR, blah, 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 blah. I remember it looked amazing, so I am wondering if this is going to look as good. But I'm so glad to, like, own this. I think the poster, by the way, is just amazing. But, yeah, I love this movie. This is one of my favorites of last year, and I think criminally underseen, criminally under-talked about. You know, sometimes it feels like the Academy and people in general just wouldn't know a good movie if it slapped them in the face. Next, we have Argo. This is a Best Picture winner. We have Argo, an extended cut. Now, an extended cut for a Best Picture winner makes me kind of laugh. You know, like, if your theatrical cut won Best Picture, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, normally extended cuts get me excited if they're, like, cult movies that might have been limited by the studio, but I mean, yeah, there's an extended cut. Look, this is a good Best Picture win. I think there were better movies that year, but I'm not mad at this one winning. No one talks about this, which I'm actually okay with. I kind of get it to an extent, but I guess my issue with Argo is there are worse movies that have won Best Picture that people talk about more, and this one seems forgotten with time. And it's just it's a well-made movie, but also it's kind of like one of those movies where it's like, if you're going to recommend people a movie to watch on movie night, it's never going to be your first pick, but you have to watch it eventually. But it is good. It is good. And Ben Affleck is actually a pretty good director. I just wish he had more of a style. You know, the usual mark of a Ben Affleck movie, a Ben Affleck directed movie, is just the fact that Ben Affleck stars in it. Like, do you get what I mean? He doesn't have much of a directorial style. Next, we have The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford. Apparently, Brad Pitt and Casey Affleck are amazing in this. Haven't seen this. This is a hand-me-down. I think it might be my dad's or something. I don't know if he ever watched it, but I do need to watch it. Apparently it's great. This is the type of movie that probably would be really good on 4K, from what I understand. I think it's shot by Roger Deakins. But yeah, I haven't seen it. If there's a 4K version and I like what I see, I might get it. Next, we have Audition by Takashi Miike. It's Mike Takashi. This is a movie that didn't quite live up to the hype for me, but I think if I went in knowing nothing, I would have been pretty impressed. Like, I have this at about a 7 out of 10, but I really wanted it to be a 9 or a 10 out of 10. But it's really good. It's this demented, slow burn, psychological thriller, horror. It's kind of about gender dynamics, and Yeah, it's good. It's good. I think the poster's given away too much, by the way. Like, what are you doing? But this is a good movie. I think it's from. I want to say it's Japanese. Yeah, it's a Japanese horror movie. Again, shout out to they're covered here, but shout out to Umbrella for doing these great releases of like international horror movies and indie horror movies. Like, I'm so glad I have this. And the fact that it's sealed, I'm gonna like revisit it. But yeah, Umbrella just pumps out. Like, if you go to JB Hi-Fi, you just get all the dad movies, and then Umbrella will be there coming in clutch with your like weird, freaky cult movies that you're like, oh my god, I can't believe they have that. And most of the time, I go, oh my god, I can't believe they have that. It's because of Umbrella. Next, we have Babylon. I got this secondhand. This is a movie I've mentioned a couple times. Movies where it's like I don't fully love them on first watch, but they just sit in the back of my brain. I'm like, God, I can't stop thinking about that. Maybe that movie did something right. Maybe I need to revisit. Babylon is one of those. I came out of this being like, this was the best 7 out of 10 ever. But as I've just like sat on it, like literally once a week, I'm like, maybe that's an 8 out of 10. Maybe that's a 9 out of 10. So I need to rewatch it. Now this is the predicament, right? I have this on iTunes. It costs $3, which was a great deal for a 3-hour movie in 4K HDR. And this only has a Blu-ray release, at least here in Australia. And which one should I watch? Because if the Blu-ray is good, and sometimes Blu-rays don't look good. If the Blu-ray is good, like I'll want to watch it on Blu-ray. But yeah, this is a great movie, and I think it'll be a cult classic over time. But yeah, I do need to revisit it, and I would love to like. I'm hoping I revisit it and go, oh my God, I like see the vision. Next, we have a Oscar winner for Best Picture. We have Birdman. This was a secondhand find as well for like $3. Is the disc in here? Yes, the disc is in here. This is a really good movie, and it's a movie I watched before I think my brain had like fully developed. So I feel like revisiting this will be like a first time watch. But I know this is a Best Picture winner that people think was a really cool, exciting choice. So I can't wait to watch it again. I'm like looking at the back of this, getting real hyped. And I know this was like a turning point for Emma Stone's career. Yeah, can't wait to watch it. Now, did Michael Keaton win Best Actor this year, or was that for The Revenant, for Leo? But anyways, I remember this being a really great movie about fame and the movie industry. And normally movies about the movie industry, I find a little cringe. This one's good. And this one's about like celebrity and cult star. It's just a good movie. Good movie. Next, we have a Blu-ray copy of Blade Runner 2049. I am going to check the special features, and if they're all the same, this is being given away because I have no need for it. Same with the Nora, but I do need to swap out the case. So we're going to have a couple that I put in this pile. Next, we have Blink Twice. Now, really sad that this one doesn't have a 4K release. I thought this was one of the better movies of, I think, last year. Channing Tatum turns in like a great villainous performance. Naomi Aki's really good. Zoe Kravitz's directorial debut, and I think she does a really good job. I remember this movie had a really good soundtrack, really good look to it. Not perfect, but one of the more underrated movies of the year, and I actually really liked it. I think people were getting a bit sick of, oh, we're on an island and crazy stuff's happening. Oh, is it a cult? Like, everyone just kind of said, oh, this is Get Out, but for women. But I think that's a shame. You've got really good performances in here. And despite the subject matter, it's an hour and 42 minutes. I think it's just low key like a fun movie. Like, it's a good, effective thriller. I think it's pretty good. And I remember a lot of visuals stick in my head from that movie. Next, we have Brawl in Cell Block 99. This is still sealed. I know they have a 4K version of this now, which is a shame. I don't know what I'll do with this version, but for now, until it comes to Australia, I'll probably watch this version. I love this movie, by the way. This is a really, really good movie. Vince Vaughn plays a prisoner. This is super violent. And it almost feels like a video game. Like, he just kills and beats up people in prison to get to a certain point. But the violence is fantastic. This is like a cult movie through and through. Vince Vaughn, I mean, look at the reviews here. Vince Vaughn gives in an amazing performance, and this is just nuts. This director, what's his name? It's a crazy director. It's a crazy name. S. Craig Zala is like a demented Quentin Tarantino. This is a really good movie. If you like Quentin Tarantino, you will like that movie. We should have had this first alphabetically. This 10 Cloverfield Lane. This is a fantastic movie, a fantastic tight little thriller. I even like the leap it takes at the end. I really like this movie. For most of this, it's a bottle movie, right? And a guy is like, there's aliens outside. And the woman's like, no, you've just trapped me to keep me as your little pet, and it's a psychological thriller. Yeah, it's real good, man. It keeps you on your toes. It's just a well-made movie. It's not perfect, but it's pretty damn good. So yeah, 10 Cloverfield Lane. That's a movie. If it comes to 4K, I will scoop that up immediately because I think it's a good-looking movie. Next, we have Bone Tomahawk. This is from the director of that Quentin Tarantino movie I just said, Brawl on Cell Block 99, starring Kurt Russell. The less I say about this, the better. There is something I could say about this movie that will make you watch it immediately, but I think it spoils it. So it's a Western. It's a dark, demented, fucked up Western, and it pivots. And I'm not going to tell you the pivot. But it's fantastic. Look at this cast. Kurt Russell, big booty boy Patrick Wilson, Richard Jenkins as well. But yeah, it's a really good movie. Stick with it. How long is it? I think it's only 2 hours, but stick with it because once this kicks in and you go, oh my God, is this happening? It's fucking so good, man. So good, man. So good. All right, next we have, again, I mentioned that I don't like owning shows. I don't see the need unless they're like a really good miniseries. I'm going to watch that often, but I don't rewatch shows that often. I wish I had the time to do that. And if I'm going to rewatch shows, like streaming is a tempting option at that point. You don't need to get up and do a disc for a 40-minute episode, and then you get what I mean. But I mean, it's Breaking Bad, man, and my mum got given the Breaking Bad entire series. So we have season 1, great artwork, season 2, season 3, season 4, season 5, which is part of the final season, but they split it in 2. And then season 6, or the final season, is what this is listed as. And I know when it came out, it was 5A and 5B. I think on like Stan and streaming services, it's listed as 5 and 6. But look, the thing with Breaking Bad is, one, it's on 4K on streaming services. So like, which one are you going to pick, sort of thing? I'll need to check on Google. But the only reason I keep these in the collection is because they have commentary from the director, the writers, the actors on every single episode. So if I ever want to do like a really big, good video on Breaking Bad, I actually think that'd be really useful. But again, it's like, when am I going to have the time to watch the show in its entirety and then watch the show again with all the commentary? So it's kind of like it's a pipe dream, you know? Like I keep it there in the hopes that one day YouTube will, buy me enough time that I can do something like that. But like, come on, man. Next, this is a movie I'm just so glad to own. We have Burn After Reading. Guys, this is a 90-minute... Look at this cast. Brad Pitt, John Malkovich, George Clooney, Tilda motherfucking Swinton, and Frances McDormand. I know, I think I mentioned... No, in my One Battle After Another review, I mentioned that it felt like a really good version of Coen Brothers' quirkier, less good movies. Look, this is a quirky Coen Brothers movie. They pooped this out right after No Country for Old Men. I think people fucking hated it because we just came from No Country for Old Men. I think this is one of the funniest movies ever. One of my favorite Letterboxd reviews for this movie is not a single line delivery in this movie that isn't phenomenal. And that's the thing. I saw this when I was like 7 and I was cackling. And I just think of quotes of this movie, even in the first minute, just, this is a crucifixion. Well, you're a Mormon. Like, it's just, this is a great movie. And I'm not even going to give anything away because when you realize what the plot is about, you're like, sorry, what? But it's a commentary on social paranoia. It's a commentary on this like fear we all have of the surveillance state in a post 9/11 over CIA'd America. I love this movie. And my favorite thing about the movie is it's one of those movies that does the whole, what was the point of that? Well, you know what I mean? It's a random stupid movie. But how stupid it is and how stupid Brad Pitt and Frances McDormand's character is part of why it's great. Next, we had The Bye Bye Man. This was like a gag gift. This is one of the worst horror movies ever. So, I mean, I'm glad to own it as a piece of history, but like, fucking hell, man. Like, if you want like a so bad it's good funny watch, The Bye Bye Man is the worst thing ever. But that was a gag gift from a friend. Next, we have Cabin in the Woods. I got this secondhand. If you have not seen Cabin in the Woods, watch Cabin in the Woods. You're probably, for the first 45 minutes, going to be like, why did Marshall tell me to watch Cabin in the Woods? Stick with it. All right? If you are thinking, this is a very generic horror movie, there is a reason. The payoff here is wonderful. This is one of the best payoff, like hear me out cake payoff movies ever. Chris Hemsworth's in it. Is there anyone else you know? Richard Jenkins is in it. Fuck yeah. There's this other guy in it who I do recognize, but yeah, this is a great movie. Same director of Bad Times at El Royale. If this comes to 4K, I would gladly own it. But yeah, I look at this movie and I'm like, sleepovers, Halloween nights, yes, like this is just not every movie needs to be art house, fucking intellectual, and this is a great, great fun movie. Next, we have Cloud Atlas. This is another one from Dad's Blu Ray collection. I have not seen this. I know it's from the directors of The Matrix. Apparently, it's absurd and insane. Yo, is that Hugh Grant? Hugh Grant is in Cloud Atlas? Are we joking? Oh my God, he is. What is this cast? Tom Hanks, Halle Berry, Jim Broadbent, Hugo Weaving. Holy shit. Look, I've heard crazy things about this movie. The fact that Tom Hanks is on the cover is concerning, because I normally associate him with slightly dull, boring movies and characters. But look, maybe there's good. This is full of special features. So this looks like a movie that I want to watch in 4K. If this is the only way to watch it for now, I might just take the plunge and watch it on here. Anyways, next, shout out yet again to Umbrella. We have a Blu-ray release of Coffee. Now, this is like a VHS blaxploitation movie. So this is a movie that I don't think anyone really needs on 4K. But this is a great, fun, B-grade blaxploitation movie. First off, again, shout out to Umbrella. Great slipcover art, like fantastic slipcover art. Starring Pam Grier from Jackie Brown. Amazing artwork on the slip. And you get amazing artwork on the actual Blu-ray itself. And it's full of special features. And I just think it's an important part of film history. This is one of the biggest and the first really well-known blaxploitation movies. And it's so good that Umbrella gave this like a really nice release and packaging. I found this at a secondhand store for a bargain. But I just love the presentation. Like, this is great. Look at this. And the movie itself is quite moving and surprisingly, I found like empowering. Not to sound like a little wimp, but I thought this movie went fucking hard, and I just really like it. I thought it was a good story. Yes, like obviously it's a bit low budget and a bit campy, but that is entirely the charm and entirely the fun of this. And Pam Grier is just phenomenal. So yeah, like I love that movie, and I only bought it and watched it because of how good the packaging was, and I knew who Pam Grier was. I knew it in like kind of inspired Jackie Brown to an extent, but yeah, it was a really good movie. Next, yet again, shout out to Umbrella for just releasing things in Australia that you wouldn't find anywhere else. We've got Crash, David Cronenberg's Crash. The setup here is like a dude gets in a car crash. Look at that artwork, by the way. But a dude gets in a car crash and he gets his like wires crossed, and he gets sexually excited from car crashes, and like kind of the escalation throughout the movie as he's trying to like get a kick from getting in car crashes and hurting people in car crashes while getting off. So again, another great Umbrella release. The artwork's the same this time, but on the back you get just a photo, which is awesome. You know what I mean? But on the slip, you get all the special feature info. Great special feature. One thing I love about this movie is it has this, on this version, it has an introduction from David Cronenberg, the body horror master, right? And he's like, yeah, when I made this movie, people didn't really like it. But, there was also a review that was like, watch this movie while speeding. And now, I'm seeing in a Tesla with a big screen. So, I'm not saying that's what I'm going to do because that would be illegal, but also maybe that is what I'm going to do. And maybe you should do that, but I can't say that. It's the strangest intro to a movie I've ever seen, but this is a really pretty cool movie. Like, it's a 7 out of 10, but it's like a real high 7 out of 10 for me. Next, speaking of Crash, we have the most notorious Best Picture winner ever. We have Crash starring an insane cast, by the way, but it seems to be Matt Dillon, Sandra Bullock, Tandy Newton. I look at this poster, I know exactly how this movie's going to end. All right, I've heard this movie's reputation. Look at this. I've heard this is just melodramatic, dumb commentary on race. But I'm kind of interested to watch it. It's like an important piece of film history because this is widely considered the worst Best Picture pick ever. So yeah, this was cheap, secondhand, and I'm actually going to watch this one day. All right. Next, we have another Umbrella release, a beautiful release. My mum won't shut up about this movie. I have not seen it yet. This is The Crying Game. I think I know the twist, though. I've seen too many shows and movies where they make a joke about the twist ending. So I think I know the twist ending, but excited to watch The Crying Game. And again, beautiful slipcover artwork from Umbrella. Umbrella don't make steelbooks or anything from what I understand, but they make these beautiful, you would never really hear box sets. There's a couple box sets from Umbrella, but they also just make these, they're doing single releases. They give a great artwork and a great slipcover. And yeah, I just love what Umbrella's doing. And again, you get like great cult movies and retro movies. Next we have, I think this is a 2-disc version. Yep, there's a 2-disc version of The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. You get a whole commentary from David Fincher. That's like, I'm curious about this. Watching a whole movie with commentary from David Fincher. He's known as a perfectionist. This is seen as, aside from his Netflix movies, this is seen as like his weakest movie. But I remember the first time I watched this really loving this and loving it a lot more than Forrest Gump, which might be a hot take. But maybe I'm going to watch it with my adult brain and be like, yo, what the fuck was David Fincher doing? But I remember really liking this movie. But yeah, everyone I hear says, ugh, ugh. And I know part of the movie, like the whole gimmick is that he's aging backwards, right? And it follows a man who was born an old man, and then as he gets older, he becomes like a baby. And people's main complaint about this movie is that most of the movie, that just doesn't matter. He spends most of the movie middle age, obviously. So like, it just isn't that bad. But I remember really liking it. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. Next, we have one of my favorites. We mentioned Lars von Trier before. Now, shout out Curzon. They do good stuff. Great slipcover for Dancer in the Dark from Lars von Trier. Couple things here. First off, that box set of Lars von Trier I got has every single Lars von Trier movie, including like weird documentaries he made. And they don't have Dancer in the Dark. His Palme d'Or winning movie. You know, like his highest rated movie. It's not my favorite, but his highest rated movie. I like the artwork here. I think I swapped it out. So there's artwork here. It's got reversible artwork. I swapped it out. It's full of really good special features. I do really love this movie, by the way. I don't want to tell you what the movie's about, because if you don't know about it, it's starring Bjork, the pop star Bjork. But if you don't know anything about it, it does something halfway through where you're like, wait, it's this type of movie? So I shouldn't tell you. But the basic setup here is that a woman wants to save up enough money to get surgery for her blind child, I think, if what I remember is correct. It's a wonderful movie. Palme d'Or winner. So a bit weird it's not part of that collection, but I really like this release. And I'm glad I own it. And I like owning Lars von Trier. But also, another weird thing, this is on normal Blu-ray. Why not give it a 4K release? Then I would have maybe understood it being separate. But I also have Breaking the Waves on 4K on the way in a similar release to this, which is a double dip because I do have it in that box set. But I mean, that's in my top 4 movies of all time. So yes, like I will get that in 4K. Next, we have The Descendants. This is from the director-writer of Election, that movie I was glazing before, as well as The Holdovers. I've watched half of this movie. It's still sealed because I will get back to it. I've watched half of this movie when I was sick, and I actually really, really enjoyed it. The half I saw I found really interesting and funny, and I thought the writing was really good. And I just haven't revisited it for some reason. But that isn't a knock on the movie. I think I'm waiting to watch it with someone. So, yeah, it's going to sit there for now. But I should watch that. Next, we have The Devil's Candy. Again, Umbrella doing this great genre work. We've got Devil's Candy. Now, I haven't seen this. This is from the director of The Loved Ones, which is one of my favorite horror movies. He's an Australian director. And I have no bias for Australian directors, by the way. A lot of them suck. But, yeah, Sean Byrne did The Loved Ones, movie I loved. He also did the Shark movie, Dangerous Animals, which I really liked. Hasn't aged as well, but I did really like it. And yeah, he's pooped out this 85-minute movie in between called The Devil's Candy, which is also apparently great. So he seems to be on a good run, full of special features. I haven't seen this, and I can't wait to watch this. And like, what a great way to watch it. Thank you, Umbrella. Like, look at that. Look at that. And do I want to look at the back? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, look at this artwork. Oh my God. Yeah, Umbrella are just amazing with their releases. And they do a good job because low-key, these Blu-rays almost look better without the slipcover, but as if you're going to get rid of the slipcover. And I love how they play with the artwork. Just great releases from Umbrella. Anyways, next, a movie that should definitely have a 4K release. This is the ultimate dad movie, but also just a great movie. District 9. Now, this case doesn't hold the disc, which is driving me nuts. That's the risk you run with secondhand purchases, but full of special features, by the way, full of special features. This is a wonderful movie. This is like one of the easiest recommendations ever. Just a great science fiction movie about aliens that land on Earth and need a place to call home. Oh my God. This is such a good movie. Like easy, most people will like that movie. Next, we have Django Unchained. This was my favorite Quentin Tarantino for a while. This isn't on 4K. I don't think his retro movies are on 4K. It's weird, but his newer ones are not, except for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I think. But Hateful Eight and Django Unchained are not. I think Inglourious Basterds is. Anyways, I'll shut up. Django Unchained used to be my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. It has my favorite Quentin Tarantino character, I think, with Calvin Candy. And probably also, I'm blanking on his name. Christoph Waltz's character. I will say on rewatch, it was the first time I've watched this movie and not thought it was perfect. Instead, I was at like a 9 out of 10. I felt like, in comparison to the other two, Jamie Foxx is just ever so slightly underwritten. And I do think towards the end, it becomes more of a fun movie than like a beautifully well-crafted movie. But dude, this is, for most of its runtime, this is as good as it gets. I think I might prefer Kill Bill, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I would need to rewatch Hateful Eight, but I really like this movie. And I also appreciate about this movie, his ability to switch violence is the best way I can explain it. Like, you'll have scenes where violence is inflicted upon slaves, and it's genuinely some of the hardest to watch violence in any movie I've ever seen. Some of it's even just implicit, but the Mandingo fight, the dog scene are awful scenes, like incredibly hard to watch scenes. But then he'll also have violence that has you hootering and hollering and holy shit, that was great. I think this is Leonardo DiCaprio's best performance, by the way. And Christoph Waltz, I think I prefer him in this over Inglourious Basterds. And Sam Jackson as well. I do love this movie. I do really, really love this movie. And I won Best Screenplay, and I'm happy about that. I do just think there's a tighter edit or something to do with the story. Just in the back end, I think it kind of like goes a little in circles after the big moment happens, but it's still really great. Next, I love this cover, but we have Dream Scenario starring Nicolas Cage. This is like the best 7 out of 10 ever. I think everyone agrees the premise for this movie is absolutely wonderful. I'm glad I own it. I will say though, this is the first time I've had a Blu Ray, and I was excited to have a physical version of it. And I thought it looked like shit, man. I thought it looked like shit. So this might be one that looks better on iTunes on 4K, but God, I hate this, man. What is this? Certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Who gives a shit? That just means like 6 out of 10 went, yeah, it was fine. Like, oh man. But I do think this movie could have done more with its premise. It is a movie where it ends and you're like, oh, okay. But at the same time, I think if you take the movie for what it is, it's pretty damn good. You know, it feels like an A24 movie. It is an A24 movie. Sorry, my bad. But Nicolas Cage turns in a really good performance, and yeah, I am yet to meet too many people that actually just love this movie for what it is. But I think the more you think about it, the more it kind of, at least for me, ages for you. It's a solid 7 out of 10, and I think if you're interested in the premise, it does deliver on that premise for a while. It just kind of loses its way, which is a shame, and has some ideas where you're like, oh, I would have spent a lot more time with that. Next, we have Drive Away Dolls. This is the first film from Ethan Coen. The Coen brothers split up. Dude, this is straight ass. I've probably talked about already in a different section how I want this collection to be curated, minus the Steelbooks, which is a shit show. But yeah, I'm almost thinking of getting rid of this. I bought this because it was like $3. I hadn't seen it, and I want to watch it in anticipation for Honey Don't. And this is this is like a cinematic miscarriage. This is so... I'm not even talking about this movie. This is bad. And the worst part about this is it's from one of the Coen brothers who do great crime comedy capers. But it's Ethan Coen has a lesbian wife, and the wife has like a girlfriend, and he has a different girlfriend. So they're like married in the legal sense, and they have kids together. The reason this is relevant is because that's Trisha Cook, the Coen brothers' longtime editor. And she writes these lesbian B-grade movies that Ethan Coen is directing. So he's done 2. This is the first one. So he's essentially making his lesbian wife's movies.
So you hear that and you're like, oh, so probably the crime stuff will probably be good here, and the lesbian stuff will probably feel a bit out of place, and like, okay, I'll do that for my wife. But what's funny about this movie is the only interesting good stuff here is the stuff about lesbians and sexuality and coming of age stuff and getting more comfortable in your body and your own skin. That stuff is actually interesting. What sucks in this movie is all the crime caper stuff, which is really disappointing for a Coen Brothers movie. And it just gets worse. It's like 80 minutes. It's less than 90 minutes, and it felt like it went forever. I just fucking hated it. So I might get rid of that because, like, why am I going to own that? When am I going to watch that? What are we doing? Next, I have this Blu-ray version of Dunkirk that's actually like a book. I might struggle to show you, but it's like a book. Oh my god, it's like a book. There's a book attached to it, and then 2 discs. So one, I'm going to check that this has all the special features that the 4K Blu-ray has, but I don't think I can part with this, even though it's a double, because the packaging is so nice, and it's got like a proper book about the making of in it. And yeah, the packaging is really nice, and I wish this was the packaging for my 4K version. Maybe I could just put the 4K version in this, and then give the Blu-ray away. I might do that. This is really nice. I've kept it in good nick, and yeah, this is my favorite Nolan movie, by the way, but I talked about that before. But yeah, maybe I'll swap the discs out. Oh, and like, look at the back, man. Oh, it's great. Anyways, next we have this. It's like a secondhand. Yet again, shout out to Umbrella. They've done this great release of Dune. Look at that artwork, man. Now this is a release of, I believe it's 2 miniseries that were on TV. So you get Dune and Children of Dune. So for those of you who don't know, Dune is kind of like Star Wars. Like, obviously Star Wars was inspired by it, but the current arc we're watching in the movies with Timothée Chalamet as Paul, eventually he becomes a background character, and there's like a whole part of the original 6 books that you can kind of watch in isolation, almost like you can watch the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy of Star Wars separately. Eventually, it becomes about Children of Dune, and that's its own thing to an extent. And now the first 2 or 3 books serve as like a prequel. Anyways, the reason I say this is because this has Dune and Children of Dune miniseries, and Children of Dune miniseries is starring James McAvoy, and it's batshit crazy. But look, I have seen bits and pieces of this on TV. I haven't seen the whole thing, and I just have this because I think one day I'm gonna finish Dune Messiah and then the rest of the Dune books, and I think it'll be really interesting to just have this to go to. I'm sure the effects are wonky, I'm sure it's not perfect, but it's the same thing I have with Dune from David Lynch, which I haven't seen yet. It'll just be nice to have and nice to own and nice to watch eventually. But man, look at Umbrella, man. Look at that artwork. And like, is that not so much better than this? You know, they went, fuck it, and they gave us amazing artwork on both ends. So look, like, the artwork worked. That's why I bought it. But also, I think it'll be really interesting to watch these as adaptations when I finish the books. Fuck yeah. Next, this is funny. So I pride myself in, I find I've had pretty good taste when I was younger. There aren't too many movies that I remember being really good, and then I watch when I'm older, I'm like, oh no. Like, you know, I normally was pretty good at sifting out the crap even at a young age. But I remember liking Elysium, and I told my friends this, and they looked at me and laughed. They laughed in my face. This is from the director of District 9. Dude, I remember it not being as good as District 9, but I remember this being good, and now I'm really scared. I'm scared I'm going to have my first big moment of like, oh my God, my taste was shit. Because, yeah, people really make fun of this movie. So, yeah. Also, on top of that, this is a Blu-ray version. There's a 4K version out there. That is probably the way to go when watching this. But why didn't we get a 4K for District 9? Anyways, I need to rewatch this eventually. If I like it, I'll get the 4K. If I don't, it's going to stay here. And if I hate it as much as people are saying I'll hate it, I might get the dunk. Next, we have Ex Machina. This is double dip. I got the 4K recently, which I think is the way to go. So I'm going to check the special features on this. And if not, this is going to be a gift, a giveaway to someone. So that's going on the giveaway pile. Next, we have Eyes Wide Shut. As far as I know, this does not have a 4K release. This is Kubrick's final movie. Nicole Kidman, Tom Cruise, obviously they were a real couple at the time. This is a saucy, steamy, weird, demented movie. I love this movie. This is one of my favorites from Stanley Kubrick. Like, of course it is. I'm a little freak, but Yeah, I love this movie, and I actually think the way it feels like a spiral into someone's psychology when they're feeling insecure in their relationship is actually really effective and cool. You know, Stanley Kubrick is one of those people that's as good as they say they are. Okay, now I would love a 4K release of this movie. We have Fargo, top 2 or 3 Coen Brothers movies. The only one I'd put above this is, yeah, this is up there with No Country for Old Men and Burn After Reading. This might be my favorite. Just a great movie. Would love a 4K of this, but yeah, Fargo is unreal. The less you know about it, the better. It's just a great little murder crime caper, and like dark. It's more dramatic than it is like a comedy caper. Next, we have The Fifth Element. This is one I'd like to own on 4K, but I might need to watch it before I do that because I know some people love this movie, some people hate this movie. This is one that I was raised on. My parents love this movie, loved how weird it was. So I will need to check this one out again because I remember watching it all the time as a kid, but maybe I was just hypnotized by it because I was a kid. But I mean, I don't know. I remember it's cool. There's flying cars. Bruce Willis is really good in this movie. Mila Jovovich is really cool in this movie. Yeah. Next, we have Fight Club. This is also one that feels like it needs a 4K release, but apparently it's because David Fincher won't stop arguing with the people. Apparently the budget has like skyrocketed for the 4K release of this, which on one end is a good thing, right? David Fincher actually cares about these movies looking good. I know he put in a massive amount of effort for the 7 4K re-release. Like he was really like, no, this needs to be perfect. And it got a cinema screening because it looked different. I know some people rag on it, but he felt like that was a proper readjustment. And I think David Fincher also lends himself to these sort of things because he's like a digital director. He really loves digital cinematography. So I actually think his 4K stuff would be interesting. But yeah, Fight Club, great movie. Don't let people tell you this isn't as good as people say it is. I know this is one of the quintessential film bro movies. This is a really good movie. Like this is a great movie and deceptively fun. Like this isn't a slog. This is a really well done movie. Next, I don't like getting these collections that are all in one like thing. I don't like doing that. But this was like a great deal. And they actually look pretty good for what they were. You know, these aren't visually stunning movies, but these are the Final Destination. These are the 5 movies before Bloodlines. I got this because I wanted to watch these movies before Bloodlines. This was like $10 or $12 at JB Hi-Fi for 5 movies. This is where physical media actually becomes clutch, right? Normally people, and these weren't on any streaming services. Normally, like I'm not someone who thinks this is a more affordable hobby. This is a cooked hobby. This is not affordable at all, especially if you're already paying for streaming services. But it's a good deal. And honestly, I actually think all these movies are very, very strong in their own right. The only one I don't like, which is a shame because it's rated R, is The Final Destination, which I think everyone unanimously agrees that the 4th one is straight buns. But the rest of them are really fun movies, and I think they hold up. The deaths look really good and really fun, and I don't know, like, what a great series. Minus one movie, all 6 of them are really good. My ranking would probably go... It's a shame, because I think 3 has one of the worst openings, but I think my ranking goes like 3, 5, 6... or probably 3, 6, 5. 3, 6, and 5 are all tied at the top. And then it goes number 2, number 1, and the 4th one. But, you know, it's kind of splitting hairs. They're all really solid. Next, underrated gem. Glad I have this on Blu Ray. Glad I was cheap too. This is like this is where I feel like I'm curating my collection because people don't talk about this movie nearly enough. It was nominated for Best Director, but not Best Picture. Strange. This is such a good movie. Starring Channing Tatum, Steve Carell, and Mark Ruffalo. Great cast. Insane story. It's based on a true story. It's not a sports biopic. It's something deeper and darker and weirder. But this feels like a David Fincher film to me. This is wonderful, and it's about this spooky ass billionaire that funds these boxing or wrestling brothers' careers. And the cost of that, you know, the cost of like getting funding from this like weird lunatic. I'm not going to say anything more than that, but Steve Carell is chilling in this, and Channing Tatum gives a really underrated performance. He's great in this movie, and no one talks about it. Next, we have Get Out. Now, this is one I have to own on 4K, but they don't sell it on 4K in Australia here. I missed the run, and they won't restock it. This was cheap, secondhand. Glad I own it. Really good movie. Like, it's a great movie. Obviously, like a racial allegory horror movie, I suppose, but it's really wonderful and wickedly funny. I do think The horror stuff, funnily enough, is the lamest stuff in this movie. But as a tight little comedy thriller, similar to the vibe of Blink Twice. Like, I don't think this movie is particularly scary, and I don't think most people think this movie is scary, but it's really, really good. And it's more conceptually freaky. Do you know what I mean? Like, when it's trying to do jump scares, I roll my eyes, but the concepts, right? The sunken place, and even just like what the ultimate threat here is really chilling and effective. And I think made more chilling by the social commentary aspect of it. Next, we have in Blu-ray 3D. What the fuck? We have Gaspar Noé's Love. This is like an indie movie for the freaks. So I have no clue why this has like a 3D Blu-ray on it. Who's going to watch this in 3D? It's also always concerning when something is part of the Cannes competition but out of competition. Look, this movie is for the freaks. This Blu-ray contains both the 3D and 2D versions of the film. Is that on one disc? I've always wondered, if you get a 3D Blu-ray, can you watch it in normal or does it always come out in 3D? Anyways, this is a good movie to an extent, but it's not as good as it needs to be. It could have been shorter, but I mean, I love the poster. But yeah, decent movie. Could have been better though, given the premise and the setup. This I have no need for. This is going straight into the gift basket. But look, this is Mad Max Fury Road, and it came with the black and chrome edition. I just now own that on 4K, but I love the artwork here. The artwork here is really cool. I do really like that, but I'm just never going to watch this version. So I think they'll go to a good home. Next, we have Marie Antoinette from... what's her name? Sofia Coppola. Actually, low-key one of my favorite directors. I loved Priscilla. I love Marie Antoinette. I even really love The Bling Ring. I know people don't like that, but I love this movie. Glad to own it. Love it 4K, but it's a great movie. It's obviously not exactly a biopic, just like a vibe movie about Marie Antoinette in a very good way. Does that make any sense? So it doesn't follow a typical biopic. You just kind of hang out with her for a while. It's a good movie. Eerie movie, funny movie, sad movie, beautiful movie. Great movie. And kind of ahead of its time in how artsy it was. Next, we have May December, one of my favorite, I think my second favorite movie next to Poor Things of that year. So really glad to own it. Wish it got a 4K release. Love this poster. Deceptive movie. You know, really good movie. It's loosely based, not even loosely based. It's actually clearly based on a story that happened in Australia, but then it adds this whole aspect of wanting to make a movie about it. It's sad and tragic and chilling. It's a shame that I'm blanking on his name. Yeah, it's a shame that Charles Melton isn't in the posters or isn't mentioned because he completely runs away with this movie. But Natalie Portman and Julianne Moore are doing really dark, sinister stuff in this movie, really fearless roles. One of the most underrated movies. So I'm really glad to own it because this is the type of movie you see on the shelf and you're like, oh shit, that movie, we gotta watch it. Totally underrated movie. Love May December. All right, next we have a sealed copy of Midsummer Director's Cut. This is in my top 5 movies. So I'm tempted to hold on to this. This was a gift. But I mean, I have all the special features. I have a beautiful version of it. It's just cool if it's your favorite movie to have a different piece of artwork. But I think I can give this away. You know, I don't like the poster that much. This poster sucks. So yeah, I'll give this away. But love that movie. Top 5 movies. I mean, it's Midsummer. You know what it is. It's great. A24 cult movie. Fantastic. Next we have Minority Report. This is coming to 4K. This is definitely one I will get on 4K. I think it looks amazing. This is a really, really good movie. Steven Spielberg cooked with this movie. Now, I will say, I think for the first 80% of it, I think it is absolutely on fire. It's absolutely flawless. Last 20 minutes, I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, it starts trying to out-twist itself, but it's a really, really solid movie, and I will keep this until the 4K comes out. Next, we have Mother. This is another one that I got given as a gift. Never got to open it. Have seen it, love it, but own it on 4K. So I'm going to check the special features. If there's no difference, this is also being given away. Next, we have the Neon Demon from Nicholas Winding Refn. Look, I really like this movie. I know a lot of people see this movie as the style over substance final boss. Love this slipcover, by the way. Both sides. I really like this movie. Just what a shame, by the way. I don't mind Australia's little rating things. If anything, if I see an R-rated movie and what's in it, I'm like, ooh. But what are we doing? Like a slipcover like this needs to be a sticker that we can take off, and we can't. But anyways. All right, so as I was saying, yeah, Neon Demon, I really like it. This was one of the first, like, not to sound pretentious, but this was one of like the first artsy movies I watched. Maybe I'll watch it now and be like, that's fake artsy, man. That sucks. But yeah, anyways. Next, This one I bought out of sheer curiosity. It was $3, but I really like Darren Aronofsky. I've heard this movie is straight cheeks. So I'm kind of really curious. It's like a weird retelling of the Bible or Noah's Ark. Kind of a shit slipcover too. Like obviously there's all these stickers on the top, but you know, like normally slipcovers you're like, whoa, a chance to double up on art, and it's like the shittest poster ever. Like who fucking? I've just heard this movie's terrible. Apparently there's like rock monsters in it or something. But I'm like very curious. Just because like I really like Darren Aronofsky, but like what the fuck was he doing here? Next, this is one where I have double dipped. I'm probably going to keep it. One, to double check the special features. Now, what's unfortunate is this is a great little slipcover of Nymphomaniac Part 1 and 2. Now, Part 1 and 2 are in that box set, and they're the unrated cuts, which you can't find anywhere. I couldn't even find the unrated director's cuts on online or anything. So super exciting. And in Australia, the director's cuts, the uncensored ones, are like illegal. You can't find them anywhere. But anyways, talking about this edition, love the back, love the front. This little, we all know what this is, right? But this unfolds, and then you get like cool packaging. Cool packaging is all I'm saying. Yeah, anyways, I'm just keeping this because I love the packaging. I will not part ways with this. I like it. I love Lars von Trier. I would love if more of his movies get released on 4K. But yeah, I really like him. Call me an edgelord. This is one that is on 4K and would probably really benefit from getting on 4K. I'm just going to say it. I quite like this movie. Great soundtrack from M83. Pretty cool idea. It's not perfect, but this is better than like a lot of movies, and people shit on this movie and say it's mid. And like, yeah, it's like a really good 7 out of 10, but that's okay. Sometimes you need really solid 7 out of 10s, you know? Next, we talked about my, should I say what this, no, the only thing I remember about this movie is the twist. So I don't want to give it away, but I think it's just like Tom Cruise is on a planet alone and he's shooting robots or aliens, and then you find out or is it Earth? That looks like the New York Empire. Okay, I don't remember this movie. Maybe I need to rewatch it. But I remember the twist being really cool. But yeah, I think it's just about him fighting robots or some shit. Anyways, next we have Parasite, the black and white version. This is a really tempting prospect, right? And apparently this is the way Bong Joon-ho says it's meant to be seen, and he wants it to be seen. Oh my god. Look at this disc artwork. Fuck yeah. But if that's true, Bong Joon-ho, if this is the true way to watch it, why is it not in 4K? Modern movie. The movie of the 21st century. There's one. This is considered people's best movie of all time. Put the black and white in 4K. Anyways, I'm not trying to sound like an ungrateful nerd. Next, we have Pig, starring Nicolas Cage. Great Nicolas Cage movie. You know what? The premise here is literally just Nicolas Cage is like this, not homeless guy, but just this guy that lives out in the woods, and he owns a truffle pig, a pig that sniffs out truffles. And then his famous favorite pig gets stolen for its truffle smelling abilities, and he goes after it. This is not over the top. This is not funny. This is not campy. This is a sad, lonely movie about a guy that loves this animal and goes on this somewhat violent revenge story mission to get his pig back. Yeah, this has a quote that says, "The actor of his generation." And you know what? I kind of agree. I think Nicolas Cage has been turning in wonderful performances lately, whether it be The Surfer, whether it be Pig, Kick-Ass. He completely steals the show in that movie. He's just great. He's really good, and I'm sick of hearing people say that he sucks. Like, I know he had a bunch of stinkers for a while, for 5 years, but he's a totally committed actor. And I know he goes for it. He goes full tilt, but he's fantastic in this. Underrated movie. Glad to own it. Like, genuinely really glad to own it. That's this is the type of thing I like having some physical media where you're like, yo, this is like a great pick. I'm glad I have it. I'm glad I can hold it, because it's like, it's almost like a recommendation. Like, it's on the shelf. It's here. Like, I won't forget about you, sort of thing. Next, we have Possessor. This is from David Cronenberg's son. What's his name? Brandon Cronenberg. This is a great movie. Again, what are we doing with this, like, certified fresh? Like, this is a movie for the freaks and sickos. I wouldn't expect this to be certified fresh. This is an insane body horror movie with a fantastic concept. The idea is there's this like company, I think, or this league of assassins that in order to kill people, take over their bodies. So like, let's say I randomly wake up and shoot someone, people are going to like arrest me. But I was actually possessed by these people that work here as assassins that take over people's brains. And then they take over people's brains and they have to like blend into their day-to-day life. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. Next, we have to shout out Umbrella again. Dude, this movie was made on a budget of like $10,000. This is Primer. This is the time travel movie. There is no insane wormholes. There is nothing crazy going on here. They invent a box that allows them to go back to the point they invented the box. So it's like if I invented time travel now in this fist, the only point I can time travel to is this fist. I don't even want to say anything, all right? But like, it's a grounded. I believe it was written by people that had studied theoretical physics, or it was written by like really really smart people. I remember that. But it's got this great release from Umbrella, where this is like the texture of the box they get into, I believe, or something, or just computer wiring. But you get this great slipcover. And like inconspicuous slipcover. If you saw this in the store, you'd be like, what is that? And then you say it's Primer. So great slipcover. And you get the movie, Primer. And guys, like if you want some film cred, this is super low budget movie. Shout out to Umbrella for giving it like a proper release. But this is a great movie. And one of those movies where it's pretty low key and then stuff happens and you're like, whoa. Fuck yeah, Primer. All right, next, I want this on 4K. I want this on 4K. Today, we have Prometheus. Probably going to have my hottest take of the video. I love Prometheus. I know the idea of explaining where the alien came from removes some of its scariness. But you know what else removed its scariness? Aliens, when it became an action movie. And they're shooting like hundreds of them. Alien 3 kind of stripped it back down. Alien 4, Alien vs. Predator, like... I think this is sick. Full of wonderful ideas, visually great. Yes, there's one or two dumb character decisions. As Quentin Tarantino says, why are you playing with the Space Cobra? But aside from that, I can deal even with the way they run from the ship towards the end. Like, whatever, man. But when this movie's cooking, and when you hear what the original ending was meant to be, to do with, how do I say this without spoiling? No, just search up what was meant to be the original ending of this movie. Nuts. We are given one of the best characters in science fiction. I say that with no hesitation. With David, played by Michael Fassbender, the android. Super compelling and interesting. It gets even more interesting in Alien Covenant. And the effects look great. This is Ridley Scott cooking with gas, in my opinion. I think I love Prometheus. I know a lot of people don't. They want just a generic Alien prequel, but I really liked it. Next, we have Scott Pilgrim. This is one I will get on 4K. This is a movie I had at 5 stars when I was younger. Then I rewatched and knocked it down to a 3. But I feel like if I rewatch it again, I'll love it again. Gonna be honest, don't love this slipcover where they've made it like a comic book vibe. There was this whole... And the reason I don't like that is that wasn't made... Like, obviously, if you're ever going to make a slipcover for this and borrow a different medium's art style, it should be Nintendo SNES games. But this was when JB Hi-Fi had these like rare, like every movie was being turned into a comic book cover, and I just thought they were a little lame. But anyways, yeah, Scott Pilgrim, really solid Edgar Wright movie from what I remember. But I want the 4K version of this. I think there's a 4K version of this out, so I might give this version away depending on the special features. And this has a lot of special features, so maybe I'll hang on to it. All right, next. We have Steve McQueen's Shame. This is still sealed. This was a gift from someone. I love this movie. It's about sex addiction. It's a character study of Michael Fassbender, who is a sex addict. I think what's interesting about this movie is he's a hot sex addict. You know, he's not a sex addict who can't act on his impulses. He's a dude that scores all the time. And typically in a movie, it would be framed as pretty awesome. But this is twisted and sad and weird and lonely. It's a fantastic movie. It's my favorite movie from Steve McQueen, the director of 12 Years a Slave and Widows and something else. Oh, he did that shitty Apple TV movie lately, but one of our greatest living directors, and this is a fantastic movie. All right. One I'm surprised isn't on 4K. We have Sin City, cult classic, really cool movie. Now I've seen this in parts. I've seen like the first half. I've seen the first half on TV, and then the second half on TV another time. So I'm excited to own this and actually watch it properly. But I remember really liking what I saw, and of course I was like a horny young kid, right? So I'm like, beautiful women and cool violence, and it almost feels like a precursor to Watchmen. But yeah, I remember really liking this. I'm definitely keen to rewatch this, and I don't remember any of the movie except for how it looked and how it made me feel. Next, we have the first 3 Spider-Man movies on Blu-ray. I think I can get rid of these. I'll double check the special features, but I literally have a box set that someone gave me on Blu-ray that's nicer, and I have the 4K versions for quality. So, look, I'll double check Spider-Man 3 because it has 2 discs. And look, it's really nice to have. These are some of my favorite movies. I like the retro artwork, but I might give this away. I'll hold on to them for now. Because of how much I love the movies, but if I double check the special features, I might get rid of them. Next, underrated classic. I hope this gets a 4K release. Danny Boyle's Steve Jobs. This is wonderful. This is written by Aaron Sorkin, who did The Social Network. I feel like no one's seen this. This isn't even a boring biopic. Guys, do not worry. You don't have to watch him as a kid be like, what's an Apple? That would make a good computer company name. Like, none of that. This is a movie that I think takes place over 3 key events in Steve Jobs' life. So right before 3 big launches or something. So you just catch up with him every like 30 years or 20 years or whatever. Fantastic movie. Michael Fassbender should have won the Oscar for this. He was absolutely wonderful in this. Incredible direction from Danny Boyle. This should have been his Best Picture winner. A hot take, but like, yeah, this movie cooks and no one talks about it, and it's such a shame. Steve Jobs. All right. It's kind of like low key, a bit like a nice companion piece to Social Network. Check it out. I am dead serious. No one talks about this movie because that stupid fucking Ashton Kutcher Jobs movie came out. And so when you tell people about this movie, they go, I heard the Steve Jobs one was shit. I'm like, no, this one, directed by one of our greatest directors, Danny Boyle, starring Michael Fassbender, written by Aaron Sorkin, is amazing. What, like, come on. Anyways, if they do a 4K, I'll get this. Next, one I'm glad to own, Still Alice. Julianne Moore won Best Actress for this. It's a movie about her getting dementia. And it's deceptive. Look, like, some of its presentation is a little mid. It's kind of a mid movie in terms of its presentation and style. Like, I don't even think it's done by a particularly good director. But I actually think the script is good enough and all the emotional beats land. And I was really moved by it. It's not perfect. It's like a really solid 7 to an 8 out of 10. But Julianne Moore is fantastic. And it is pretty devastating as it goes on. Richard Glatzer and it's co-directed. Anyways, I really liked this movie. I've seen worse movies win Best Picture. So fuck it. Yeah, I stand by that. Next, we have The Strangers. It's a sad moment, everyone. Because I did talk about how normally everything I liked as a kid holds up. I remember this being like, this literally up until like 2 years ago, I would have said is one of my favorite horror movies. But there was probably a reason I didn't rewatch it for ages. And I rewatched it and I realized, all right, there is a 20-30 minute sequence at the start of this movie when Liv Tyler is home alone. This is the scene, right? This whole extended sequence where the strangers are breaking into her house while she's home alone. As good as it fucking gets, all right? For 30 minutes, this movie is really, really good. Really, really good. And you know what? I'm going to say it. I think the ending is really solid and really chilling. The issue with this movie is the middle chunk, all right? It goes from, these people terrorizing these people in a house, and the ending pays that off really nice in a really bleak way. But the middle is just the most obnoxious jump scares. These strangers, people, it's a home invasion movie. That's it. Like, random people show up and torment this couple. But the strangers just do things that are only for the camera, only for the audience. They'll jump scare and they'll hang out in the background. It's like, yo, like, if you want to kill them, just kill them, sort of thing. Like, it just gets a little ridiculous. But the opening chunk is really effective and scary. And I think, like, channels that feeling of when you're home alone and you're like, oh, who was that? The door? Oh my God, do I want to check the door? Next I have The Substance. Love the poster here. Is the only reason I'd keep it. Secondhand find for like $4. But I have this on 4K, and it's the same special features, so I think this will be a giveaway. As sad as I am, because I do really love the artwork here, I think I gotta give it away. You know, free to good home. There's no use. Next, I mentioned those awful comic artworks before. Look at this shit, man. Terminator 2. What is that? And the menu. Look, I don't need this. I will get this on 4K. This is a great, great movie, and I can't wait to rewatch it. But I've heard the 4K transfer for Terminator 2 is absolutely shocking. Like, absolutely shocking. So I don't know if I'm ever going to watch it on this, but maybe I'll keep it for the bonus features. I'll probably get the 4K just because whatever, but yeah, yikes. Next, we have this. This was a blind buy. I'm taking a gamble on this, but I trust Umbrella. They haven't served me wrong. First off, look at this artwork for this Thai horror collection from Umbrella. Look at the artwork, man. Guess how many movies you get? Guess how many movies you get? You get... How many movies do you get? How many movies? Come on, help me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get 8 movies in this box set. 8 movies. 8 movies. I haven't seen any of them, but I just feel like, okay, Umbrella is telling me that this is a worthy collection of Thai horror movies. Now, you kind of hope that it isn't just, this is the best stuff we have the rights to. They actually went out and got the rights to really good Thai horror movies, but I'm going to take a gamble. I'm going to get through that eventually. Next, we have 3 billboards. I'm going to check the bonus features, but I already have this on 4K. Love this movie. Already talked about it. I think this matches the special features, so I'll give this away. I know exactly who that's going to. Next, shout out Umbrella again. I was just gassing them up for Primer. Same situation. Triangle. Not a perfect movie, but a solid 8 out of 10, low-budget horror movie. Look at this artwork. Look at this slipcover. Look how good these slipcovers look, man. And look, no classification stickers. They just give you this great piece of art. Like, this looks like it could be displayed. And it's not even a steelbook. This is Triangle. I'm not even going to give the premise away. I forget why, but for some reason they're on a boat, and there's an axe murder on the boat. And I know that sounds lame. This is a great horror movie. And I can't tell you why it's a great horror movie, because it would give the movie away. But yeah, look at the work they did with this slipcover. Kind of a bad poster, but look at the slip. Anyways, this is a really good movie. It ends up feeling like a bit of a fable and a cautionary tale, and yeah, it's a really good movie. Really great cult classic movie. Next, we have Us. I think I have a 4K version of this on the way. So as long as the bonus features are the same, this will probably be given away. So I'm going to put that in the giveaway pile. Next, we have my favorite movie of all time. I'm glad I own this. This has become lost media as well. Let's talk about it. So people talk about the fact that if you own something on Blu Ray, it's yours. No one can take it from you. I do find they're being a little dramatic when they say that, but this was a movie. We need to talk about Kevin. I own this on iTunes. Now, I can still watch it on iTunes because I spent money on it. So they haven't taken my access away. I can still get to it. But I'm pretty sure if you search up We Need to Talk About Kevin here in Australia on the TV app, it will not come up. It comes up with movies like it, but it won't come up. You can't buy it on iTunes anymore. So if you bought it on iTunes, you can watch it. But if you didn't buy it, you can't watch it anymore. Anyways, so this is as good as it gets. This is, I'm not going to tell you the hook. Most people know what the hook is, what happens, but it's all about a mother looking back at where she went wrong, raising her kid. Is she the reason he is the way he is? It is endlessly fascinating. It's an equal parts character study of the mother, played by Tilda Swinton, and Kevin, played by Ezra Miller, who is also fantastic. I think the cover here is perfect. There are some covers that make it look like a psychological thriller. It isn't. Well, sorry, it is a psychological thriller, but there's some covers that make it look like he's a demon child or something. But no, this movie, every time you watch it, you will pick up different things. You will pick up like, oh, maybe they're in the wrong, maybe they're in the wrong. I think this movie is as good as it gets. And Lynn Ramsey is one of my favorite directors. Every single movie she's done is dark and twisted and fantastic. But this is for me, this is as good as it gets. And for me, a movie that needs to be as good as it gets, similar to Do the Right Thing is one. Every time I watch it, I notice more things. It stays in my brain. I think about it all week. Love this movie. Now, I will say, I will say, what the fuck is this, man? Scan code to view trailer. Why have you put that on this cover? Like, also, is this the type of movie, man? Is this the type, like, out of all the movies, is this the type, this quiet, understated, devastating movie? Anyways, does it work? You know, I'm gonna check this later. Does it even work? But yeah, this is my favorite movie. So glad to own it. Would love a 4K. Probably never gonna get it, so this is cool. I like being able to touch this, and yeah, like, you can't watch on streaming or anything. I don't know if it's a rights issue. I have noticed. Yes, there are a lot of indie movies, but a lot of movies about seriously confronting subject matter get taken off everywhere. You can't really find Antichrist anywhere. You can't find this anywhere in Australia anymore. There's a couple other movies. Mysterious Skin you can't find anywhere, which I'm dying to watch and I haven't seen, but I do know what it's about. But it is starting to get a little suspicious that these movies that are like kind of tough watches are getting taken off streaming services. Oh my God, I think we've gone out of order. Oh my God, we missed LJK. All right, so we're randomly going to jump to LJK. Next, we have Darren Aronofsky's The Whale. I think this was given to me as a joke purely because of the cover. Look at this cover, man. Look at this cover. Dude, the artwork for these movies were crazy. For a while, this was the only image of this movie anywhere. Come on, this one. Hilarious. But look at that cover. I love that cover. Amazing. Does this have any special features? Apparently it does, but they are not listed here. It says it's plus extras. I love the look of this movie. I love the sound of this movie. The performances in this movie, particularly from Hong Chow as well, are all really good. This is almost like a 9 or a 10 out of 10, but it's got this insufferable daughter character. And I don't mind the daughter being mean and nasty, but just some of the writing is really cooked. Very bad play-like. And then the writing of the religious guy in this movie is shocking, which is a shame because everything else is like kind of perfect. But the ending is so goofy, man. The ending is so goofy that it kind of ruins the rest of the movie. If it wasn't for these things, this would be a perfect movie. As it stands, a really high 7 out of 10. Next, we have Wolf Creek. Great Australian horror thriller, just a mean, nasty, brutal movie. It's about, I think, English backpackers, and they get stalked by like an Ivan Milat type, right? Like a killer out in the Australian outback, and it's brutal and mean. It's a really effective, disturbing movie. I do have Wolf Creek 2. I don't know where it's gone. I have no clue where it's gone. I used to have Wolf Creek 2. Anyways, I would like this on 4K. There is a 4K version of this. But I love Wolf Creek, and I really like Wolf Creek 2. I don't know where it went. Next, we have The Wolf of Wall Street. Surprised this isn't on 4K here in Australia. Guys, it's Wolf of Wall Street. And you know what? People like to rag on this movie and pretend it isn't one of Martin's best, but this is easily one of Martin's best. And Leonardo DiCaprio is fantastic in this movie. I do think this movie does revel in the excess at times, and that's okay. I just wish people would admit that it does that. You know, people get very self-conscious, and they're like, no, it's entirely a commentary. I'm like, no, like, occasionally it does make it look awesome, and that's okay. By the end of the movie, it does fold back around into being like, oh, this is actually really fucked up. But this is a really great movie. 3 hours completely flies by, and it's just such a good time. And also when it needs to be, pretty chilling and harrowing. Really like that movie. Next we have Triple X, The Return of Xander Cage. This was a gag gift. I mean, if I'm ever gonna like take the piss and watch this movie, because this is the ultimate dumb dad action movie. But if I am ever gonna watch this movie, I wouldn't mind watching it on 4K. But maybe this is enough. But yeah, hilarious. Like, if you ever need a bad movie to turn on and brain rot, Triple X, The Return of Xander Cage is hysterical. Like, look at this. Bigger, better, and more XXX extreme than ever. It's probably written by Vin Diesel. All right, next. Unfortunately, I missed a pile. So we are going out of order here. All right. We have Gone Girl. David Fincher's Gone Girl. He has not done a 4K release of this. Very glad to own this. Are there any special features here? Yeah, we got director commentary. That's about it. Love Gone Girl. I absolutely love Gone Girl. This was in my top 4 for a while. It's been knocked off by Breaking the Waves, but this is my top 5 or 10 movies of all time. Perfect. Love this movie. Just David Fincher going nuts with the material. And I talk about Gone Girl later in a different part of this video, so you'll get an in-depth discussion later. Stick around. because it comes up. It was a gift later. Next, we have the Grand Budapest Hotel. I think this is the only way to own this in Australia is Blu-ray. Dad bought this. It's still sealed. I do really like the Grand Budapest Hotel. It's probably my favorite Wes Anderson. It's about as much Wes Anderson as I can tolerate, if I'm being completely honest. But I also really like Isle of Dogs and Fantastic Mr. Fox. I'd be keen to rewatch this. I mean, look at that cast, man. It's like the ultimate league of white guys. Anyways, next, underrated movie, and I got it on Blu-ray because I think it's underrated. The Grey, starring Liam Neeson. All right, I know. You probably saw posters for this movie and you went, it looks like a shit Liam Neeson movie. This is the Liam Neeson movie where he gets stranded off a plane crash and there's a bunch of wolves he needs to fight off. Guys, this movie is like devastating and scary and eerie, and a famous reviewer, I want to say it was Mark Kermode or Roger Ebert, one of the famous reviewers, saw this movie. I think they only gave it like a 7 out of 10 or something, but they saw this movie and they had a screening afterwards for another movie, and they said they didn't go because it felt disrespectful to like the characters in the movie or the somber vibe the movie had put them in. You know, they're like, I'm a bit bummed out. And that's a sign of a good movie. This is a deceptively good movie. Real good dad movie too. So if you're looking for like a movie to watch with your dad, The Grey. But it's a good movie. It's a pretty rough movie too. Next, okay, we got to shout out Viavision. We have this incredible release of Grindhouse. So for those of you who don't know, Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez teamed up to do Grindhouse, which is a double feature. And this was meant to be a yearly thing too, but it didn't make as much money as they wanted, so it didn't become that. First off, great slipcover. It's the Planetary and Deathproof cover mixed. But look at all of this that you get in this little set. Look at all of that. Look at all of that. So what you get here, for those of you who don't know, originally this was a 4-hour movie. It was 2 movies in one, with fake trailers set up, and you were meant to watch as this Grindhouse experience. It was meant to take you back to when drive-in theaters did this. So this actually has the Grindhouse version, like the actual Grindhouse. So you click play and you are going to watch a movie, some trailers, another movie, some trailers, and all this extra stuff. So that's like 4.5 hours, I think. And it's got some missing scenes in Death Proof as a bit of a joke. And then on top of that, you get Planet Terror extended version on another disc by itself. You also get Death Proof extended edition by itself. And the extended edition is a better version of the film than the Grindhouse thing, but it's like, which one do you pick? Because one's part of the experience. But the extended version includes the striptease, whereas in the original Grindhouse showing, right, the stitched together one, they build up the striptease for like 10 minutes, and she finally goes to do it, and then it goes, oh, missing reel. But yeah, look at this set, man. I can't get over this. Like, this is like, for some reason, Australia gets this like ultimate version. It's a shame it's not in 4K, but this ultimate version of Grindhouse. So look, you get Grindhouse, Planet Terror, Death Proof, and a whole disc of special features. And there are special features on each of the movie discs as well. So they really went nuts with this release. And it was just randomly seen there at a JB Hi-Fi. And I was like, great. Next, we have The Hateful Eight, one of my top tier Quentin Tarantino movies. Love this movie. Love this movie. This includes a Sam Jackson's Guide to Glorious 70mm, which I might watch because different movie formats always confuse me. But yeah, good movie. Shame it's not in 4K. Would love a 4K release of Hateful Eight. I really like this movie. And it's just it's evil, criminal, nasty people in a cabin, and someone's not who they seem, and they start... violence ensues. That's all I'm going to say. It's a Quentin Tarantino movie that is really dialogue focused for a long time, but stick with it. It's real good. Next, we have Halloween 1 and 2. This is another release from Viavision, who I was just gassing up about Grindhouse. Nice little slipcover. And again, look at this release. You get Halloween 1 and 2. You get Halloween Director's Cut. These are Rob Zombie's Halloweens, by the way. You get a bonus disc, Making of Halloween, which is a 4-hour documentary of making of the first Halloween. I've watched a bit of it. That's very impressive. Halloween 2 Director's Cut and Halloween and Halloween 2 Theatrical Cut. Now, here's the thing, guys. I've heard people defend Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. There is a critic I really respect who Halloween 2 by Rob Zombie, for some reason, this random remake is one of his favorite movies of all time. It's in his top 4. He won't shut up about it. I think it's this great meditation on grief and family trauma. And like, I can see all that. But dude, I have both of these movies at like a 4 out of 10. Like, there's some things I like, but no. And that was crazy, man. I was like watching a movie that someone I respect, it's their favorite. I was like, I do not get this at all. Like, it's not bad. And there's good stuff in both of them. I love how gross and grimy and rednecky the first half of the first Halloween is. And Halloween 2 has really good ideas, but there's about an hour of it I would cut. Like, Halloween 2, when it's cooking, is really cooking, but the stuff I really like ends up being a dream sequence at the start. And then, yeah, no. Next, it's a double dip, but I don't think I can part ways with it because I do like the slipcover, and now it's part of that Umbrella Extremity collection. This is High Tension. It's one of the original French Extremity horror movies. It's a great movie. There is a plot twist here that is insane. A famous review said, because this is a movie about a killer in a truck, a famous critic said, oh, there's a plot hole in this that you can drive a truck through, but even so, I think it just adds to a level of camp that I appreciate. And it's kind of cool when the Muse song kicks in. Like, this is me being dumb and brain rotted, but I actually really like this movie. And for the first 80 minutes, this is a really great horror thriller chase movie. And the twist, you either have fun with it or you hate it. Next, we have Hugo from Martin Scorsese. Yeah, I actually really like this movie. There, I said it. It's a kind of a Martin Scorsese takes on a kid's movie about the magic of filmmaking. Like, I know it sounds kind of lame, but I really like Hugo. I really enjoyed it when I saw it, and I will not be answering any further questions. Next, we have I Saw the Devil, another Umbrella release. Let's go. Would have loved if this had a slipcover, but regardless, it's a great Korean revenge film. I hope I'm not getting this wrong, but I think that might... Yeah, I think that's the guy from Squid Game. Yeah. Really fun, high stakes, action, really, really violent, great little revenge film. Almost horror in how violent it is. But there is one moment to do with a car that completely took me out of it. It's like this really grounded, gritty, gross revenge thriller. And then at one point it just turns into like a Mission Impossible movie for 2 seconds. But aside from that, loved it. Next, we have A Blind Buy from Umbrella. We have Irresistible. This was Secondhand, starring Emily Blunt and Sam Neill. I haven't heard amazing things about this, but I am very curious, and the slipcover is like real nice. So look, I got this for like very cheap at a secondhand store. It's like $5. I'm gonna take a risk because I trust Umbrella. Next, we have Jackie Brown, another one of Quentin Tarantino's best in my opinion. It's just crazy that his third movie, I think, everyone was expecting this hyper-violent, super youthful director to just keep doing hyper-violent, youthful movies, and he did this like... Yes, it's a crime caper, but a really low-key crime caper that's more interested in like how much becoming middle-aged is confusing, and you kind of feel pathetic. And you know, Pam Grier's talking about her fat ass, and what's his name? Robert Forster is just like, man, I'm just a dude who's in love. I love this movie. I love this movie, and it's such a... It sticks out in Quentin Tarantino's career, but I think it's such a shame no one talks about it. Such a shame. Next, we have Kick-Ass. Don't really need this as long as the special features are on that Blu Ray. One of my favorites. Genuinely in my top 20 or 30 movies. I think this is perfect. Like, I genuinely think this is perfect. I think the comedy, for the most part, holds up and is really funny. And the violence is fantastic. The action in this movie is genuinely breathtaking at times. Really well executed. It's crazy because it looks like it's going to be a goofy parody. And then Nicolas Cage and Chloe Grace Moretz's action scenes are breathtaking. The soundtrack's fantastic. The music's fantastic. I love the artwork. I love all the costumes. Really glad I have that 4K steelbook of this. But yeah, I might give this away, but this is a fantastic movie. Just need to check the special features. Next, these are ones I should give away because I own really nice versions of them, but it's just like, it just feels like such an essential thing to own. Got Kill Bill 1 and 2. Love both of these. Hot take, I actually might like Kill Bill 2 better. It doesn't have all the iconic scenes. Obviously, this one's the one drenched in yellow. This is the one with the insane, the insane Crazy 88 sequence, right? And you get the anime sequence, and you get Buck who likes to fuck, and all this and crazy stuff. But one, I actually think these are pretty feminist films. I remember Mark Kermode was on the wrong side of history, and he's like, "This is degrading. It's women being beat up," and I'm like, "No, man. Like these movies, not even subtly. I think people just forget these movies are about a woman escaping like an abusive relationship. These are dark, heavy movies if you actually engage with them maturely." She wants to kill Bill. But on top of that, dude, part 2, man, the training sequences in part 2 are awesome. The payoffs are awesome. There's one thing I'll say about part 2. There's this random section where, what's his name? Yeah, there's this random section where Michael Parks, I don't think anyone ever talks about it. It's almost like no one likes it, so no one talks about it. There's this insane section where Michael Parks shows up in not blackface, but he shows up looking like a different race than what he is. And it's just like a dull conversation that goes for like 10 minutes. I don't know why it's in this movie at all. Why is it here? It's so strange. And I love Quentin Tarantino, but I don't hear anyone ever talk about this scene. No one thinks it's a necessary scene. She's like on the way to Bill, and she just stops by this random dude, and he's just like, "Bill shot you in the..." It's so bad, man. I don't know what that was. On top of that, there is a sequence with truth serum in this movie. I don't get it, all right? I won't spoil what's going on here, but there is a scene between our main lady and someone else, and the person gives them truth serum so they will answer honestly. And I think the thing is, the way this movie is written, the way the samurai code operates, the way these assassins operate, it feels like in this moment they would tell the truth, right? It's like we're about to battle to the death. I think it's crazy. Like I think what Quentin was doing was like, she needs to be shot with truth serum, so then she'll actually tell him the truth, because otherwise she wouldn't do that. I'm like, why wouldn't she do that? Like we've seen throughout this movie, people in their last moments tell each other the truth. They're like honorable warriors to an extent, all right? And I just don't. It just takes me out of the movie. Like truth, I literally Googled. I'm like, does truth serum exist? Because it just took me out of the movie slightly. Like now you're introducing like a sci-fi. Like this isn't a spy movie. This is a mission. Like even Mission Impossible would feel strange with truth serum. Yeah, I don't know. Like, does anyone else feel that, or am I being really strange here? Because for me, I was just like, I would have preferred it if they just had an honest chat. Like, it just feels like a weird writing choice, and truth serum took me out of it a little. You kind of have to ignore it. It's really weird. Next, we have this really interesting artwork, but Kingsman: The Secret Service Premium Edition. I will want to get the 4K of this. There's no reason I need to own this, except it comes with this little book inside it, and I do actually really like the slipcover artwork. So I'm going to hold on to this one. But this is where we get funny. I have one copy of Kingsman. Oh, I used to have more copies of Kingsman. Maybe I gave one away. Okay. I have this copy of Kingsman. And then I have a double set of Kingsman 1 and 2. But truthfully, I'll get a 4K version of this. I'll hold on to this one because I like the book it comes with and the packaging. This is going to be given away though, because I have this on 4K, the second one, and I will get number 1 on 4K. Anyways, that's all right. Next we have La La Land. Fantastic movie. Love this movie. Don't really need to talk much about this movie. I think it's really, really good. Minus John Legend's character is kind of cringe, man. And sticks out like a sore thumb, and the music's bad. I guess the music is meant to be bad with John Legend, but yeah, I would cut the John Legend's character, like bit cringe. But aside from that, and maybe he's meant to be cringe, but really love La La Land, and like what an ending, closing chunk. Next we have the Lego Movie. I think that's the final one here. Lego Movie is unreal. One I would probably love to get on 4K if they have it here in Australia, but wonderful movie. A movie I love so much that I haven't watched the second one because I've heard it's not as good. It's done by the same directors, and I don't want to have a kick-ass moment. You know, I love the first Kick-Ass. Watched the second one. It wasn't god-awful, but it was so much worse than the first and ruined the characters for me. And I don't know, if I heard the Lego Movie 2 was made by the same directors and close to as good like the Spider-Verse movie, I would have watched it. But, you know, I'm just a bit scared too, in case it's not as good. Anyways, those are all the Blu Rays.
All right, so now we're going to talk about A24 Blu-rays, right? And the interesting thing about A24 Blu-rays is there is a endpoint inside. Not an endpoint, but like I've started buying them. I pretty much own every single Blu-ray that A24 has officially released from the shop, except for Krisha, which you can't buy at all. And this one is one where I'm like, because I have pretty much everyone, if they release a movie I don't really like, I will probably buy it. The fortunate thing is, out of all 20 I think I own, there's only one I don't fuck with. The rest I really, really like for different reasons. And on top of that, it's cool that A24 do their own Blu-rays, all right? They're obviously like this cool, hip studio that everyone likes, but like, look at this After Sun one, right? Like, and that's what all of these Blu-rays are like. It's like you get After Sun, nice packaging, and then it comes out, and you get more nice packaging with a nice photo, and it folds out again. You get more nice packaging, and on top of that, I don't know if you can see there, but in there you get like a bunch of postcards or art cards, and this is the same for every single release they've done. All right, so A24 does really cool stuff. My only issue with A24 Blu-rays is some movies they only do in Blu-ray, and some they do in 4K. But a lot of them are only Blu-ray, and then you can find a 4K version of there elsewhere, but it's not in the nice packaging. So, for example, After Sun is a wonderful movie, one of my favorites, only in 1080p. Now, I will say some of the movies they pick to be on 1080p kind of make sense, but there are some where you're like, oh, really? Like, I would have liked that in 4K. But aside from that, they really don't set a foot wrong. So anyways, let's start. So first we have After Sun. Love the packaging here. Love the movie. Next we have Bring Her Back. Great artwork. Great artwork. I love this movie too. This is one of my favorite horror movies in recent memory. Good packaging. That's on the inside. Next we have Lamb. I really like Lamb. Now Lamb actually comes with a book in it. This one's in 4K, and I like that this is in 4K. It's just interesting given some of the titles that aren't on 4K, but yeah, really love Lamb. I love that A24 gave it a release. I think it's going to force more people to watch it, and I really like Lamb. It's a little freaky. That's what we like over here. Next, on 4K, I have The Zone of Interest. Love the artwork here, and this folds out. And if you've seen the movie, love the shot that they've chosen to put on the back here. But yeah, Zone of Interest, fantastic movie. I'm not sure if it should have won Best Picture the year it came out. I think that was the year of Oppenheimer and Poor Things. I would have picked Poor Things, but Zone of Interest I also would have been happy with too. It's a really cool, important movie. Beautifully well shot. It's a movie I haven't felt the urge to rewatch. And I love rewatching movies, but this one's interesting because I don't know how much rewatch value I'd get from this. Like, if anyone's seen The Zone of Interest twice, let me know. Very rarely do I watch a movie and go, all right, I think I get everything I can ever get. But maybe on rewatch I will be like, oh, but yeah, it was just such an effective movie the first time around. Next, yeah, this is where the A24 collection, gets interesting. This was a blind buy. I bought it just because I want to have all the A24 movies. This is the Souvenir Part 1 and Part 2. It comes in like a bigger one. Now, the interesting thing about the Souvenir Part 1 and Part 2 is I should hate it, all right? It sounds really pretentious. The movie is about so this movie is directed by a woman. This one's on 1080p, by the way. I think it would have benefited from a 4K transfer because it looks beautiful. But the movie is directed by a woman, and the movie is about a female director trying to make a movie or write a movie called The Souvenir about a toxic relationship that she's in. So like the first movie is about a toxic relationship, right? And the movie's called The Souvenir. In the second one, you then watch the person that was in the toxic relationship try and make a movie about the toxic relationship called The Souvenir. So you're watching a movie about how the movie you just watched was made, if that makes any sense. It should be pretentious gobbledygook. It really should be. And it does some things that you should hate, but for some reason the execution here is actually pretty good. And you just find it interesting. There's like one thing they do that I'm not sure about towards the end, but the one thing I will say is, especially in the first one's focused on the toxic relationship. The second one's focused on making a movie about it. And in the second one, it feels like they're addressing criticisms of the first. You have actors playing the characters from the first or second one, and you have like critics and stuff complaining, or like people complaining about the characterization, being like, I don't know enough. Like, it's directly commenting on the first movie you watched. You'll have people being like, well, why are we keeping these characters at arm's length? I wish we knew more about the guy in this relationship. Like, really interesting. And again, I should hate it, but it just kind of works. And there's a really good cast and really interesting performance, and I don't know, very fly on the wall movie. Not to everyone's taste. This is one I'm confused is on 4K, considering some of the ones that aren't. But this is what's her name? Kelly Reichardt's showing up again. This was another blind buy. I like this movie. I don't think I could ever recommend it to anyone. Like, if you are really into slow, just watching people exist movies, and really, like, this isn't like After Sun, where it's a slow movie, but there's actually like a really devastating plot going on. This is SLOW. Like, this is real people watching vibes. And I enjoyed it at the time I watched it. I mean, I can't give it more than a 3 out of 5. I'm glad I own it. It's interesting. This is my first Kelly Reichardt movie, but like, it's a weird thing to enjoy a movie and be like, I literally could not tell anyone to watch that. And not because it's like messed up or anything, just because it's so unbelievably slight. And I think the one point where this movie slips up is I was really enjoying the slice of life nature of it. But then it decides to actually throw in some drama and throw in some like, oh, a family member's going to do this, or this is going to happen to a family member. And once you do that, now I'm actually like waiting for things. You know, before I was enjoying this like slow burn, nothing's happening. I'm just going to watch people vibe, like kind of like Perfect Days. But once you start going like, oh, here's something that could happen, now my brain's readjusting its pacing expectations. Next, thankfully on 4K, we have Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. I love this movie. Beautiful little, I'm going to say it, this is a live action movie. Fight with me in the comments, all right? This was nominated for Best Animated Feature. And yes, like the character itself is animated or claymated, or not claymated, it's stop motion. I think they've made little models of shells with eyes and they move it around. So yes, the character's animated, but the world it's in is not. This is a live action film with a stop motion character. So like calling Paddington an animated movie, no? Unless I'm misremembering, but I remember Marcel is like eating real world popcorn and like on a MacBook Pro looking for its parents or something. Anyways, that's okay. Like, I don't really care. I'm not saying it committed category fraud or anything. Jenny Slate voices Marcel, I think, and she's awesome. This is a beautiful movie, and I can't wait to rewatch it, and I'm very happy this one's in 4K. But yeah, this is one of the first ones A24 did. Now, we have one of my favorite movies of the year. This was my favorite movie of the year for a while. It's been bumped down by 28 Years Later and Twinless and Eddington. But if it wasn't for those, this would be my favorite of the year. We have Warfare. And I don't even like war movies that much, but goddamn, man, Warfare. Love Alex Garland, by the way, but look at this artwork. Look at this artwork. And you bring it out. Artwork. Just, oh, so good. Yeah, A24 crushes it. This one's on 4K, as it damn well should be. And I hope Warfare doesn't get lost because it came out so early in the year, but I think, truthfully, I would go Best Picture nom. But on top of that, best sound. Some of the best sound design I've ever heard in a movie. Now we have a supremely underrated movie. And I think this movie is underrated because everyone thinks it's going to be Oscar bait. We have The Brutalist. The Brutalist. In 4K, very nice. With Adrian Brody. This is like, I swear, the only image in existence of The Brutalist. This is like the only one people will use. I really, really found this movie striking. I thought the dynamic is what I'll say. The dynamic between Adrian Brody and Guy Pearce's character was infinitely fascinating. Yeah, the first half before the intermission feels like a generic American Dream movie, a really well done one, and then the second half obliterates it in a way I find really good. I think this is, yeah, I love this movie. I love this movie, and I had tickets to rewatch it at IMAX, and I could not go, and I am shattered about that. But yeah, love The Brutalist. One of my favorites. And you know what? I saw The Brutalist this year. It came out this year in Australia, and it was my top movie for a while until I decided not to count it because it would be on, it technically didn't come out this year. Next we have Queer. Love Queer. Love Queer. Now I'm going to say it. This is the only A24 Blu-ray. Might be the only A24 Blu-ray. I think the fucking artwork sucks. Man, I'm spending a lot of money on these blue. Like, what is this? If you look closely, you get it. But like, dude, like, why not? Why not this? But more to the point, this is one of my favorite movies I've seen this year. Again, another one that kind of came out last year, along with Baby Girl and The Brutalist. But we don't get them here till late. Big issue here, right? This is a fantastic looking movie. Beautiful cinematography, beautiful sets, beautiful color. It's 1080p, man. A24, not like the queer community. What's going on? What a shame. But fantastic movie, interpretive, strange, messy. But I love it. I think about this movie like twice a week, maybe 3 times a week. And Daniel Craig's performance in this is absolutely wonderful. And you've got a hell of a lot of special features, that I'm actually really interested to watch. My only thing is you can buy a 4K version of this movie that comes with art cards. It's just not one of these ones, which is a shame. I got another issue with this, and the art cards that come with this suck. I know, who cares, but like so many of these movies have brilliant art cards. I might show you one for a different man. This one's suck. Anyways, so love the movie. Not a great. This is one of my favorite releases A24 have done, and for one of my favorite movies of last year, I think this movie is wonderful. I know why people don't talk about him all. We have A Different Man starring Sebastian Stan. Shout out Sebastian Stan. He had one of the best years of acting I've ever seen last year. He played the Trump in The Apprentice, and he played A Different Man. Look at that artwork. Look at that artwork. If you've seen the movie, you know. But like, oh, it's just so good. It's such a great movie. Such a great movie. But yeah, and the art cards in this are wonderful. That's the inside. But yeah, if you haven't seen this movie, I don't want to give too much away, but it's a guy living Sebastian Stan, but he looks like this. That's why the artwork's clever. He's got a facial deformity. And then he gets a chance to fix his facial deformity, I guess, if that's politically correct to say. But he has a chance to cure himself of his facial deformity, and then it's him adjusting to life without the facial deformity, and it's very interesting. Next, we have brilliant artwork. We have I Saw the TV Glow, one of my favorite horror movies of recent memory. If you can call it horror movies, it's more this weird, strange, coming of age. It's not to everyone's speed or taste, but look at this artwork. I really like this movie, though. I really like this movie, and for a while, I was writing it like a 7 out of 10 maybe, but the ending was so good to me. I love the ending. I kind of made the rest of the movie a lot better. This is another one, 1080p. I love it in 4K. I know they make a VHS version of this movie, but like, whatever. Now, still sealed, but I have seen it. Love Lies Bleeding. Now, to be fair, this is one that if it was a standard Blu-ray, I probably wouldn't own it, but because I'm trying to own all the A24 movies, I do own it. I love the director's first film, Saint Maud. Absolutely adore it. This one, I really, really loved. It didn't even lose me with the interpretive, wacky stuff at the end. I actually really liked all that. And that's when I say this movie didn't fully work for me, that's what people think. Love the artwork here, by the way. No, the issue I had with this movie was it was one of those like really tight crime movies, right? Where there's this thing that's happened, we need to escape, we need to go on the run, yada, 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 Thelma and Louise style. And then it just starts bringing in too many characters that aren't as developed as the main ones, and you start getting a little lost in the sauce, in my opinion. But I am due for a rewatch, and it's a movie that I probably gave a 7 out of 10, but similar to a couple movies I've mentioned, 7 out of 10, but then I think about it a lot, and I'm like, maybe I should revisit that, because if I'm thinking about it this much, it probably says something about the quality of the movie. So I am willing to, if I end up loving it, and it's on 4K, very nice, but if I end up loving it, I will, redact that statement. Next on 4K, this is an interesting one. This isn't like an original new A24 release. I don't know if they got the rights to this. I don't know. This is Pi by Darren Aronofsky. I haven't seen Pi, so it's still sealed. It's on the list. But yeah, super interesting because all these other ones like A24 originals that have come out recently, and then they randomly have Pi, which came out in 1998. So I'll check that out. Next, we have Sing Sing. I watched this very recently. I really liked Sing Sing. Strong 7 out of 10. I think it could have been a little more amazing. I found the ending slightly underwhelming, but the journey to the ending was lovely, and I really liked it. I did really like it. I thought Coleman Domingo was excellent, and it was a heartfelt movie for the most part. And there was actually more of a plot than I expected. Next on 4K, we have Baby Girl. Love Baby Girl. Absolutely love Baby Girl. Love the artwork, the packaging, everything about this is brilliant. This is like a saucy Dom movie, but yeah, no, I really like it. I really like it. And yeah, look at this artwork. It's him. That's her. Very good. Very good. I really like Baby Girl. Really like Baby Girl. Shout out Nicole Kidman for getting a divorce to Keith Urban. It's new. Next we have We Live in Time. Okay artwork for an okay movie. You know, it's not bad. It just, in my opinion, should have been better. I should have cried in that movie and I didn't. 7 out of 10. It's nice. It's nice enough. I don't know if I will probably watch it again, but it would really need to be like a casual, nice, lazy Sunday. You know, I think maybe when I'm a bit older, I'll want a movie like that. But as it stands, I was expecting a bit more. I was expecting a bit more. And I thought Andrew Garfield's characterization was a bit weird. Next we have Death of a Unicorn. Look, this movie's not winning any Oscars. Really like the artwork on this. This movie's not winning any Oscars. It's campy. It's B grade. The big knock I have with this movie is there's a section in night, like in nighttime, where you cannot see anything. It's some of the worst nighttime lighting I've ever seen. But I think the dynamic between Paul Rudd and Jenna Ortega is actually really solid here. I also really like the packaging here on the inside. It's like this painting mural of killer unicorns, but there's some stuff I really like here. The world building is really interesting. It's fun, and I actually think it's on the edge of greatness, but it doesn't quite get there. But I will probably rewatch it one day. I do actually really like sections of it. I'm surprised everyone hated it as much as they did. But again, it's not perfect, and I think it ought to have been better. But it's one of the rare times Paul Rudd's playing kind of a piece of shit. So yeah, not perfect, but not a bad movie by any means. Now we have the only clunker in this A24 collection, in my opinion. We have Heretic. Look, I know I can be a bit of a softie on some movies or be like, that was campy, that was fun. My issue with this movie is for the first... Oh, look at the artwork too. Fantastic. It's got a great performance from Hugh Grant. Fantastic performance from Sophie Thatcher and, hate to do it, but the other girl, Chloe East. Fantastic lead performances, fantastic writing for the first 20, 30 minutes. The setup here of like this guy that wants to prove religion isn't real sets up so many interesting ideas, right? What's in the basement? Here we go. Like, you can't wait. And then what this movie ought to have been was, I'm going to like force you to do the worst things from different religions, right? Different biblical texts, or even from the Book of Mormon. I'm going to get you to, you know, and either your God will save you, I'm going to prove that miracles happen, or I'm going to prove there is no God. And yeah, no, it's so bad. Like, that's the thing. The first 30, 40 minutes of setup was absolutely wonderful. Just to turn to a movie of crazy man goes stab, you know? And I didn't leave the movie thinking about too much. I found it really underwhelming. And frankly, I was waiting for it to wrap up. So that's the only one that I don't love. And I actually just own it because I own all the A24 movies and there's something wrong with me. Moving on, we have these really big collector's editions from A24. So again, it's the same style where the book comes out, but it's this beautiful like matte texture. We've got Stop Making Sense. It's the concept movie for the Talking Heads. This is widely considered... Hang on. It's widely considered like the best concept movie of all time. And, you know, I like to have original thoughts. You know, I like to make up my mind on these things. Be like, nah, the best concept movie is actually this, guys. It's the best concept movie I've ever seen. It's just so well filmed. There's so much energy. The lead so good. And the edition's really nice too. It comes out, it's a book, comes with all these different little bits and bobs. So cool. Next we have Everything Everywhere All at Once. This comes out to reveal the kind of traditional poster of the movie, I think. Yeah, look, I have Everything Everywhere All at Once at like a 7 out of 10. I quite enjoy it. I find the humor is I'm not even going to say it's not to my speed. I can laugh at pretty much anything, but I find the execution of the humor a little clunky. And I also thought the big emotional payoffs at the end were, dare I say, slightly undercooked. Just slightly undercooked. Undercooked enough that, yeah, the movie didn't have this massive effect on me that I'd hoped. But it's all right. There's some really great stuff in there. The effects work is cool. The performances are great. I just wish the story itself was a little tighter and a little, honestly, just better executed. Next, we have The Green Knight. Really like The Green Knight. One of the best looking films I've ever seen. One of the best sounding films I've ever seen. A really cool movie, but a lot of people don't like it. I really liked it though. Next, we have The Lighthouse. Love The Lighthouse. Willem Dafoe, Robert Pattinson. Comes out, cool artwork. Really love The Lighthouse. Strange, interpretive movie about... I'm not even going to say what I think it's about. You just go watch the movie and make up your mind. But yeah, I really, really, really like The Lighthouse. And Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe were just acting their pants off. And it's just a great looking movie as well. Finally, we have the Midsommar director's cut. Absolutely love this movie. Love the director's cut. Love everything about this movie. So glad I own it. And so glad they did this great special edition. I love this movie. I would have talked about it before, but... yeah, like not the great. I would barely recommend this as like a horror movie. Like, yeah, it's got fucked up stuff in it. You can't not call it a horror movie, but just as this analysis of like this broken relationship and broken people, I think it's absolutely wonderful. Anyways, now we'll get on to special editions. All right, so moving on to fancy schmancy special editions. Similar to the A24 films, these haven't been alphabetized yet, and they might not be alphabetized because... part of how I arrange them on the shelf is at the mercy of the shape and the packaging and the design, if that makes any sense. So, like, depends how I can arrange it, because they kind of arrange like a Tetris game. And that's the only issue. I've been thinking about my Blu-ray collection, right? I've separated them by like 4K, Blu-ray, special edition, Steelbooks. Ideally, right, if I have a family and they're like, Papa, can we watch Clueless? They just go to the C section. But they have to check 4 different C sections. And I think I've made it too hard work for people. That is a thought I have sometimes, you know, like they're not going to be able to... I have an app that I put everything into, so you can check that way. But in terms of like actually just checking the shelf, it's a bit longer than it should be, right? Anyways, first off, this might be my proudest own. The thing I'm proudest to own. It's a 4K edition of Beau is Afraid. Look at that. Look at that. Just, look how good it looks. It turns into a book. So you open it up, you get the disc, you get this. And yeah, there's a little book in here. Anyways, comes with a Blu-ray as well. Whoops. But yeah, I love this movie. Love that I own it. You can't own it on 4K unless I think you buy this media book. It's not on 4K on iTunes, and on 4K anyway. This is like the only 4K version you can find. Now, the issue is, look, one thing I like is it is in English here, but this is actually a German edition. So the booklet inside I can't read. But that's okay. I just love this as like a piece of art. Dare I say enjoy that part even more, but fuck me. Love that. And that's probably my favorite thing I own. That's like my holy grail. Next, we have this imprint release. Imprint's interesting. I think I would have mentioned them before. Sometimes they release movies like The Neverending Story, or they even just got the rights to Pulp Fiction and Kill Bill. They'll release some good movies, but a lot of times they also just release... It'll be like the Robert De Niro collection. It's like the only 4 Robert De Niro movies you've never heard of. You know, it's not like Goodfellas. What are famous Robert De Niro movies? You know, Godfather 2. It's not like the famous ones. It'll be like random bullshit. It's like whatever they can afford the rights to at a low cost. But occasionally they do get rights to good movies. Neverending Story. This is like an iconic movie. This is a steelbook. So the steelbook comes out. Love the artwork of the steelbook here. I'd never seen this. I watched this recently. One of Nicola's childhood favorites. And she was laughing because she used to make her family watch this like all the time, and they didn't like it. And then we'll watch it and we're both laughing because we're like, I can kind of see why they wouldn't love it. But it's a sweet movie, really wonderful effects. There was just a point where I was like, okay, there's no story here. I'm ready for this to wrap up. But it's kind of charming. You know what I mean? Like I'm glad I own it, and I will probably rewatch it one day with like my kids or something. But yeah, the story there is a little whack, and I love that letterbox review. That's like at a certain point, the title felt like a threat. You know? Anyways, next we have this Pulp Fiction release. It's this box, and then what comes out of it is you get a set of art cards in this really cool envelope. We won't have time to get into the art cards, and then you get this like it's like the traditional poster. It says "I want to dance" on the back, and I'll see if I can do it. Okay, cool. It works. You open it up and oh shit. It's like a little all right, like I want to pretend this is cool. Dude, when am I going to look at this? And it doesn't stay shut because it folds. And like this thing has fallen apart. So it looks like they're in like a dimensional paradox thing. Like it's cool, sort of. You know what I mean? It's cool if you're like 7. Sorry to roast anyone. And then on the inside, it's just the 4K of Pulp Fiction. Look, I love Pulp Fiction. Ignore people that like act like Pulp Fiction isn't a good movie. We call these people contrarian idiots. But like, you know, this is my fiance's friend's favorite movie. Oh, sorry, my wife's friend's favorite movie. And I totally get why. This is a fantastic movie. And I'm glad I have a cool special edition. Yeah, that pop-up thing is cool in theory, but in execution, no. Next, we have one that also is cool in theory. We've got this Nightmare on Elm Street Steelbook thing. This is a Warner Brothers release. Warner Brothers have done a few of these. You'll see them a couple times, where it's like a Steelbook, and then you get art cards and a book and stuff. Love this packaging, like wonderful packaging. Not sure I love this. It's made to look like a VHS, which is cool here, but I don't know if I vibe with a Steelbook looking like a VHS. Anyways, it's all right. Anyways, with the movie itself, this is considered like a classic, right? And the issue is for like, there are some sequences here, some early death sequences. I'm sure you know what this is about. Dude shows up in your dreams and kills you. There are some early sequences here that are incredible, where it's like the dream sequence and then what's happening in the real world. Johnny Depp and the girl bumping around the room. All of that's great, but then the ending low-key doesn't make sense. There's some cool shit in this movie, but it's like an iconic villain, great franchise. Just it's not perfect. It's not perfect, and I know it's a classic, but like you kind of watch it and anyways, whatever. I'll stop. Next, from Warner Brothers again, I believe. Yep, we got Wizard of Oz. This edition is sick. I like that the poster is still a little old and goofy. They haven't like made it some like AI. I don't know. Like, do you know what I mean? This looks like a classic. It's like a new poster, but it looks like a classic. Sick. Love the back artwork. This is one of the best releases, and I don't talk about it enough with my nerdy friends. This is on 4K. All of these are on 4K, I think. Yeah, they all are. Look at this cool Wizard of Oz Steelbook. Like, I actually found the artworks interesting here. Normally, these Warner Brothers releases are a bit, I don't know how to say this, just very mainstream appeal releases, and for some reason Wizard of Oz they totally popped off. And then again, you get an envelope full of retro stuff, but the envelope here is full of really cool retro like ticket stubs and like magazines that would have been released at the time, obviously like reprints. But this is cool. This is if you're in Australia, JB Hi-Fi actually has a sale on at the moment as well. So if you're in Australia, you can probably get this for pretty cheap. But really nice edition. Next week, again, Warner Brothers again. They've been doing these awesome releases. Got the original Beetlejuice Steelbook in here. Again, comes with an envelope. Now, I will say, the artwork is fine. It's just I think that's the ordinary poster, but it's pretty good. Like this back part here. Again, get just envelope with all this great artwork. Yeah, so Warner Brothers have been doing really cool, fancy, smancy editions that pop up here and there, especially in Australia. I think another Warner Brothers. No, this is Universal, but similar style. Now, this one I don't love. Hear me out on this one. Inglourious Bastards is a good movie. Really like the back. I don't mind this box. This box is okay. It's okay. It's not amazing, but it's all right. There's a couple things. First off, the I don't know if I can say it on YouTube without being banned, but there's a missing symbol here. If you know, you know. On top of that, and I know I'm going to sound like a hater, I don't love this artwork. First off, look, it's completely missing the symbol. I don't love this artwork. When does this happen in the movie? I know it's, I guess, a visualization of a metaphor, but this just makes the movie look like a dumb movie. Like, this is not the vibe of the movie, in my opinion. So yeah, not in love. We do get a pretty good booklet. I mean, at the end of the day, this booklet is literally just photos of the movie. It's not even behind the set photos. It's literally just photos of the movie. That's okay. And then you get this thing full of art cards, and I think you get like, in the art cards, you get like a set of trading cards, which is really cool, but like, what are you going to do with them? Like, you wouldn't give them away because it's ruining the thing. Anyways, Inglourious Bastards, while we've got it, this is considered by many like Quentin's masterpiece, and I love this movie, like 8 to a 9 out of 10. I just don't feel the same. I just don't feel the same. I think it's got incredible sequences, fantastic sequences. Do I think it all comes together fully? Not quite. Like, I always find I'm invested in like a section at the start or a section in the middle, and then towards the end I'm just like, yeah, okay. It's cool what it does with the ending, but it's one of those Quentin movies where there's not like a single performance where I'm like, that. Oh wait, no, sorry, I forgot about Hans Landa. He's fantastic here. Christoph Waltz is fantastic here, but whenever he's on screen, it's amazing. And then the rest of it is kind of up and down for me. And the down is still like an 8 out of 10, but just a slightly uneven movie to me. Oh my God. Next. Oh, I love this one. Brace yourself. Warner Brothers, again, a steelbook with art cards. This one we're actually going to get into because I find this hilarious. So this is Inception. Let's just go on a tour of some of the worst artwork I've ever seen. So this artwork, this is fine. Does this happen in the movie? No. Does this make the movie look, dare I say, a little cooler than the movie itself? Yes. I would have loved to see this in the movie, but we don't really get this, all right? Like, it like neatly folds, but there's like destruction here, man. I would have been sick. Anyways, we don't get that in the movie, but fine. Now, the important thing to note is these set of characters, because they will pop up a bunch when we go on this tour of the Steelbook. Brace yourself. We flip it over. Worst shit ever. What is this, dude? What are we doing? What are we doing? Where's she running? Like, this is clearly like they all took character portraits and then someone in Photoshop just went doop, 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 doop. But it gets worse. It gets worse. I'm not kidding. It gets worse. So remember how I said focus on that? Because then we just get a Photoshop artist's easy day at work. So now there's another one. There's a set of characters staring randomly at things. Like, I just love that it's like, stare here and we'll fill it out later. But it gets worse. Now this is okay. I don't mind this artwork. This is fine. Bit dull, but fine. Brace yourself. I think, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Again, it's clearly the same photo shoot as all the other ones I've shown you. Oh, like the sense of scale, like what? They should be like fully. Oh, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I absolutely hate it. But it gets worse. You're probably like, Marshall, chill out. Not that bad. It is that bad. I spent money on this. All right, so we get Inception. Bit bland. This is the poster. This is the poster, all right? This should be the Steelbook artwork. This should be the photo cover. This is awesome. Cool behind-the-scenes photo, I guess. Dude, what is this? What? Did you want to color grade it? What is this? And this is like, oh, what am I looking at? There's an art card. Who's going to... What am I meant to do? Like, that frankly deserves the bin. Frankly deserves the bin. But then we get more art cards. All right? And we get art cards of that terrible thing I showed you before. Remember the one where they were all upside down and sideways? This one here. We get more art cards, and it's just the individual components. We've got the extractor, the shade, whatever that is, the mark, who's upside down. Like, dude, who was in charge of this? The forger, also upside down. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? And then the piece of the piece of resistance. We got back-to-back awful posters. We got this one again, same generic photo shoots. Like, sure, again, just characters. Like, none of these characters ever went there. Looking at something that doesn't happen in the movie, and then we got just the worst. Just the worst poster. What are we doing? What are we doing, man? What are we doing? I don't know. Do you guys get it? I think it was like, look at it from my perspective, right? Inception's pretty good. Before I rewatched it, it was like my favorite Nolan movie. Now I'm not so sure. But I was like, oh, wow, I'd love a really cool 4K nice version of Inception. I spend a pretty penny on this 4K nice version of Inception, and it's just some of the worst visual design of any set I think I've ever seen. I don't know who was in charge of that. Warner Brothers was. Now, we've got a great, fantastic, look at this one compared to what I just showed you. This is Clueless. Fantastic movie. Brace yourself, right? We busted out of the little cover. Brace yourself. Like, seriously, like, compare what I just showed you. Look at this artwork. Dude, look at that. Look how good that is. We get an envelope full of special goodies. But dude, look at this. It's simple and it works. And like her jacket lines up perfect. Oh, I can't get over it. I reckon, like, I almost want to keep it out of the slipcover and display it. I think it's so good. I'm not even kidding. Do you guys think I'm glazing too hard? Like, I think that is just so good. So good. I put that away. Next, we got these interesting. We got a couple of these interesting ones. These lenticular ones from VVE, who also own Imprint, and I'm a bit hit and miss on these ones. I almost would prefer just owning the Blu-ray. I like this artwork here. This is a lenticular. I don't understand lenticular covers. They don't change the image. They just move it from here to here. Why? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't change the image. They just move. Anyway, so in this edition, you get To Kill a Mockingbird and this. I didn't mention before. So actually, no, I did talk about Inception, Clueless. Clueless, I love. Not as much as Mean Girls, but I do love it. This movie, I'm gonna piss you guys off. I haven't seen it yet. I need to see it. Next, shout out to Umbrella. We have maybe with The Beau is Afraid, one of my favorite things I own. One of the holy grails. This is Lars and the Real Girl. This is a Ryan Gosling movie. This is absolutely fantastic. And if you know what the movie about, it's about a guy that falls in love with a sex doll. So the packaging is the packaging of the sex doll, but for the Blu-ray. Oh my God, this is so good. And then the back doesn't tell you anything about the movie. It's packaging for the sex doll. It says what she comes with. So good. So like just amazing. So you take the box off, and then you get a set of art cards, a book about Lars and the Real Girl. This is one of my favorite movies, by the way. It's like top 10 or 20. And then on the inside, you get, because Umbrella always does this, you can either buy the big box set that comes with all the art, or you can buy this individual Blu-ray, which still comes with a fantastic slipcover, right? And then underneath, finally, you get the boring, dull version of the cover. So you get, all this wonderful packaging for, frankly, a fantastic movie that I feel like no one's seen. This is just standard Blu-ray. But I don't think this movie needs like a 4K super HDR. Like it doesn't have any of that going on. It's just a lovely, surprisingly lovely, fantastic movie. And Ryan Gosling is incredible in this movie. Next, we have Akira Kurosawa's Seven Samurai. Beautiful packaging here. Art cards and a standard Blu-ray in here, but absolutely love this wood looking. It's not wood, but it looks like it. Packaging. Next, back to kind of a dud release. I thought this was a Steelbook when I ordered it. It's not. But I think it's also one of the only ways I could find to own Saw on 4K. So this is Saw. with this goofy ass lenticulars. You know what? On camera, it doesn't look that bad, but in person, no. On camera, it looks pretty good, actually. There's the back, and then just a normal 4K in there. It's fine. It's a fine release. Nothing crazy. Now, this one I like a little more, but it's actually scratched. This is... Actually, no, this looks really bad on camera. But this one, she actually changes the way she's looking. This is The Haunting of Julia, starring Mia Farrow. Haven't seen this. Can't wait to watch it. Kind of weird, though. This is standard Blu-ray, but it says it's from a 4K scan. So why didn't you put on 4K? But yeah, keen to watch this movie. That was a freebie, actually. Next, we have this really cool edition of John Wick, the first John Wick. It's this fat box set. And if we open it up, you get really cool version of the first John Wick, particularly because of the back. Look at that puppy. You get these art cards, whatever. And then you get a stand for the Steelbook and like a coin from the society. That's cool. But sometimes you got to, level with yourself. Am I ever going to use that coin? Am I ever going to look at that coin? No. Did I spend money technically to have that coin? Yes. Is there something wrong with me? Also, yes. Next, we have... I really like these editions, but I'm very scared the third movie is going to come out and we're not going to get it. By the way, I love the first John Wick. Best story of all of them, but the action only gets better as they go on. So, maybe not the best John Wick movie. You know what I mean? But best story of John Wick. Next, we have these Avatar special editions. So, can I compare to anything? One sec. So, these Steelbooks are Blu-ray size, right? This is a size of a Blu-ray. And these are the Avatars. Do you see that? Oh, probably can't. Hang on. All right, do you see that? They're a bit longer. So they're the same height, but just an awkward amount longer. So they're essentially, is that a square? It's almost a square. So they stick out on the shelf. You can't just put them with the rest of the Blu-rays because they stick out. And that feels like a very James Cameron thing to do. My Blu-rays are special. They need to stand out, which is cool. My fear is that I have the first two like this. These great editions. I'm scared the third one he won't release in this format. He'll release in a different format and then re-release these. And then I'm just cooked. But these are really cool. These are actually really cool. They fold out. You get the artwork. Get more artwork. And then they fold out 4 ways for 4 discs. So yeah, it looks like the whole movie and artwork. It's really cool. I think it's like a shit ton of special features. This first one, you get the extended versions on 4K and the normal versions. It's a cool set. Next, we got Avatar 2. It does the same thing. Get the whale on the back. I much prefer Avatar 2 over Avatar 1. I think Avatar 2 is actually really awesome. And yeah, these have generic dialogue. All right. But I find it interesting that everyone cares about generic dialogue in these movies and not Marvel movies. It seems this one takes a lot of the heat. I guess because they're the highest grossing movies ever. But it's interesting. I do agree. You don't hear people talk much about Avatar movies because I don't think there's that much to talk about. They're just very simple to digest movies, but they're done very, very well in my opinion. Do I rewatch them in my own time? Absolutely not. But if there's a cinema re-release, I will go see them. And I do think they work better than just technical achievement. While you're watching them, it's hard not to get swept up in the emotion. And the second one, I actually find the whole spectacle when the ship is sinking and they will have to get all their different kids, I find it effective. Next, this is one interesting because I have a lot of duds, but I'd almost be tempted to get rid of this. I got this special edition of Nobody. Beautiful special edition. Great artwork on the front, great artwork on the back. Brace yourself. Absolutely wonderful steelbook. Look at this. But dare I say, it just feels a little overkill because I watched the movie and I went, that was fine. 3 out of 5. Really great action, and then it just kind of goes on and you just kind of get less and less invested. I thought the initial chunk was fantastic, and then I just, on rewatch, just slowly checked out of the movie, and I found that a bit sad. Next, we have Dirty Dancing. This is a slipcover, lenticular slipcover. Her hands move, I guess. Whatever. Nice looking steelbook though. No cards or anything. Just a cool little, good looking thing. Love this movie. Really sweet, nice, cool romance. Patrick Swayze is fantastic in this. Next, we have a bit of a dud release. I was praising Warner Brothers for these releases. Don't love the artwork here. It's too glossy and you can't see anything. This is The Exorcist. Love this movie though. Fantastic horror movie. All right, so you get this set of like stuff in it. That's fine. The artwork itself is okay. The movie itself is exceptional, and I think people go into it hearing it's the scariest movie of all time, and then their only barometer of quality is like, that wasn't that scary, and I think that's a shame. Because I actually think I think sometimes the issue with horror is conceptually it's scary. If you had a kid that was like speaking a language they have no way of knowing, and stabbing themselves with a crucifix and going mental, that's scary. Like that's maybe as scary as the movie needs to be. And I think people are like, oh, I was expecting jump scares or gore, and it's like, no, it's just conceptually freaky that a child that's like 9 knows ancient Latin and can speak backwards, and like, how would she be faking that? Like, what other explanation do you have? It's freaky, man. Next, we have this edition of Reservoir Dogs lenticular. This lenticular I don't mind, but it's still not great. And then you get a standard Blu-ray. And look, I have the Steelbook. I do like this as like the I don't know what to say. Like, I like this edition, so I will hold on to it, but I really have no need for it except for like a display piece. Next, did I talk about this movie? I love this movie. I do love this movie. I think it's really great. Great debut. I like also, it's kind of cool that there's a Quentin Tarantino movie that's like a tight 90-minute movie, bottle movie, good solid movie. And once it gets moving, it takes a second, but once it gets moving, it's great. Next, we have Nightcrawler. Love this slip. What are we doing here? Normally, they always make it so you can peel these off. This isn't sealed. I've opened this. Still got this awful MA for strong themes and violence. In here, we get standard Blu-ray, but we also get a script. We get a shooting script. It's pretty cool. And one day I might actually read the script. I'd love to write a movie one day. Then everyone can tell me off and say I suck. Next, we have this this is my third set of Spider-Man movies. We have this, it's in a slipcover with a booklet, but all 3 Spider-Man movies in once. I just love the artwork here. It's a nice little grail. And if it wasn't for number 3 having more special features, this would be the only version I need to have on Blu-ray rather than 4K. But I really like this. I just keep it as like a display grail. And this was a hand-me-down from a friend, and I'm really glad. Next, from Imprint. I was talking shit how Imprint doesn't have very good stuff, but they do have this, and this is great. And they are building their library. They do have good stuff, just not well-known stuff. This is well-known. They have Luca Guadagnino's Suspiria in this box. They do a lot of these boxes. And the jury in my mind is still out on if I love these boxes or not, because it's basically just 2 Blu-rays that could have been 1 Blu-ray in a giant box. Like, the amount you get isn't that much, but I'll show you. So it is a nice display piece, especially the back. Love the back here. But you open the box up, right? What you essentially get is a set of art cards. You get a 4K copy of Suspiria and a normal copy of Suspiria. So, yeah, I don't know. I do like the box. But I think it looks like it's more of a collection than it is, just because of the space it takes up. But they are really cool display pieces. So, you know what I mean? I'm not sure. Jury's out on this one. Then, one of my favorites from maybe my favorite director, all right? She did We Need to Talk About Kevin. She did Ratcatcher. I'm yet to see Movern Caller. Haven't seen that. Can't find a good copy of that. So Umbrella, if you want to do that. She did You Were Never Really Here with Joaquin Phoenix. I love this movie. It's about a dude that kills people with a hammer. The cover is him standing on a hammer. Again, they did the Lars and the Real Girl one I was talking about. But wonderful edition. And so good, we've got one of her movies on 4K. Comes out, you get booklet, get art cards, you get a slipcover, which looks great, and then you poke it out.
Get the normal movie as well. Love this movie. Love Lynn Ramsey. She's a fantastic director. She just knows what she's doing. And she does not get her flowers at all. But she has a new movie coming out with Robert Pattinson and Jennifer Lawrence. And I think she will finally get some big mainstream recognition. Finally, we had The Joker. Don't love this movie, but love things about it. The scene with Joker and Murray is obviously fantastic. Love this artwork here. I wish that whole dancing on the stairs went a little longer. Sat with the vibes a bit longer, but that's okay. Great looking steelbook. We get some art cards as well. Joaquin Phoenix is obviously fantastic here. I just think the script at times is a little clunky, but it's one of the best looking movies I've ever seen. It sounds great. Like, the thing with Joker 1 and 2 is they are fantastic technical movies, like genuinely unreal. Guys, welcome to My Strange Addiction. On this episode, it is about bad movie steelbooks. All right, so I've got a confession to make. This is where the collection takes a nosedive, all right? At the start of the video, I probably would have talked about the idea that a physical media collection is like a curated library. It's an expression of your taste. People should be able to come over and any movie that they pick is one you consider is great and one you can justify. The steelbook section of my collection is atrocious, all right? This started because, yes, I had a few steelbooks of really good movies, all right? When steelbooks are done well, when it's a great steelbook for a great movie, you can't beat it. It's a beautiful physical representation of a movie you love and hold dear, and it's a collectible item, blah, 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 right? But at the same time, for some reason, JB Hi-Fi in Australia mostly just gets awful steelbooks, all right, for like awful movies. And I have a few friends that work for JB Hi-Fi and get staff discounts. So they would buy me bad movie steelbooks, right? Bad movies as steelbooks is kind of like a joke. And slowly over time, I got a collection of terrible steelbooks. And now I'm just kind of in too deep. So I do spend my own money on bad steelbooks. So there are movies I would never own on 4K, but you give it some nice packaging and I'm like, oh, it's one for the steelbook collection. It's a piece of movie memorabilia. There is something wrong with me, all right? This is not a section I'm proud of. It's why I've left it to the end. You're going to get some good laughs out of this, but like, I actually don't like thinking about how much money I've spent on some of these movies. So I will highlight when the movies are good, but like, buckle up, guys, because you're about to see some straight ass, all right? And starting off in the A section, we have Aquaman, The Lost Kingdom, and this is a real doozy because it's not a particularly good steelbook. Like, it's fine. Not a particularly good steelbook. A god-awful movie. Now, I will say, one of the best looking 4K movies I've ever watched. Like, I turn this on, I have a roulette wheel of trash that me and my friends go through. If we kind of want to talk over a movie, we'll find a movie to like talk over and laugh at. And Aquaman 2 came up. None of us had ever seen it, but we were stunned by how good this movie looked. But literally everything else was a disaster. Now, I need to be delicate with these steelbooks. Next, we have Avengers Endgame. Now, I do actually really like Avengers Endgame. This was one of the first ones I bought or purchased, that like was actually a good steelbook a good movie. The steelbook itself is fine. I guess what I like about this is conceptually it's a cool idea. So on this side, it's all the heroes that were left alive at the end of Infinity War, I believe. Am I right? Yes, all the ones that were left alive at the end of Infinity War. So the front cover wasn't spoiling anything on display, but when you took the little packaging off on the back, you get all the ones that died, I think. Yes, you get all the ones that died, I think. Yeah. You get them all back. I like Avengers Endgame. I will say Marvel, the MCU is kind of an interesting one, right? Because there's a lot of individual movies I love from the MCU. I love all three Iron Man movies. I really like Avengers Infinity War and Endgame. I love Civil War. Pretty much anything the Russo brothers did in the MCU I really enjoyed. I love the first Ant-Man and a couple other MCU movies. But the issue is it almost has started to feel like a TV show where it drops off in quality, where because this like connected universe, which weaker movies used to be held up by the best MCU movies, it's kind of gone in the opposite direction, I find. Like now, I don't ever want to revisit even the MCU movies I really liked, because they're now in a connected universe that's kind of gone downhill a bit. And I do find personally, I'm not sure if you guys are the same, but
I find it hard to just watch a standalone MCU movie without thinking of what it's connected to and what else is going on. Like, as much as I'd love to watch Guardians 1, 2, and 3, I know I need to watch Infinity War. I know I need to watch Thor, Love and Thunder, and that just gives me the shits. Anyways, back to god-awful Steelbooks for god-awful movies. To be fair, this is a good Steelbook. We have Bad Boys Ride or Die, which is the 4th Bad Boys movie. And you know what, guys? This movie is mental. I actually kind of like this Steelbook. I'm not going to lie. I think it's really good looking. The movie itself is hilarious. If you guys haven't seen this movie, turn on the first 15 minutes. Now, I will say there's some good action in this, good dumb action. But the first 15 minutes of this are like a weird combination of like a cocaine addict's mind and like, I don't even know, man. Like weird art house direction for like a dumb bro action movie. Bizarre. Anyways, next we have a fantastic Steelbook for a pretty fantastic movie with the Batman. I mentioned this before. Love this front artwork. Look at that, man. And I really love the back artwork too. I actually wish we got more of the Riddler in this movie. I think I mentioned the Batman before and I was saying how towards the end I wanted a little more, mostly more of the Riddler. Look at that. And I feel like we just don't get much of that in the actual movie itself. Look at that, man. Great Steelbook. I got this secondhand at CEX and it's actually in pretty good nick. However, I will say the discs themselves were scratched to pieces. So I already had a copy of it. So that was good. Next we have Beetlejuice. Now I do have the first Beetlejuice and it's technically a Steelbook, but it's in this collector's box set. So I'll show that off later, but this might be the hottest take of the video. I actually kind of prefer parts of this movie than the first one. I'm not sure which one I like better because the first one has things I don't love and this one doesn't have things I don't... Sorry, this one also has things I don't love, but, you know, I love Willem Dafoe. He's in this movie. I really liked when they went to the underworld in this movie. Yeah, there's some stuff I really like in this movie. I thought some of the twists and reveals were really good on paper, but just the execution wasn't perfect. And with the first one, I absolutely love the whole haunted house part when they're trying to scare people off from buying the house. But then the underworld stuff isn't as good. So I thought the Earth stuff in this movie was worse than the first one, but the underworld stuff might have been better. Whereas in the first movie, I thought the on-Earth stuff was good and the underworld stuff wasn't as good, which I don't know if that's a hot take. Next, we have a terrible Steelbook for a terrible movie. We had Black Adam. I don't think anyone likes Black Adam, but like what a great gag gift. And I mean, I will watch this as a sort of like wheel of the worst or whatever I called it before, the wheel of trash. Next, I have a hand-me-down. We have a Blu Ray, not 4K, the rest of 4K. This is Blu Ray Steelbook of the first Black Panther. Gonna be honest, one of the weaker ones of Phase 3, in my opinion. I thought Black Panther was a lot cooler in Captain America Civil War. He was a fucking savage in Captain America Civil War, but I found in this he was really muted and neutered and kind of boring. And look, there's some really good world building, but there's also some humor in this one that was really odd. And I really like Ryan Coogler, particularly with Sinners and Fruitvale Station and Creed. I think he's a really good director, and I can't help but feel like this is one of the movies where it's very noticeable the MCU's kind of pulling at the director, right? Pulling at a good director and forcing some strange stuff into it. I will say this is one I want to revisit. Wakanda Forever, bizarre looking Steelbook. Like it looks like a sticker that I've stuck on. Not great. This one I need to revisit because I did watch it when I was grieving, and I do think there'll be some things I appreciate more and rewatch. Like I keep seeing clips and stuff coming from it, so can't comment on that one too much because I saw it during a weird time in my life. Next, we have a Blade Runner Steelbook, 4K. This just got released. I don't mind the artwork for this, but dare I say I would have loved a Steelbook version of the artwork that we had on the 4K that I showed before. This one's all right. Like, Harrison Ford looks a little Photoshop there, but I like the city. But what I do say, and I almost would prefer this being the front. Love this. Love this. Love that. Anyway, so that's pile one. Next, we have a prime example. Example of what we get here, right? Terrible movie, but great Steelbook. Look at this Borderlands Steelbook. That's it's textured as well. Like, looks like the actual robot from the game and movie. However, the movie itself
one of the worst of the year, but absolutely hilarious. And, you know, piece of cinematic history right there. Next, we have a really great movie, a great classic movie. We have Bridge on the River Kwai. Beautiful artwork as well. Love this one. Right, next we have Bullet Train. All right, now I think Bullet Train's like a 3 out of 5, maybe a 3.5 out of 5 if I rewatch it, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But dude, this Steelbook's fantastic. Look at that artwork. Oh my God. Back artwork too. Brilliant. And yeah, pretty solid movie. Next, now this is still sealed because I haven't seen this movie, all right? But my mom says it's a classic. It's one of her favorites, so I own it. I'm very keen to watch it, but we have it's Blu-ray, not 4K, but we have a Blu-ray version of Carrie, the original Carrie. Look at that artwork, man. That's fantastic. I have seen, it's unfortunate, I've seen I think it's the 2002 remake of Carrie, and then the later remake of Carrie with Chloe Grace Moretz. But I haven't seen the original Brian De Palma movie, which I think this one is, yeah, it's the Brian De Palma movie. I haven't seen that, and I know that's apparently the one to see. Next, landing right on the pile of why do I own this, I have Captain America Brave New World. Obviously the worst Captain America movie, and kind of one of the worst Marvel movies in general, but pretty good artwork, I will say. I do like the artwork, and it's kind of an interesting Marvel movie because it's such a mess. I'm not trying to justify owning that at all. I really should not own that. Next, this is an absolute stinker. This is one I should not own, except it was literally free. Like, it was free at JB Hi-Fi, buy 2, get 1 free, and it was the only thing they had that I didn't have. But it's The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It. It's the third Conjuring. Now, I will say this is, out of all the Conjuring movies, this is the one in which I've been most interested in the story, like the actual case they're investigating. I found this one the most interesting, but it's not a good movie. But in saying that, I don't particularly love any of the other Conjuring movies, but yikes. Next, I haven't opened this, and I have seen this movie, but I haven't opened it yet because I'm very keen for a rewatch. And if I keep it sealed, it'll incentivize me to watch it. Look at this. It's The Corpse Bride. Now, I will say I've seen in America, the version has her eyes closed, but here her eyes are open, which I really like. But look at that. Like, gorgeous. Gorgeous artwork. Love this. Glad I own it. Like, one I'm really glad to own because it was really hard. You can even buy this on iTunes in Australia for a while, so I'm glad I have it. Cool one. Next, we have Deadpool 2. Now, this is on Blu-ray, not 4K, but any other ones I don't mention, they're 4K. But we got Deadpool 2. Look, I could buy the 4K version of this. I got this before I owned a 4K player. I love the artwork. And this is actually my favorite Deadpool movie. I think this one actually has a good sense of heart and tragedy, especially towards the end of the movie with the time travel device and everything with Deadpool and his girlfriend. I thought it was fantastic. But, and I love how this looks, but will I ever watch the Deadpool movies again? I'm not sure. Again, it's almost this thing where it's joined the MCU now. So now it feels bogged down by a franchise that's slowly kind of heading downhill, in my opinion, except for like Guardians 3. And to be fair, Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four were pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like Deadpool when he was standing on his own. And I really like this one. I like Josh Brolin. I liked Zazie Beetz. Yeah, I liked pretty much everything about it except for Ryan Reynolds and his humor. But the story was pretty good. Next, we have Multiverse of Madness. This one's interesting because everyone really ragged on this and really liked Spider-Man No Way Home. And I actually kind of like this one better. I thought it was a little more creative, a little more interesting. I was surprised everyone turned on it so much. But don't love this Steelbook, to be honest. Don't love this. A bit dull for such an exciting, colorful, fantastic movie. Now, this is one of my favorite blockbusters of all time. Easily the best blockbuster in like 5 to 10 years. Like, I actually kind of can't think of a better blockbuster. This is what I want blockbusters to be. This is Dune Part 2. Now, Dune Part 1 on 4K Steelbook is impossible to find unless you want to pay $300 for it or something. But this, love this. Now, a bit so-so on the artwork. Don't love it, but it's fine. It's just a great movie, and I'm really glad to have it. Absolutely love that movie.
Fantastic movie. Now, this one I'm not proud to own, but I do think the artwork's actually pretty good. This is the Equalizer 3. This was literally free as well, along with the Conjuring 3. Haven't seen this. Not sure if I ever will see it, but I own it. Denzel on the front, artwork on the back. Dude, the artwork on the back goes pretty hard. Like, it's weird, right? I'm holding this and the artwork is so good on both sides. I'm almost like, maybe I'll check this out on like, maybe when I'm doing my taxes or something, you know, maybe when I'm doing something else in the background, maybe Equalizer 3. It'll be Equalizer 3 time. Let me know if the Equalizer 3 is good. Next, we have the Eternals. Now, people are going to kill me in the comments. I think this Steelbook is awful. I actually didn't mind the Eternals. I actually did not mind the Eternals. I'm surprised it's the one that broke the camel's back. Like, I'm surprised this is the one that everyone absolutely despises. I didn't hate it. I didn't think it was perfect. Now, a movie I did hate that I only have because, again, it was a freebie. The Fall Guy. The Fall Guy. Look, great artwork on the front. Decent artwork on the back. I could not get on this movie's wavelength. I thought the humor was shocking. I thought it was like Deadpool cringe turned up to like 11. I thought Ryan Gosling looked strange. I thought the two leads had zero chemistry. I didn't find the action cool. I'm so sick of all these action scenes. Like, oh my God, I didn't mean to kill you. Oh my God, you're dead now too. Oh my God, what's going on? It was in Bullet Train a lot. They turned it up to 11. But this is one of the few rare movies where I saw it with my wife and we were on completely different ends, right? Normally her and I are pretty close, you know, but this and Longlegs we were miles apart. So I almost think it's worth having just so I can revisit it and maybe I'll see the light, but really struggle with that one. Next, I got this for like $5 at CEX. It's a Steelbook for $5 on 4K, but it's Fast and Furious, Hobbs and Shaw. Dude, I had to have a discussion with the girl at CEX. She was like, oh, what's your favorite Fast and Furious? And I had to like look her in the eye and explain how I buy Fast and Furious Steelbooks ironically because, like, you know, they're terrible, but it's kind of funny they get Steelbooks. And she looked at me like I was she looked at me like I was Patrick Bateman or something. She was very concerned. Next, we have F9. I love that we have F9, right? The director's cut. Like, it was directed by anyone. Like, give me a fucking break. Director's cut? What are we talking about? And then Fast X. Like, what's the artwork scheme? Anyways, Fast X, I will say. Fast X features a scene, right? Where cars are driving around to stop a terrorist, and then there's like a nuke, and it's like a big giant ball. And the race cars start bashing into the nuke and playing Rocket League, right? The game where you have go-karts and they play soccer. They start playing soccer with cars, but the ball is a nuke. Insane. Like, literally search it up if you want a good laugh. Next, we have Final Destination Bloodlines. This might be the best Final Destination movie. This is one that came out this year. Final Destination 6. Artwork is pretty dull, to be honest. You could have done some really, really great stuff with this. And, like, this movie had really solid posters. Fuck is this? What are we doing? I will say, oh, no, this is bad. I will say I don't mind the back. Okay, I don't mind that the kids are the teeth. That's all right. But could be a lot better. Next, we have the first Slam Dunk. I don't put too much stock into Chris Stuckman's opinions lately, but this was his favorite movie of whatever year it came out. This was on special. I've grabbed it. It was a blind buy. I will watch it. It should still be sealed because I haven't seen it yet, but I'll watch it and I'll let you guys know in a podcast. Speaking of, if you're enjoying this video, enjoy me talking about movies. Every 2 weeks, I do for members only. Links are in description below for members only or Patreon. I do a fortnightly podcast, or I'm trying to do weekly as well, where I talk about every single movie, new and old, I watch, whether it be from the library here or, you know, at the movies. So please consider gaining a membership if you're enjoying this video. Anyways, next we have The Flash. Dude, I am actually unironically glad I own this steelbook of The Flash. The Flash is up there with Jurassic World Dominion for, like, genuinely the strangest, most perplexing, big budget Hollywood blockbuster I've ever seen. This is fucking bizarre. It's full of weird green screen and weird visual effects and strange performances, and somehow they get like the entire DCU. Like, this is just a perplexing, baffling movie. If you haven't seen this movie, it's absolutely insane. I'm not saying it's good, but you've never seen anything like it. It is cooked. Right, next, I'm holding on to this even though it's technically a double dip because I have a box set over there that features this version. But it's a black and chrome version of Furiosa, a Mad Max saga. There's the back. Now, I do have a pet peeve to say about this one. You spend money on a premium steelbook, it doesn't even include the color version of Furiosa. It only includes the black and chrome version. And for $20 more, I got all of the movies, black and chrome and normal. Anyways, but in saying that, love the artwork. And it is kind of cool that there's another steelbook for the color one that is in color, but I don't know, maybe they should have been included in a set, or like, I don't know, that just feels really cheapo to me. But look, fantastic movie. It's a movie that initially I was a bit underwhelmed by, and then I just kept thinking about it and kept thinking about it and kept thinking about it. And that's happening a lot lately, where I'll see movies that are like a 7 out of 10, and I just can't stop thinking about them. And then I'll revisit them. I'm like, that's why I couldn't stop thinking about them. This one I revisited. I think I had it a 4 out of 5. Revisited, bumped up to a 4.5 out of 5. And this black and chrome version is sick. It's black and white, but it includes color for like things that are important. So like the fruit that gets planted, or the fruit she wants to eat, or like the green land has little shades of color here or there, or the fruit is actually colored, or like blood will be red, or like little fireworks will be red. It's cool. It's a really great movie. Anya Taylor-Joy is fantastic. The effects they do on all the different girls that play her, and it's really good movie. And I like that compared to Mad Max Fury Road, it's slower and it's more this meditation on anger and violence. And I think it does what The Last of Us 2 was trying to do as a story a lot better. It's cool. It's really cool. Next, like, this is peak bad movie on Steelbook for the meme. Free Guy. Ryan Reynolds' Free Guy. Just a steaming colossal pile of dog shit. Hilariously so, though. Like, if you need a mad cringe watch, Free Guy with Ryan Reynolds. There's a scene I could spoil to do with like cameos, but I'm not going to. You just got to get there. It's next level. If you know, you know. Now, what were we up to? F. So we're up to G. Next, we have, I don't even know what this is. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. I don't know any of these Ghostbusters movies past the first two. I think this is the second one of the reboot series. So there was like Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters 2. Then there was female Ghostbusters. I'm an adult virgin. And then we had Ghostbusters Afterlife and Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. I don't know why things are frozen. And you know what? I'll probably never know because I'm not going to watch this. This was given to me as a gag gift. Whatever, you know? Am I ever going to watch that? Come on. Now we have Gladiator 2. This is a pretty awesome looking steelbook. Paul Mescal is a good looking rooster. Even like the back that says strength and honor. I haven't seen the first Gladiator. I've only seen this one and I did not like it very much. But I own it because there's something wrong with me. In saying that though, it's a movie that I didn't think was particularly good, but I kind of want to rewatch it, like, because it was really fascinating. Like every 20 minutes you'd have a scene that was like one of the best of the year. And then you just go back to it being a completely like asleep at the wheel movie. Ridley Scott is a really interesting director because he can pump out fantastic movies like it's nothing. Like The Last Duel just randomly came out and it's incredible. And then he'll put out something like this that he puts a lot of effort into. And somehow you're like, okay, how'd you get that sequence so good? And then a performance that bad out of an actor that's normally really good. And like Pedro Pascal was sleepwalking through his role in this. Like he did not give a fuck. Which is a shame because I actually thought Pedro was good in Fantastic Four and Eddington. Next we have Godzilla Minus One. I quite like Godzilla Minus One. But dude, the way people talked about Godzilla Minus One was insane. Alright? Like it was a pretty good monster movie, but people like talked about it like it was Doom Part 2. But I do really like Godzilla Minus One. Some fantastic sequences, some good heartfelt stuff in there, and really beautiful steelbook here. Next, we have one of my holy grails. I never thought I'd own this, but it randomly got re-released. And so I've got it.
Now, I don't love the front, but this is Hereditary. So on the front, we get the logo. Trying to keep myself out of frame, but we get the logo of the cult. What I like about this steelbook, though, is this incredible art. We get this incredible artwork of the house where it's all the different characters hanging out in the house. You got Peter there, upside down with Fly. It's actually, Google the image if you can find it, because my phone is getting in the way, but awesome artwork with this house thing. Search up like Hereditary house artwork poster. It's really cool. Really, really cool. Next, this just came in today. We have the live action How to Train Your Dragon. Look, I actually quite didn't hate this movie. I don't love what these movies represent. I really don't like the Disney live action remakes. And look, this one has problems. It does the movie just a little worse, but there's also some sequences I thought were slightly better, dare I say, or like ideas I would love to have in the animated version. There is a moment where a character is smashing some dragon's teeth. There's also some moments that have a slightly higher stakes, like sense of peril. In saying that, though, overall, this movie is probably like a 7 out of 10, whereas the first one is like a 9 or a 10 out of 10. But you know what? Like, they didn't completely murder my childhood, and there is some cool stuff in here. And I'm glad I own it. You know, it will be interesting when I have kids one day. Next, we have a really interesting one, a movie that I actually am looking forward to rewatching. I didn't particularly love it, but I also liked a lot of ideas in it and would love to revisit it. This is the Hunger Games prequel, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. First off, one of the best looking steelbooks I own. Look at this front cover. Right? Oh, also, we haven't talked about it yet, but give me one sec. Look at the back cover, though. I find with steelbooks, they have better posters than pretty much movie posters are. They actually get real cool artwork done. And I think movie posters need to start taking a book out of like steelbooks book. Is that, I don't know. Do you get what I mean? Like, I actually think movie posters in general should be more like what we use for steelbooks, because you get really exciting artwork. And I know posters are meant to just, you know, attract as many people as possible with like recognizable names, but there's some really cool stuff here. Anyways, yeah, I actually quite like this movie. It's not perfect. I thought the Hunger Games stuff in this movie was the worst stuff in this movie. Like, the Hunger Games sections themselves weren't well filmed, weren't particularly exciting, but the character stuff between this character and this character was actually really interesting. Like, genuinely really interesting. I felt like I was watching a pretty good movie. Next, we have something that, like, I don't know, man. I would actually probably own this even if I didn't have like bad movies on Steelbook. But this is the Human Centipede, the movie Centipede. This is like gross artwork, and this is only Blu-ray as well. That's all it was released on, which I'm not surprised by. You get 2 discs. You get a bonus disc and you get a normal disc, but what is interesting about this steelbook, guys, is it actually, so it's all 3 movies, but they're stitched together the way the Human Centipede is. They are stitched together to make one big movie. So this whole thing is just one big 4.5 hour movie. It's all 3 Human Centipede movies stitched together. As far as Human Centipede goes, I think the first one would be a good horror movie if it had a good budget and better performances. Like, I would actually say the first one could be a good horror movie. The second one looks pretty incredible at times, really goes for it in the gore and shock value. In terms of just like extreme cinema, I actually think it earns its stripes. Like, it goes toe to toe with like some French extremity. It's really full on, but is there anything to glean from it? I'm not sure. And then the third one is like literally a colossal piece of shit. Next, shout out to Lionsgate Steelbooks. Lionsgate do incredible steelbooks where the slipcover will actually change the artwork. So this is Jackie Brown that just got released. Look at the artwork here. And then if you take the steelbook off, so that's before and that's after, right? She's carrying something different. You get this beautiful artwork on the back. Love this edition of Jackie Brown. And you know what? I love Jackie Brown. I think it's Quentin Tarantino's probably most
underrated movie. It's a fantastic movie. And for Quentin Tarantino to come out with Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, these really young, exuberant, super violent crime movies, and then Jackie Brown comes out. It's starring Pam Grier from Coffee, who we talked about earlier. And it's just this meditation on aging and, right person, wrong time, all this stuff. It's just kind of a beautiful movie, deceptively beautiful for Quentin Tarantino. It's really great. Next, we have a great movie with a fantastic steelbook, in my opinion. For the 50th anniversary of Jaws, look at this bad boy. Look at that. Look at that poster. Look at that great artwork. Absolutely phenomenal. There's the back. Sure, but look at that. On top of that, this is no stinge release, all right? They actually, it wasn't cheap, but to their credit, they also included the documentary that goes for like 2 hours, Jaws at 50. So you get Jaws on 4K, Jaws on Blu Ray, and you get a documentary. Now, to be fair, look, the documentary was also on Disney Plus, and it was on Disney Plus in better quality, but for a collector's edition, I'm glad they include that documentary. Next, we have more great artwork for a really pretty great movie, John Wick Chapter 3. There's the front. Pretty good. Look at the back, man. Look at the back. Come on, dude. Now, I always try to keep everything that comes with the steelbooks. If it comes with a slipcover, I'll keep the slipcover. If it comes in a big box with cards and everything, I want to keep it as is. Not because of resale, just because I like having that stuff, all right? But this came with one of the worst things I've ever seen. And look how beautiful that artwork is. If you're not sure, see if you can Google it. But it came with this slipcover that made it look like a Russian Bible. Why would you do that when you've got this and this on the inside? Why do I want to look at a Russian Bible? It had no reference to John Wick at all. I know it's part of the story, it's one of the books they read, maybe to do with the guy that tells him to cut off his finger, but dude, fucking, what are we doing? Next, another Lionsgate, right, where the slipcover changes it. John Wick Chapter 4, easily my favorite John Wick movie. Yes, John Wick 1 has the best story, the most relatable story, they killed his dog, we're going to, fuck up these people. But this one just nails it, in my opinion. It's almost 3 hours of non-stop action. The action is fantastic and constantly changing, and it's just great. Yes, the story scenes, you're kind of waiting for them to wrap up, but God, the action here is great. The action here is fantastic, especially the last 45 minutes. It just goes off the fucking rails. But look, this one is a cool steelbook, black and white, and then you pop it out, and it goes red. All right, so it's the same artwork, but red, and on the back you get Donnie Yen. Now, the only issue is this arrived broken, so I can't open it without it kind of falling apart into two pieces, but it's fine. Next, we have a hot take. People aren't going to like this. We have Joker Folie à Deux, Joker 2, Electric Boogaloo. And the reason people aren't going to like this is this isn't an ironic purchase. I actually quite like this movie, and dare I say I liked it better than the first one. Me and Quentin Tarantino are the only people that feel this way, but, men of taste, I guess. Next, we have an ironic one that was given to me for free. We have Jungle Cruise, Disney's Jungle Cruise, starring Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Emily Blunt, and some fucking guy, I guess. Anyways, haven't seen this. Apparently, this is actually okay. Even though it's based on a Disney World ride, I think. Apparently, it's all right. Apparently, The Rock's pretty good in it. I haven't checked it out yet. It's on my plain watch list in case we're really struggling and bored and just need something easy. Next, we have one of my favorite pickups is the Jurassic Park trilogy. I just love the artwork here. There's the spine. There's the back. You get 3 discs. Do I open it up? Yeah. You get 3 discs, 3 movies. The first one's the only real great one out of this set. Number 3 is all right. Number 2 is bizarre, but, whatever. But yeah, Jurassic Park trilogy. Love that artwork. Next, we had to do it, all right? It's buy 2, get 1 free. And we have to get this as a monument for the worst big blockbuster I've ever seen. This is the worst blockbuster I've ever seen. I'm letting you know that right now. Jurassic World Dominion is the worst blockbuster I've ever seen, and I'm so glad I own it. Look at that beautiful artwork for literally one of the worst movies I've ever seen. And then finally, we had the Jurassic World trilogy. I do not like the Jurassic World movies, but I think they're absolutely hilarious. Again, beautiful artwork. Beautiful artwork. Terrible movies, but so bad they're good. So I am actually glad I own them. One I'm not glad I own, and one that was on a buy two, get one free, and I almost might sell this. It's so shit, but the artwork's pretty nice. Karate Kid Legends. Guys, this song has Moonbeam Ice. The Moonbeam Ice Cream. This is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I'm actually letting you know. I think it's the worst movie of this year. It's pretty low for me. But we move right on into a Lionsgate Steelbook, a great Steelbook for a fantastic movie. We have the first Kick-Ass. We're not talking about the second Kick-Ass. I want to hear it. First Kick-Ass. All right, now, the Lionsgate Steelbook. They have masks. You slide it off. They don't have masks. See that? Now they have masks again. Look, it's not perfect, right? The masks look not blended at all. But anyways, regardless, this is one of my favorite movies. This is probably my top. It's definitely my top 50. Definitely my top 50. Growing Up is my favorite movie of all time. But I actually think this movie perfectly juggles tone for the most part. It actually does, all right? There is stuff that happens in the movie that genuinely makes me tear up. When it's trying to be emotional, it works. The soundtrack is fantastic. The music is fantastic, right? Like the original song choices and the licensed song choices, all of them are great. It looks great. I think Matthew Vaughn used to be like a fantastic director. And really, his only miss, in my opinion, is Argyle. Like, I even liked the Kingsman spin-off. This is just a fantastic movie. Incredible action, incredible pacing, very funny. I love this movie. I love this movie, and I'm so glad I own this really nice version of it. Genuinely, really glad. Next, while we're on Lionsgate beautiful Steelbooks, we have this Kill Bill one, right? And when you slide Kill Bill Volume 1 slipcase off, the head of Oberyn Ishii comes off. See that? Look at that. Anyways, this one looks gorgeous, guys. I cannot get over this. Look at that. Look at that. Love it. And I love Kill Bill Volume 1. I love both Kill Bills. I think I talked about them before when I was talking about normal Blu Rays, but beautiful, beautiful looking Steelbook. We got Kill Bill 2. This one, Igo is missing. Dare I say, I think I like the look of this Steelbook better too. Look at that. That's the front. That's the back. Dude, this one looks great. Can't wait to watch these on 4K as well. Again, I would say I like Kill Bill Volume 2 better. I think there's more chewy dialogue, except there's this one scene with Michael Parks where he's in like a different race makeup and doing a weird impression. It goes on way too long. On top of that, the truth serum stuff is fucking bizarre. But aside from that, I love it. Next, we have a really good looking Steelbook for a movie. Another one of those like 3.5 out of 5s that I keep going, I should watch that again. We have Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. This is like a start of the new trilogy that's still in line with the old trilogy sort of thing, you know. But this one's pretty solid. It's a pretty solid movie. But yeah, Rise of the Planet of the Apes was really good. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes was really good. War for the Planet of the Apes was decent. But then this one picks up in that same universe like a while later, right? So it's like after the Earth got taken over by those apes we saw. This is like the new kind of like, it is literally a Planet of the Apes now. But it's cool. It's cool. And look at the back, man. Look at that great artwork. But I guess what I like about this movie is a substantial chunk of it is kind of like a silent movie. Like you're just watching these chimps, apes hang out and kind of go about their business and, you know, have a civilization to themselves. It's really interesting. Next, we have The King's Man, a movie I actually kind of like. All right, I don't hate this movie. It's a mess, but there's some really great action scenes, and I just kind of watch it as this weird, dumb war retelling. But what is this artwork? Terrible artwork. Terrible artwork. Why did you bother? But yeah, in this movie, Ralph Fiennes is actually really good. You get this weird Rasputin face-off. There's a lot of weird shit in this movie, but it's also kind of okay. There is a no man's land sequence in the middle of this movie, like a war section in this movie that's fantastic. Incredible music and vibe, and yeah, it's like a 3 to a 3.5 out of 5. Like, it's not a solid, great recommendation, but it's kind of all right. Really strange movie. Next, we have one of the first Steelbooks I got. This is Kingsman: The Golden Circle. Now, this is the sequel to Kingsman. This is a really interesting one too, where it's like not as good as the first one. And there's so much you'd change about it, but there's also some great stuff. Like the idea that Eggsy just has to go on the run after the rest of the Kingsmen are wiped out is a really cool idea. They bring this guy back from the first one. That was a terrible, terrible choice. Julianne Moore is great. The one-armed guy is great. Pedro Pascal is fantastic. But there's also stuff in this movie that, like, the whole amnesia subplot is fucking shocking. And the American stuff is really underused with Channing Tatum. But then there's really great, like, everything on the back cover here is all really great stuff. And then you have this fantastic, fantastic action sequence at the end that Elton John just keeps disrupting. Next, we're back to more fantastic Steelbooks with terrible movies. We have Craven the Hunter. Look at that fantastic artwork. Look at that fantastic artwork. Amazing artwork for a terrible movie. Just terrible movie. Look at that. Look at that. What are we doing? Next, we have Lethal Weapon. Really love Lethal Weapon. Glad it got such a really nice Steelbook. Just a fun movie. It's not perfect, but, you know, it's kind of like, okay, when I say, sorry, I don't really love Lethal Weapon. I think it's pretty good, but it's kind of like a really good choice for a dad movie. Like if your dad's like, oh, can we watch Lethal Weapon? You could do a lot worse. Now, this is a Blu-ray only version, but I'm really glad I have it. As far as I know, Australia never got Logan on 4K. You have to like import it from Europe, but this is a Blu-ray of Logan. I just love the artwork here. So I'm going to keep this. If I ever get the 4K, I'll put the 4K in here. Awesome artwork. Next, we have Lord of the Rings, The War of Rahim. Look, most people don't love this. It was okay. It was okay. I don't have much more to say. And then we have like peak bad movie, good Steelbook. Look at this shit, guys. We've got the Madam Web Steelbook. I think this looks really, really good. Can you imagine if this movie was good? How good this would be? It'd be so good, wouldn't it? But it's a shocking, shocking movie. Anyways, I'll be back. I'm just going to grab more Steelbooks. Bear with me. Right, hello everyone. Continuing on, next we have The Matrix Resurrections. Not a terrible movie. I think when it's been this weird meta sequel and it's like, we're in the world and like, we shouldn't be here because the sequel shouldn't be here. All of that stuff is like actually really interesting. In my opinion, like this idea that the world around you is like this Force legacy thing, it's kind of a cool idea, but the action sucks. The action is so bad, and then as it goes on, it's like they've recast main character. It just falls apart. But a really fascinating movie. Glad I owned it. Got it for very cheap. Cool looking artwork, and I kind of want to revisit it because I've seen people giving this like misunderstood cult classic reevaluations, and it's like weird because I'm not quite there yet, but I can see where they're coming from. Next, we have Master and Commander. Haven't seen this, so I've kept the little packaging on it. Haven't seen it. Beautiful Steelbook. Apparently a really rare one that people are really after, so I'm glad I own it, and I will watch it. I'm a movie buff. I will watch it. Next, we have the Meg 2. Just an incredible Steelbook. Look at that artwork. For an intentionally campy, fun, schlocky movie, all right? This is like, it's like a good, bad movie. Like, it's trying to be cheesy and it does it well. So, Meg 2, not bad. Next, we have Mickey 17, a movie a lot of people were disappointed with, like myself included to an extent, but I'll see people literally act like this was the worst movie of the year, which I just think is such a shame because it's full of really great ideas, all right? Like, it doesn't fully come together. I will acknowledge that. Like, for me, it's like a 7 to an 8 out of 10. 8 if I'm really feeling generous, probably closer to a 7. But, like, it's well filmed, it's well shot. Robert Pattinson is fantastic as both Mickeys, and it's full of really great ideas. Like, there are sequences in this movie I absolutely love. Everything with Naomi Aki's character is really great and well realized and thought-provoking, but then there is stuff that's undercooked. Like Mark Ruffalo and Toni Collette have really great scenes, but that stuff's undercooked. There's a dream sequence at the end where it's like, well, I don't know enough about any of these characters to know why this would work or how you want it to land, but
I don't know, the way people talk about this movie, it's like it murdered your pet or something. Like, it's a pretty good movie, and I think it's just a matter of expectations to an extent, and that's fine. Next, this is probably maybe my hottest take of the video. We've got a Minecraft movie. For some reason, Minecraft got about 7 different Steelbook variants. Search them up on like Zavi or something. It's like 7 different variants. People hate this movie. I'm sitting at like a 3 out of 5. Sue me, all right? Like, I don't think it's very good, but Jack Black is really trying. Jason Momoa seems to be trying. Like, there's a weird amount of effort in parts. It's a bizarre movie, but the set design was kind of good, and some of the visual language was good, and some of the comedic visual language was like, I don't know, like it's not a great movie, and I wouldn't tell anyone to see it, but I think kids seem to actually kind of resonate with it, and I didn't hate the chicken jockey meme, and yeah, I don't know. Like with the Minecraft movie, there are really cynical movies I've seen that I hated, and that one, it just didn't piss me off that much. I think there was some effort on display, and I could see that, and I could see the DNA of the director of Napoleon Dynamite popping up here and there. So yeah, it's not great or anything, but I've actually seen a lot worse corporate movies than Minecraft. So yeah, that's me. Sue me. I'm not saying it's great, but I'm not even saying it's a misunderstood masterpiece, but it's fine. Now, next, this is where it gets interesting. We got Mission Impossible 1. Look at that awesome artwork, highlighting all the moments of Mission Impossible 1. Mission Impossible 1, IMF. Mission Impossible 2, all the great moments in the artwork, IMF. Mission Impossible 3, all the great moments, IMF. And I need to peel that sticker off, and I haven't for some reason. Number 4. Again, fantastic. Look at that. Number 5. Oorah. Number 6, one of the best action movies of all time. Near peel the sticker off. And then, womp womp, number 7. So they only did those awesome steelbooks that all are uniform for the first 6 Mission Impossible movies. What a shame. And then this one sticks out on its own. Now, thankfully, this is the reprint version that says Dead Reckoning instead of Dead Reckoning Part 1, because they changed their mind on the title when Dead Reckoning Part 1 underperformed. So I think if you play the movie, the title card in the movie still says Part 1, but change the packaging at least. But yeah, I just wish it matched with the other ones, and then I have number 8 on the way, and that also doesn't match these awesome ones. So it's a shame, but whatever. In terms of the franchise itself, 1 is really solid. Great Brian De Palma movie. Haven't seen 2 yet. Heard it's terrible. 3 I actually remember really, really enjoying. And Philip Seymour Hoffman I remember being fantastic. 4 is incredible. Basically live action Incredibles. 5 is even better at times. I'm not sure if it's better than 4, but it's got some really great stuff. 6 is just absolutely phenomenal. And then 7's all right. It's got some incredible action and also just some stuff where you're like, what are we doing? Next, we got the Monkey. I know a lot of people do not like the Monkey. I think this steelbook is rips. It's incredible. But I actually quite like the Monkey. I know a lot of people do not like the Monkey. It's not a movie I can confidently recommend to anyone, because I think if you want something funny, it's a little more serious and slow than that. And if you want something serious and slow, it's a bit too funny and goofy and weird. But I don't know. I found it like this effective tale of grief and this allegory for how death and you can feel cursed, and like it's not particularly scary, but I don't think it's trying to be. It's just there's something really melancholic about it. And I don't think it's perfect either. I think some of the jokes don't land, and particularly a lot of the deaths don't work for me. But I thought there was a really tight concept there, and I thought, I'm blanking on his name. My God, Theo James playing both twins was really solid. And I just, for a 90-minute movie, it didn't piss me off too much. And I think about it more than I expected when walking out of it. I actually would have taken a longer version of it, which is rare. Normally, I want movies to be shorter. Next, we have Monty Python. Haven't seen it. This is Monty Python and the Holy Grail, so I'm keeping the packaging on because I have not seen it. It's on the list. Let me know what you think of it. Oh boy. Next, we have Morbius. This I really find funny. I own the complete
Marvel, whatever you want to call it, the Spider-Man universe, Spider-Man villains universe. So Craven, Madam Web, we've seen them so far. Now we got Morbius. Again, another fantastic steelbook for just straight cheeks, man. Straight cheeks. Next, we have a pretty underwhelming steelbook given how fantastic the movie is. Nosferatu. Fantastic movie. Sure. But like, let's be honest, the traditional poster, one of the few times the traditional poster was better, that one of like Lily Rose Depp looking scared and infatuated with the claw hand over her face, way better than this. I even would have taken this as the front, but no. Is this 3 or 2? It's 2 disc, but dude, such a beautiful, good-looking, interesting movie with just boring ass artwork, but gets worse. Now, I got this for free at a yard sale. Otherwise, I would not have it because I think this is the worst looking steelbook I own for a terrible, terrible movie. This is The Nun 2. What is this artwork, man? What is this? Ugh. Ew. Brother, ugh. And then that's the back. I hate the Conjuring movies. I hate the Conjuring universe. Ugh. All right, next we got Old. We have Old by M. Night Shyamalan. Dude, I think this artwork is incredible. Especially if you know what the movie about, right? You go to a beach and the beach rapidly ages you and you turn old. So time's ticking away and you turn old. Look at that artwork. As far as the movie goes, it's interesting. I first saw the movie, thought it was terrible. And like, if you show this to someone who doesn't know M. Night Shyamalan, doesn't know his like campy, strange style, like, and people, even his fans don't know whether it's intentional or not, but like, you know, I watched this movie, I went, that's terrible, and I couldn't stop thinking about it, and then I rewatched it, I'm like, wow, this is shot by the same guy that did Challenges, there's some really interesting performance stuff, some terrible writing, there's some terrible writing in this movie, but it's almost like Yorgos Lanthimos, but the issue is, Yorgos is obviously intentional, with M. Night Shyamalan, you just don't know, but it's a movie where if you just deal with the shit dialogue, deal with like a lot of parts that make a good movie not being good. Does that make any sense? Like you have to like pretend, like you have to turn off your critic brain and just vibe with it. And if you just vibe with it, it's actually kind of all right, which is strange. Does that make any sense? You just got to get on its wavelength a little. Next, we have Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I'm going to say it. I think one of Leonardo DiCaprio's best performances. Obviously one of Brad Pitt's best performances. You know, I'd go as far to say, even though she doesn't get that much to do on paper, Margot Robbie's fantastic in this. I actually like this steelbook too. People really hate it. I actually like it. And look at that. How can you not like it? But yeah, fantastic movie. Probably on some days it's my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie. I absolutely love this movie. Everything about it. I think, Leonardo DiCaprio's performance is really underrated in this movie. He could have won the Oscar for this. He's fantastic in this. And it informs a lot of what he did in One Battle After Another, in my opinion. And I think it was just overshadowed by how good Brad Pitt was in this. But I'm looking forward to the sequel tentatively on Netflix, directed by David Fincher. Next, we have this little movie called Oppenheimer. Now, I will say, love the artwork. I hated the mainstream poster for Oppenheimer where he's like in front of the bomb. It's like a Marvel trailer and it looks like the Hulk. Love this though. Like, because this, I saw people, I did a video about the posters and people were like, nah, that looks way more like a Marvel movie. I'm like, no, this looks scary and horrifying the way it should. That's not cool. That looks really eerie to me. It looks like this madman. But he had 3 discs in this. Look, I would be willing to say Oppenheimer is Nolan's best. Except that love triangle just should have been so much more interesting. Should have been so much better. We should have had a really good idea of Florence Pugh's character. And my thing is, if you don't want to, like, if you want to make a movie just about the guys in the room or the guy that made the bomb, Like, you don't need to get into his love life if you don't want to. But if you're going to get into his love life, if you're going to develop the character of Kitty, you need to give them better writing. You need to give them more to do. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not someone who's like, no, this story 100% needs women. You can't like I could have dealt with the idea that they wanted to be like Social Network, but for building a bomb. The issue is, I just thought that they do kind of half-heartedly give the female characters screen time, and I thought they fucking fucked it up so bad. And it, like, everything else in the movie is pretty much perfect, but like Kitty's alcoholism is really rushed. The whole bring in the sheets thing is like low-key insulting, and the insane plot going on with Florence Pugh's character is completely tossed aside. Anyways, Panic Room. Now, this is interesting. This is David Fincher. Not in love with this artwork, but it's kind of cool. Like, it kind of represents the claustrophobia these characters are feeling. Really like the back. This one will grow on me. But, yeah. I like David Fincher's Steelbooks. They're really low-key and almost not a big deal. You'll see it with Seven later and also The Social Network. But they just kind of have the title, have these things on the back. Pretty cool. It's interesting Panic Room's got one because no one really talks about Panic Room, yet it's got a Steelbook. Now, apparently Steelbooks and 4Ks for David Fincher take forever because he's one of the few people that really likes digital filmography. Like, he tries to shoot on digital. He doesn't want to shoot on film. He loves it. And apparently he loves it so much that these like 4K restorations he's doing for like Seven and Fight Club take forever because he's like, no, we can make the movie look better than it ever did. And so he's spending a lot of money on it and wasting people's time. But I think he had really good results. So really keen to watch this. I like this movie. It's also interesting with Panic Room. It's David Fincher making like kind of a fun, easy, accessible movie. He just went, yeah, I'm going to make a pretty good, chuck it on TV movie. And I think it's great. Now we have The Predator, another example of a fantastic Steelbook for a shit movie. But this is like so bad it's good. If you guys haven't seen The Predator, so bad it's good. This movie is hilarious. I don't know what they were thinking. It's so funny. It's from a good writer too and a good director, Shane Black. Hilarious. Like, you will not believe what's in this movie. Autism is a superpower in this movie. And the Predator's like, yo, that's like the thing that's going to save humanity. You got to watch it. Next we have Reservoir Dogs. I referenced these slipcovers before. Look at this one. Brace yourself. How good. Love Reservoir Dogs. Used to be my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie when I was younger. Wild, right? But I haven't felt the urge to revisit it, so maybe it's not my favorite anymore. Next we have Seven. David Fincher, I was just talking about him. Cool front to an extent. Really dark and gloomy. Like, really looks how the movie looks. Like, looks super sharp too. Like that Finchery clinical look. Like the back with the photos too. Not bad. Shang-Chi, fine movie. Terrible Steelbook. Shazam 2, terrible Steelbook. Terrible movie. I almost got kicked out of the theater for laughing in one scene. I don't know if I'm not going to tell you why I was laughing. My friend knows, but I can't say it on camera. I'll get sued. Next, we have Sinners. Really great movie. In a lot of people's top 5 or even their favorite of the year. Really like this poster. I wish this was the poster for the movie. Because the posters for the movie made the movie look shit. But I like this Steelbook. It's simple. It's embossed. And I mean, great movie. I've done a whole video on it. I've talked about this movie to death. For me, it's not perfect, but it's pretty close. And that that sequence where all the music scene, right, the barn burner scene is absolutely phenomenal and almost overshadows the stuff before it. And for me, some of the vampire stuff. But I absolutely love Remick in this movie. I love the 2 versions of Michael B. Jordan a lot. And I love the differences in them and the way the story like kind of develops them as completely separate characters. And especially with stuff that happens towards the end of the movie, really interesting. Next we have a Blu-ray version of Skyfall that someone got me. Not bad at all. Really good looking copy. I'd love to put... I should probably put my 4K version in this. I might do that.
Next, we have The Social Network. This is an underrated steelbook, in my opinion. I don't hear anyone on the like nerdy forums talk about this steelbook. I didn't even know it existed, let alone in 4K. Love the back with all these, some of these photos like extras. Like, I don't think that shot of Armie Hammer is ever in the movie. Some really cool stuff, but I actually really love this front cover. It doesn't say The Social Network. It just says what people call him: punk, prophet, genius, billionaire, trader. Really like this steelbook, and this might just be the best movie of the 21st century. This is one of those movies that people say it is, along with like Parasite and a few others. No one is going to argue. You know, There Will Be Blood, Social Network, Parasite. No one's going to argue you. All right, terrible movie, Space Jam: A New Legacy, freebie gag gift given to me. Absolutely hilarious that this has a steelbook. This movie's insane. There's a scene where they do the whole like, oh, we got to bring in all the properties Warner Brothers owns. And then Clockwork Orange shows up in a kid movie. Spider-Man No Way Home. Not a bad movie, but gets worse on rewatches, except Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe's phenomenal in this movie, and Tom Holland's really doing his all. And I also like Marissa Tomei. But pretty cool artwork. Kind of makes me want to rewatch the movie. I might rewatch the movie, to be honest. Next, we have Spiral from the Book of Saw. I'll do the slipcover is pretty much the same. This is the spin-off Saw movie starring Chris Rock. Bizarre, not very good. Next, we have the Suicide Squad. Love the Suicide Squad, not Suicide Squad with not that old Suicide Squad. This is the James Gunn The Suicide Squad. Fuck yeah, it's the Suicide Squad. This is a fantastic movie. I probably just got myself demonetized for saying that. Next, we have Suzumi. I have not seen Suzumi. Apparently it's good, but I have not seen it. Next, Terminator with this fantastic artwork. I love the first Terminator. Not as much as number 2. I think most people agree number 2 is the best, but it's pretty good. So we have Thunderbolts. We have Train Spotting. Absolutely love Train Spotting. And how good is this? The slipcover has reviews all over it. But without it, it's just a blank slipcover. A blank steelbook. And it looks incredible. So real happy about that. Also, circling back to Thunderbolts. Love this artwork on the back. And the front. Really good. But yeah, I absolutely love Train Spotting. I actually think most people should watch this. It will put them off drugs for life. And fantastic direction from Danny Boyle. Fantastic soundtrack. Just a great movie. Haven't seen T2 yet. Really keen for it. Next, we have Uncharted. Bad movie. Okay steelbook, I guess. We have Venom 1. Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? This is a cheesy, so bad it's good movie with a really committed performance from Tom Hardy. But look how good this steelbook looks. And the mouth gums spell out Venom. Dude. Come on, man. And it gets better. Venom 2. Look at that. Let there be calm. Look at that artwork. Flip it over. Whoa. Like amazing artwork. And that's the thing. All three of them have very different artwork, but incredible artwork. Venom: The Last Dance. Also really, really interesting. Beautiful artwork. You don't even get... just amazing. Next we have The Wolfman. Almost a good movie. Almost a good movie, but not quite. But also not bad. Like 2.5 to 3 out of 5, but super interesting. Like I'll rewatch this movie a fair bit, even though it's not particularly good, because it's fascinating how close it is to being a good movie, if that makes sense. I forgot to mention, but with the Venom movies, the first Venom, kind of cheesy, bad, kind of okay. Venom 2 is terrible. Venom 3 I actually unironically kind of liked. I'm a Venom 3 truther. Anyways, and then finally we have Wonka. I am a Wonka truther as well. I actually like Chalamet in this. I really like the director's work on the two Paddington movies, and I actually think this works. I quite like this movie. All right, hello everyone. Finally, we have multi-movie box sets, all right? So from Umbrella, I think I might have mentioned this before at some point in the last 5 hours, but we had the Thai horror collection. Just realized this should have been with the box sets. This is 8 movies. I've seen none of them. Great
artwork. Can't wait to watch the movies. This was a blind buy because I was like, I haven't seen any Thai horror films. I assume there's a reason there's a box set for this, and I will check it out. That's from Umbrella. Next from Umbrella, one of the grails, we have this New Extremity collection. So French Extremity, this is kind of what kicked off, well, not kicked off, sorry. This is kind of what the substance was harkening back to. But what I find interesting about this set, you get High Tension, which I mentioned before, fantastic serial killer French Extremity movie. We have Frontiers, which I haven't seen and I've heard is insane. We have Martyrs, which is like the extreme horror movie. And then we have Anatomy of Hell. So I'm going to get into this. So in this beautiful box set, you get the hard box with, it's like all the items that would be used in these messed up movies. Get the back of the box, side of the box, really cool box. You get individual Blu Rays with great artwork. Frontiers, which I haven't seen. Martyrs, which I think is absolutely wonderful. And like, even though it's a bunch of excessive, brutal gore and violence, the ending genuinely reaches something really fascinating and euphoric. These are loaded with special features as well. You get Anatomy of Hell, which I'll get to in a second. Where's the other one? This comes with 3 movies. Where's the other one gone? Oh. So just quickly, sorry. High Tension. This is the serial killer one I mentioned before about you could drive a truck through a plot hole, but it's still really cool. But yeah, Anatomy of Hell. This is the one I was interested in. I didn't know anything about it. I can't show you the back because it's got nudity, but this is French Extremity, not with violence. This is sexual content. This was super interesting. It's directed by Catherine Brelat. She's going to pop up a few times here. But this is why sometimes it's cool to buy things. Because I bought this for Martyrs, High Tension, and Frontiers. Got this included. And Anatomy of Hell was like super, super fascinating. It felt like an early... It felt like what Lars von Trier was trying to do with Antichrist. It was super interesting. So fantastic set. And then you get this hardcover book talking about the legacy of all these movies and context and how they were received, and just a really, really great set. And on top of that, what makes this better, this is volume 1. But yeah, really loved Anatomy of Hell. Ended up being the MVP. You get a bunch of art cards, and look at the art card, man. Yeah, a bunch of art cards and each Blu-ray. I think each Blu-ray, maybe not Anatomy of Hell. Let me check. Okay, Anatomy of Hell doesn't, but a lot of the other Blu-rays have posters as well inside the Blu-rays. So fantastic set. But it gets better because that was volume 1. We got volume 2 for the sickos. I haven't seen any of these movies. Again, hardcover book, art cards, posters. This one has Doberman, Fat Girl, which is the follow-up to, or another movie from the director of Anatomy of Hell. It's got In My Skin and 29 Palms. But on top of that, dude, just look at the artwork. Look at the artwork. So yeah, I really love Umbrella and everything they're doing at the moment. All right, next, this is going to be hard to show off. We've got the Curzon collection. I will say this one is really well priced. You get like 10 or 15 movies in this. This is the Lars von Trier box set from Curzon. I would love to show you that. Okay, I'll see what I can do. So you take this out. No, I'm not going to be able to do this one-handed, but Google it if you want. You can take this whole box out. It's this beautiful wraparound artwork. Yeah, you get 10, 20 movies. I'm not going to be able to go through all of them, but Breaking the Waves, fantastic. Antichrist, fantastic. Nymphomaniac 1 and 2, messy, but you can't stop watching it. Melancholia, absolutely wonderful. Did I talk about Antichrist? I think I did. Like, just so many great movies here. Dogville is fantastic. Now, the only thing about this set, I absolutely love this set. Big, beefy, conclusive set. 1, they're all Blu-rays, which is fine. But 2, they don't have Dancer in the Dark on this. And that's his, like, Palme d'Or winning movie. And they don't have it. Next, from Umbrella, another fantastic release. You get a hardcover book. And beautiful packaging. Michael Haneke collection, or Michel Haneke, I think is how people pronounce his name sometimes. But or if you're YMS, Michael Hank Chan. But you get this book, and the book has all the discs. So you open it up. Really great set. I bought this because I wanted to watch the film Caché/Hidden. Did quite like Caché/Hidden. The ones I've seen Benny's video, which I thought was absolutely wonderful. I've seen 1997's Funny Games, but hot take. I like the American. He did a remake of his own film. So he did a shot-for-shot version in America. And I actually think he executed the American one better. So the big thing here, the only knock I have on this set, they don't include the American Funny Games. And it's like a central part. We also have the White Ribbon, which is fantastic. Amore, which is fantastic. It's got all these films, but these are the ones I've seen. Fantastic set if you can find it. Next, we've got the Adam Elliott collection. I wish I could get rid of that, but this includes Memoir of a Snail, Mary and Max. So he's really only got 2 big films. But let's go short film Harvey Crumpet. Let's go short film Harvey Crumpet and a bunch of other short films and a booklet. And I've got a second copy of this because they accidentally sent me 2 floating around. But love Mary and Max, love Memoir of a Snail. I do like Mary and Max a fair bit more, but it's pretty cool to have. Next, this was like a gift, but I actually am interested to watch it. This is the Godzilla Kong Monsterverse. It's got Godzilla 2014, Kong Skull Island, Godzilla 2, Godzilla vs. Kong, Godzilla vs. Kong the New Empire. All right, or X-Kong, sorry. Haven't seen the first Godzilla. Really quite liked Kong Skull Island for a bit of B-grade campy fun. I've heard Godzilla 2 is awful. I've seen Godzilla vs. Kong. The monster scenes are awesome. The character stuff sucks. And Godzilla X Kong is like hilarious. It's like unhinged, hilarious. Like I can't believe what I'm watching. And next, one I was pleasantly surprised by. Bought this on sale, not expecting much. Have never heard anyone talk about this collection, so I was a bit nervous as a blind buy, but I thought this was amazing. This is the 5-film collection of Mad Max. Wonderful, cool, loud, vibrant title. That's the back. But I was really impressed with this. So this was to not commemorate, but this was in line with the release of Furiosa. So the art cards you get here are all for Furiosa, a movie I really love and I think I talked about before. But the big thing here is, it's got all the original Mad Max. Can I show you? It's magnetic. It unfolds. I'm not going to be able to show you. It's just too big. Can I do this? All right. It unfolds, and you get all these discs. That's the best I can do. That's the best I can do. But the big thing here is it's got all the original Mad Max movies. And the thing I love is you get a whole disc with special features, but it's also got, I think on 4K, each one's on 4K, but it's got black and chrome versions of Furiosa and Mad Max Fury Road, and normal versions of Mad Max Fury Road and Furiosa. So you get both versions on 4K, which I just thought was generous for this box set. You know, they didn't make you, it's not like, if you want to watch the black and chrome version, you go buy those versions. Like, they went, you know what, you're probably a fan of these movies, you want all of them, here you go, which I appreciated. Anyways, I think that concludes my collection. Thank you so much for watching this. I know this would have gone for absolutely ages, but I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a lovely day.